I just confessed to my crush yesterday. But today I don't recognize her. The surrounding students are also discussing behind their backs. Last night, he was talking to Romeo, and then you pretend you don't know her? See me late retreat did not speak. The best friend on the side coughed a few times, bumped me on the shoulder, crazy suggestion. When I turned around and saw the figure on the glass, I realized I've crossed over. Back in high school. I saw Xiao Romeo approach a few steps and said to me, "You're gonna pretend you don't know him. There's nothing I can do," but I made it very clear last night. I didn't want a boyfriend until after college. And, if you're smoking, I'll tell Aunt Liang. I couldn't help it. How does she know about my mom? After thinking about it, I still obediently put out the why. Seeing this, Xiao Rongyu's mouth revealed a smile. Then he handed over a bottle of water. "Wash your face first. I'll pick up the acceptance letter later." Then he put the water on the bench. And then ride off on his bike, looking at the receding back. I just remembered. Her name is Xiao Rongyu. It's the girl I had a crush on for 3 years in high school. Next to me, my best friend put his arm around my shoulder and muttered, "Don't pretend in front of me." I turned to him and asked doubtfully, "Who are you?" Hearing this, my best friend grabbed my collar angrily. "All the good brothers don't recognize each other anymore, do they? Is my Wang Zibo. I'm glad I'm here to help you out. I'll fucking strangle you." Pen, after the fight, my best friend and I came to the office, asked the class teacher to get the admission notice. He fell ill and died. I was abroad and I couldn't make it to the memorial. When you see the South J on the table, the Y. I'm holding it in my hand. Old Sue. You should smoke less in the future. It's a lot of pressure to take the senior class. You may not be able to take it if you smoke. I'll take this Y. After listening to the class teacher, he was first stunned, and then he smiled and promised to smoke less in the future. So I put Y in my pocket in front of everyone. When I turned around, I found Xiao Rongyu here. I just leaned forward. "Which school does Xiao Meian go to?" Xiao Rongyu blushed and replied that she was Donghai University. "Well, that's unfortunate. I'm from the finance college opposite. We'll be neighbors from now on. You have to keep in touch." At this time, the people next to me couldn't stand it anymore. "What's so coincidental about a famous university and you?" And then I said, "What time is it?" Xiao Rongyu looked at her watch and said 5:20. When I heard that, I went straight to it and looked at it carefully. "Nice watch. You just said 520. This operation directly made the male students on the side admire. He stepped forward and stood between them. Chen Hanxing failed to confess last night, and now you're just gonna do it. I made a fuss and turned away. And Xiao Rongyu is staring at the direction I left, thinking about 1,000 things. I was walking down campus boulevards, looking at the energetic on the playground. Teenagers and classmates walking by. I can't help but think that high school is still comfortable. Too bad I graduated. I was just born again when I was 18. I met a girl I had a crush on. The school bell took out a classmate's book. "Let me just write something down as a souvenir." I took the yearbook. But his eyes fell on her. Gao Jiaoliang, who was next to him, immediately reminded him loudly, "Chen Hanxing, you write your message. Where are your eyes looking?" Xiao Rongyu also reacted. His angry face warned me not to look around. I immediately opened my classmate's book, looking at the childish and old-fashioned way of leaving messages. Reminds me of my high school happy days. Before I could flip through a few pages, Xiao Rongyu urged me to quickly find an empty position to leave a message. I scribbled down a paragraph. "You're doing fine in the pond. The loach is ugly, but it can say happy things. Clams are sloppy but fun. Tian Luo is a gentle autism. Little cushion carp is your common goddess." Xiao Rongyu praised it for being well written. "I'm gonna turn around and walk away. Remind me before you leave. No more wide draws. Otherwise, tell Aunt Liang." And I didn't care. Pulling his best friend home. Once again, I came to this alley where I grew up. Scenes of the past come to mind. The previous life's extravagance, and the present's indifference. And soon he's back in front of his house. I was just about to knock. Suddenly thought of something. Then he slammed it on the door. "Mom, open the door. It's me." After a while, Mother opened the door with an angry look on her face. "What's all this noise about? The whole building heard you. So grown up, without a key." I chuckled. It's been a while since I called Mom. It tickles. After entering the door, the mother immediately brought a plate of watermelon. I couldn't wait to pick one up and eat it. The familiar formula or the original flavor? Mother was overjoyed when she saw my acceptance letter. The old Chen family is also a college student. In a few years, Chan and I will be able to take care of our grandchildren. I couldn't help but feel guilty after hearing this. If Mom finds out I'm 35 and single, he's gonna beat the crap out of me. But since I'm 18 again, then I'm gonna have to do something about it. After I shower, old Chen also returned home. Turn up the air conditioner as soon as you see me. He's still sweet. And that's when Mom came in with a pack of cigarettes. "Okay you." He learned to draw Y secretly. "Then throw Y on the table. Let old Chen control me." Old Chen immediately picked up the incense Y ray into his pocket. "It's too early for you to draw a Y. Wait till college. I'll keep this pack of Ys. Mother is helpless about this. Just remind old Chen to smoke less." I tossed and turned that night. It seems that I really want to stay here. The next day I got up early. Come to the breakfast stand. When I paid, I used to ask where the payment code was. After seeing the boss's confused expression, I just remembered. It's 2002. The mobile phone payment function has not been developed yet. Besides, I don't even have a cell phone right now. I had to find an excuse to leave. On the way home, suddenly saw Xiao Rongyu running. So I reached out and said hello. Xiao Rongyu saw me wake up so early, thinking I was waiting for her here on purpose. So he said, Xiao Qin, I know how you feel. But I really didn't want to fall in love in college. I was surprised to hear that. What's wrong with this woman? Early morning love talk. I was just born again when I was 18. I didn't expect to run into the school bell the next day, but the bell thinks I'm waiting for her here on purpose. I don't want to have a boyfriend. I couldn't help it. What's wrong with this woman? Look at that smug look on her face. I immediately nodded to indicate that you were right. Then he changed the subject and proposed to have breakfast together. It didn't take long for us to come to a bun shop. Xiao Rongyu seems to be familiar with the residents nearby, and I'm just trying to destroy the dumplings in front of me. 4 or 5 baskets in a minute. The boss reminded me that I was still too young. Do not understand the disadvantages of overeating. I put a small steamed bun in my mouth and said confidently, worry. At least until I'm 35, my body is perfect. Xiao Rongyu could not help but ask at this time, you're so precise. As if you knew. I made up an excuse. I met a fortune teller the other day. He says I'm rich. The only thing missing is the marriage line. Life is short of a good wife. Xiao Rongyu's cheeks were slightly red when she heard this. Turn your head quickly. You know how to talk nonsense. You weren't like that before. A man changes his mind as quickly as he does. And seeing that look on her face, I continued to tease her. Sir taught me something. You can tell the fate of the rest of your life from your palm. You buy me dinner, I'll give you a free hang. How about? Look at me. I look like a big bad wolf. Xiao Rongyu immediately asked me what bad idea I was playing. Rest assured. Just put your hand in front of me. I won't touch you. Xiao Rongyu thought for a moment, then he reached out his hand. I explained to her seriously. Your lifeline is long and powerful. It means you live a long and healthy life. Wisdom down. It means you like fantasy, but the marriage line twists and turns. Mr. Right may not be easy to find. As I spoke, I suddenly grabbed Xiao Rongyu's hand. Wrong. You're Mr. Right. See me and don't talk. Xiao Rongyu quickly asked what happened, and I took the opportunity to clasp her fingers and come up to her. You're Mr. Right in front of you. Xiao Rongyu also reacted when he heard this. Angry shake-off hand. At this time, I also ate and drank enough to walk leisurely to the door. When I saw the owner's wife staring at me, and then I remembered I hadn't paid, I quickly explained. My girlfriend will give it to me later. Just then, Jay, who was walking towards me, looked at me. It looks familiar though, but I didn't care. Just walk out of the bun shop by yourself. And when I turned around, Xiao Rongyu is talking to that Jay inspector. It looks intimate. The lady boss at the side also whispered to that Jay inspector. Suddenly a sharp look came at me. I was shocked. He immediately greeted Xiao Rongyu. Then he ran home. He cheated on food and drinks, and he met his father. I used to be one of America's leading businessmen, and now I'm 18 again with memories. The emotional entanglement between the school belle who has been in love for many years and me. Can this life have a happy ending? In the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of college. My best friend is whispering in my ear, curious and yearning for the coming college life. And when I turn around and look out the window, but I saw the school belle and her J-check dad. Their car seems to have broken down. I remember the day her dad almost caught her red-handed. I decided not to say hello. Unexpectedly, the school belle just happened to see me the moment she turned her head. Just a light alarm and then turned around. And that's when the bus driver got off and asked, Captain Xiao, what happened? Car broke down. I'm taking my kids to college. Hearing this, the bus driver directly let the beauty sit in his car. Anyway, it's all about building shrimp. At this time Gao Jialian got down from a luxury car. I'd like to invite 2 people along. And I thought to myself, Father Xiao, as a serious inspector, you don't want to get involved with rich kids. However, Father Xiao still asked his daughter's opinion. Xiao Rongyu glanced sideways, then decided to take a bus. So I immediately asked my best friend next to me to sit in the front, but he just refused. You're not gonna turn into a roast pig sitting there. I'm not going. Xiao Rongyu stood directly in front of us after getting on the bus. After a few seconds of silence, the unmoved best friend, he swore and left his seat. Uncle Xiao also saw me, and told me to take care of the fish in the future. When I heard this, I immediately agreed. Uncle Xiao, don't worry. I'm sure, Dad. Take care of our fish. The bus was speeding along the highway to the university. There's nothing to say. I'm a little sleepy. He leaned against the window and closed his eyes. Little did I know that Xiao Rongyu was staring at me. Thinking about what I said to her the other day. Why not talk about it today? Time gradually passed, and I fell on Xiao Rongyu's shoulder. The bus soon arrived on the Yangtze River Bridge. Everyone was immediately attracted to the magnificent building. I was also woken up by the noise of the car. Xiao Rongyu was stretching his neck and looking out the window, and it was the first time I saw her face up close. I have to say, she's really pretty. She looked at me calmly and asked, why aren't you surprised? I testified for a few seconds without speaking. Suddenly he turned to look at her. Xiao Rongyu was scared red by this move. Cover your mouth and retreat quickly, and I smiled. You weren't surprised either. Xiao Rongyu looked so calm, I thought to myself. Did he do that on purpose? Soon the bus arrived at its destination. Wang Zibo took a bunch of bags. And I'm packing light. Even more outrageous than him is Xiao Rongyu, because it's not the same college as her, so I left a route. So I decided to go to the park with my best friend. Xiao Rongyu suddenly panicked. Immediately shouted, Chen Hanxing, you bastard. You promised my dad you'd take good care of me. At this moment, everyone's eyes are on us. I rushed forward to tell her to stop crying. If that voice of yours, people think I have something with you, it may affect my girlfriend in the future. Xiao Rongyu was even angrier when he heard this, grabs my arm and bites into it without saying anything. The crowd shouted, well done. Kill this heartless Chinshimi. I had no choice but to accompany Xiao Rongyu. I don't want to be known as the bus terminal jerk. Suddenly Xiao Rongyu looked up at me with tears in her eyes. I smiled and asked, are you angry? Let's go back to school together. She nodded and shook her head. Then Wang Zibo touched my shoulder. Park or whatever. It's okay if you don't go, you guys go first. We'll do it another time. Then he hurried away. Then I picked up my luggage and prepared to send Xiao Rongyu back to school. I was just born again when I was 18, and I saw the goddess of the academy sitting in front of me. I had to carry her luggage to the school dormitory. After that, I went back to my college. Look at the familiar campus in front of you. I can't help but miss those years. Just then a low voice in the crowd. The girl with the head is in a hurry. Just bumped into me, who was staring blankly in place. I was just about to lose my temper, but when I saw her cute apology, I lost my temper instantly. Don't apologize. I was just about to say a few more words. She's long gone. Watching her leave. It looks familiar. But Vin can't remember her name. And I didn't think about it anymore, and report to freshman reception. Here I also met Hu Linyu, the monitor of the university for 4 years, but since he's reborn. Then I want to try the position of monitor. After filling out the information form and sorting out the dormitories, I walked around the busy campus with my backpack, looking at the stunning and pure beautiful senior. I can't help but think that college girls are better. But right now, making money fast is the truth. And then I went to Banner 30. Tear down a small advertisement. And this is going to be my college startup project. By the time I got my bedding and got to the dorm, it was late. Looking at the nostalgic numbers on the door plate, I immediately pushed open the door and greeted him as I did before. Sure enough, they're still the same. So warm and so cute. The next day, my roommates woke up early. Today, I have to wear military uniform to class meeting. I immediately jumped out of bed. We need to say hi to the girls in our class. When we get to the classroom, students are chatting in groups of 3 or 5. I turn to my 2 roommates. I'm gonna get to know them. Which one of you wants to join us? Who knew that the 2 roommates quickly shook their heads and admitted defeat. I had to go alone. Greet everyone warmly. Hu Linyu said with a smile. There are 27 boys in our class, but the only person who dared to do that, Handsome Chin, is the only one. Soon I was getting to know a few girls. This made the 2 roommates not far away envious. Chen Hanxing must be an experienced lover. And I'm staring at a girl. Immediately asked, Hu Mei, is this girl from our class? Hearing this, the girl quickly blushed and retreated behind Hu Linyu, then turned and left. I heard Hu Lin say her name is Xin Yichu. Parents died. College is also a student loan application. That's why I have some inferiority complex. I just remembered. The girl I met that day was Xin Yichu, although it looks ordinary now. But I know she'll be there, stunning the entire school of finance at the graduation ceremony. In that case, how could I let this pearl dust again? I was born again when I was 18, just in time for college coverage. I just sent my girl back to my dorm. And then I ran into 4 years of college, even though she looks normal now. But I know, she's gonna be a goddess who's gonna shock the whole school of finance. Soon it will be time for the class opening meeting. Students take turns to introduce themselves. The 2 people sitting next to me, roommates, are secretly grading girls. When it's Shinyochu's turn, she only said 2 words, and her 2 roommates gave her a low grade. I thought to myself, you 2 are blind. After this, the class teacher also mentioned the selection of the squad leader in a week, and some of my roommates are trying to get me to run. In this case, they will be in the future, so you don't have to worry about skipping class. Little did he know that this was just heard by Hu Linyu behind him. She turned around and told Xin Yichu, all talking boys are liars. You must remember. Xin Yichu was a little confused after listening to it. Soon it was time for collective military training. The instructor was holding scissors, forcing students with long hair to cut their hair. But there was a lot of resistance from my classmates, especially girls. So Hu Linyu turned around and went to the counselor, and I went straight to the instructor. Tell him to put down the scissors before he hurts himself. The instructor's face darkened even more after listening. No long hair allowed in military training. I'm going to give you a T-head. I smiled and continued. The instructor is invited by the school to help us exercise physically and mentally. If S sees you holding scissors to a student, what do you think he's gonna think? The instructor obviously panicked when he heard this. Put the scissors in your pocket immediately. So I continued to reason with the instructor. There's no rule in military training that says you have to have a crew cut. As long as we hide our hair in our hats, it will not affect the beauty and unity. What do you think? After hearing that, the instructor didn't know what to say for a while, could only agree. Then I asked the classmate who contradicted the instructor to apologize, in order to protect the prestige and face of military training instructors. Stop the operation. The instructor was too embarrassed to say anything else. The girls who were watching also relaxed at this time, and they're feeling better about me. But I was about to go back into formation when the instructor stopped me, on the grounds of drawing white during military training, 10 laps around the playground. In my heart, I scolded the instructor for being narrow-minded. Just then, the roommate behind him burst out laughing. So I immediately reported that he also drew a Y just now, thinking about giving him 5 laps. But what I didn't expect. We both ended up running 10 laps. After the race, my roommate and I were already tired, sweaty, panting. At this time, I happened to see Hu Linyu handing out popsicles to my classmates. Some people thanked me, but others talked about it, said she wanted to be class president too badly, and I reasoned with the instructor, make a good impression on them. But considering there's a lot of things you can't talk to guys about. After that, I decided to vote for Hu Linyu. I listened quietly. I guess it's still too hard for girls to vote for me as class president. Just then, I saw the instructor not far away and had an idea. Hu Yangxian, don't blame me for what happened. Then he came to the instructor and handed him an incense stick. But before we could say anything, the instructor's phone rang, and I stood by and listened to what they said. It turns out the instructor and his wife are busy today to pick up my daughter from school. Looking at the worried instructor, I immediately offered to help. The instructor, who was worried about me, after hearing how I put it, the kindergarten route is said, and immediately agreed, and then he handed me the phone. I turned to look at Hu Linyu. She is mingling with her classmates. Unfortunately, it's better to finish the business. It's better to get closer to the leader in private affairs. I'm 18 again with my 35-year-old memories. The girl who has been secretly in love for many years and the treasure girl of the financial institute. How can I choose not to regret this life? In order to better carry out future plans, at present, the most important thing is to win the position of monitor first. It's not a problem for me, who's been in business for years. And then from the instructor, take on the task of picking up children. With my skills and connections to instructors, I'm gonna be the drunk monitor. Kindergarten teacher calls instructor to confirm. They didn't let me pick up Jiahui until the information was correct. After saying goodbye to the teacher, I'll take her to KFC immediately. Looking at Jiahui, who is eating heartily, I asked her with a smile, do you know Miss Xiaoyu's phone number? No, I don't. Penguins? But Jiahui doesn't know anything about it. I immediately advised her not to eat. Your dad's coming to pick you up. If you eat too much later, you won't be able to eat at night. I took her and left without waiting for an answer. It wasn't until evening that I delivered Jiahui to the instructor. Before she left, my wife brought me a bag of fruit. I'm not polite. I just take it. Then came Xiao Rongyu's school. I waited on the bench at the school gate for a long time. I saw her running out in her pajamas. When you see the fruit on the chair, ask me where I bought it. I casually said that I bought it at the Yiwu Commodity Center nearby. Xiao Rongyu could not help but be stunned after listening to it. And then there's a slight blush on her cheek. Xiao Qin, did you call so late to bring me fruit? These fruits are expensive. Don't buy any more. I stood up and said, as long as you like it. Xiao Rongyu was about to speak. A voice suddenly came from behind. A handsome senior came up to say hello to her. And he noticed me. I lit a random one. Introduce yourself to him as a student. Xiao Rongyu's high school classmate. Then he handed him the Y in his hand. Not only did he not cover his mouth, but he also looked disgusted. Then he made an excuse and turned away. Watching the seniors leave, Xiao Rongyu explained himself. He's a senior at our school, especially valued by the leaders of the college. He came to our class some time ago looking for a lab assistant. And then she stopped and looked at me. I asked immediately, and he picked me. And I answered her with a straight face. Xiao Rongyu immediately said that she did not agree. I'm a little annoyed that I'm still not responding. I know how to smoke when I blame you. And asked me what my plans were for the future. After hearing her mention it, I immediately looked straight. He said seriously that he wanted to go after a girl. Xiao Rongyu was stunned. She blushed and asked if the girl was beautiful. And I told her seriously. For so many years, I haven't met anyone more beautiful than her. And Xiao Rongyu continued to chase. What if a girl just wants to study? Still not accepting you? I'm even more determined. And said he'd wait for her. Never give up. At this moment Xiao Rongyu's voice was trembling. There. What if parents disagree? I closed my eyes and whisper. No, his parents agreed. If she wants to. Xiao Rongyu's heart thumped when she heard this. I'm completely shy. And I didn't know anything about it. Suddenly she turned and ran back to school, and said he needed time to think about it. I watched her leave and my mind was filled with doubts. I want to chase Shinichu. What do you need to think about? The school belle, who has been in love for many years, suddenly blushes. An unintentional conversation stirred her heartstrings. And I didn't know anything about it. And make up your mind to chase after Shinichu, the treasure girl of the Finance Institute. Joe's military training life is finally over. The next day, we'll have the squad leader election. After a brief introduction by the instructor, let the students who want to participate in the election take the initiative to speak on the stage. Hu Linyu walked confidently to the podium. And my roommate next to me kept urging me to go up. If you let a girl be class monitor, they can forget about skipping class in the future. To the applause of the students, Hu Linyu made a very official speech. No one was shocked to hear such a traditional speech. Except Shinichu, other students. It was a symbolic applause. Hu Linyu, who returned to his seat, breathed a long sigh of relief. Shinichu next to you repeatedly praised you for being so amazing. At this moment, she suddenly looked at him, just in time to catch my eye as I prepared to go on stage. She immediately turned her head shyly. I stand confidently on the podium. The boys immediately shouted and applauded. My roommates were screaming for me to cheer them on. I said, "Hey guys, be cool. I'm not a beauty." The students were immediately amused and laughed. The atmosphere in the class suddenly became relaxed. The instructor also gave me an appreciative look. I looked straight. And they're really serious about canvassing. If I were class president, communicate with the teacher before the exam. Try to make sure everyone doesn't fail. Scholarships, grants, I'll try to get those things. Although we are far from Donghai University. But it can be repaired elsewhere. Keep moving forward if you're falling behind. Mistake is learning. Ignorance is social. Self-discipline is necessary to get better. If I'm elected class president, I promise you a college life you'll never forget. And as soon as I said that, there was a big round of applause. At this time, the instructor also praised my organizational ability, excellent coordination and leadership skills. The voting session will begin immediately. I won the class monitor position with 27 votes. Hu Linyu looked in disbelief. Shinichu wanted to comfort her. She didn't know what to say. I stood up and thanked you for your trust. The roommate next door is also unusually excited, and Hu Linyu's expression was even worse. Angry once again told Shinichu that men are the most unreliable. After the class meeting, she walked alone on campus, frustrated about future college careers, and then I stopped her. She thought I was showing off. He didn't give me a good look. I asked her out for dinner. Apparently, Hu Linyu didn't expect me to say this either. Suddenly her cheeks flushed, asked me if I took the position of class monitor just to fall in love with her. I was speechless. It seems Xiao Rongyu is not the only one who feels good about himself. I quickly explained that I just wanted to be the monitor. I'd like to discuss this question with you in depth. Hu Linyu stared at me with doubtful eyes. Just then Shinichu happened to pass by, so I changed my tone. You don't believe me? Then call it Shangyuchu. Let's go to the dining hall and have a chat. Then we went to the school cafeteria. I handed the card directly to Hu Linyu. Tell her to brush it all she wants. Shinichu wanted to refuse. Who knew that Hu Lin had snatched the meal card? It means that Monitor Chen invited all the boys for supper a few days ago. What's wrong with buying us dinner? Then she told her to sit down and not leave. Now it's just me and Shinichu at the dinner table. I look carefully at the shy girl in front of me. At 1.7 meters tall, I think it looks good no matter how I look at it, not to mention 36D. At this time Shinichu picked up his head and looked at me. She was even more shy when she saw me staring at her. Soon after, Hu Linyu brought a plate of delicious food. After a few bites, she went straight to the topic and asked me what I wanted to see her. I smiled faintly. Tell her about your decision to give up your position as monitor. Hearing this, the two of them could not help but be stunned. This fair and beautiful girl eats only steamed bread and no vegetables. Just as she was getting up to leave, I snapped at her to sit down. Her best friend was about to get mad at me. I pushed a bowl of peeled shrimp in front of the girl. If you don't finish, you're not leaving. The girl held the steamed bread in both hands and quickly said no. Just eat your own buns. Young Chu refused to eat. So I grabbed him by the wrist. Is this steamed bun really so delicious? Let me try it. After saying that, she bit into the steamed bun in her hand. A few mouthfuls will destroy a steamed bun. Hu Linyu, who was on the side, called me to play, and I didn't care. He stared at Shinichu and said softly, I always thought the girls who were drunk and good-looking were Shangyan, and now I know it's someone else. Shinichu was sitting quietly beside her, blushing. Hu Linyu told me to treat the children. Chu's true appearance kept secret. Before the pervert catches his eye, he kept staring at me while he was talking, like I'm the pervert. I thought to myself. It seems that if you want to catch up with young Chu, you must first. It's only right to have a good relationship with Hu Linyu, and so I planned my future. I explained it to Hu Linyu in detail. It means that when I was a sophomore, we'll step down as class president, and she can temporarily be the party secretary to deal with daily affairs, and then she can take over. Hearing this, Hu Linyu had no choice but to accept it with suspicion. When she saw my serious expression, her cheeks turned red. Seconds an angry call on young Chu to leave. Watching the two of them leave, I knew my plan had worked. After the military training, high school students from nearby universities organized a group building. Gao Jiaoyang as usual. Every chance you get you court the little fish, and his best friend Wang Zibo sighed beside him. It turned out that there were only 2 girls out of 62 in their class, and none of them can be described in words. Then he poured the wine into his mouth. I don't know what to say. I had to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. Gao Jiaoyang suddenly jumped out. They say college is about studying. It's not like you're thinking about these things, and I don't know if any of you. Just count his school stewardesses. But as soon as he finished, Zibo started to say that my sitting posture was not correct. I cursed in my heart. That's a problem, Mom. So I deliberately held the fish's shoulder to get the toothpick. Seeing this, he immediately scolded me again. Zibo watched silently from the side. I wonder when If only you could be free and easy like me. At this time, the fish put down the chopsticks. I suggest you talk about your harvest. Hearing this, Gao Jiaoliang thought to himself. The character must have nothing to do with it. So let me go first. I lit a cigarette. Directly identify yourself as the class monitor. Zibo was a little surprised to hear that. Gao Jiaoyang even pointed directly at my nose interstitial space. Except for women who don't play, smoking, fighting, everything. Why would anyone choose you as class president? Then the fish cut him off. Ask about Zibo's recent situation, when it's Gao Jiaoyang's turn to introduce his school, but interrupted by a strange voice. It turned out that Hu Lingyu came to me to discuss the collection of class fees. I went up to her, and told her it was 50 each. Then he took out 100 yuan and gave it to the young Chu. At this time, Hu Lingyu moved to the side. I saw the fish on the table. So he warned me not to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Then he took the class fee and turned around to leave. See if I'm really a monitor. Xiaoyu and Zibo are happy for me. It's just that Gao Jiaoyang is still saying sarcastic things. It means that the student union is the important position, and that's exactly what I plan to do next. Zibo whispered in my ear while eating. Think I'm a class monitor because I'm chasing fish. Little did he know that this happened to be heard by the fish next to him. After dinner, I sent the fish back to the school gate. I was about to leave when she stopped me, and said some weird things. Thank you for making me do this for her, and he kept me going. After she left, I was alone in the wind for a few seconds. He lit a cigarette and sat on a bench thinking. Z is obviously a scum. But why do you always think of me so passionately? I used to be a big shot in business surrounded by beautiful women, and now I'm 18 again with memories. The school belle who had a crush on me for many years gradually developed feelings for me, and I'm going after the treasure girl of the finance department. Years of experience in the business world tells me, the most important thing now is to make money. With a part-time job in hand, I successfully found the location of Shintong Express. Here from top to bottom is still a grassroots team, no uniform. The picking is still so rough. I'm just gonna give the employee a stick of incense. It's easy to find out where the manager's office is. Then to the second floor. The office is still so shabby and old. See me holding a flyer for campus agents. The manager immediately asked me which school, but he waved his hand when he found out I was a student of finance college. Your school already has an agent. You can only be his downline, but I'm not giving up. Ask him how he can replace the general agent. Hearing this, the manager's face changed slightly. You're trying to steal someone. I'll give you a joss stick when I see that things are turning around. Look at me. So he told me the terms of the replacement. As long as you can do it steadily every day, 100 packages and I'll consider it. Then I asked him for a business card and turned around to leave, to get a proxy in a short time. You have to have connections. I'll have to deal with shops and students. And that's what the student union has. So I went to the outreach department and queued up for an interview, and I met my folks here. I joked that I was doing it for the future of the class and the future. Just came to the student union to do W bottom. Hearing this, the two of them discussed it for a while, so I decided to go to other departments to have a look. It means you can't kill yourself. We must be consistent with each other. He even played a joke on me before he left. Let me get a vice minister job. At this moment, a male classmate gave me a fierce look. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. I thought to myself, what's wrong with this guy? Soon it'll be my turn to interview. But when I got inside I realized, the student who snorted at me was actually Vice Minister Zhou Xiao. I was about to introduce myself when he interrupted. Just tell me to leave on the grounds that outreach wants a girl. At this time, two classmates behind him whispered, said there was another boy just selected. When I heard it, I knew what was going on. His face instantly darkened and he cursed directly. You're a fucking petty official. You're killing me. Do I need to put my hands on your hips? And I shocked the students who were watching. At the same time, Zhou Xiao slammed the table angrily. Look at me. Come forward with your fists clenched. Minister Jiwei rushed out to dissuade. At this time, Zhou Xiao was obviously a little scared. Hastily explained that the outreach department needed communication and coordination, so it's better to choose girls. I'm not listening to him. If you really need a girl, then you should be the first to roll. Hearing this, the students behind him also voiced their support. Seeing how much trouble this has caused, Zhou Xiao did not know how to end it for a while. Just then, a voice came from behind. Okay, this is a club recruitment, not a market. Freshman, if you do that again, I'll call security. I turned around and asked coldly, who are you? Swiss Xiaoli, Vice Chairman of Student Union. You got a problem. A long-time professional elite. Now I'm back on campus, but I'm being harassed by the student union. In order to successfully pursue the treasure girl of the financial institute, in order to win the agency rights of Shintong Express, I came to the outreach department for an interview. I didn't expect an unintentional sentence. Jokes make the deputy minister deliberately target, but this pair of people with memories of past lives, it's not even a problem for me. After a few rounds, the deputy minister was cornered. At this moment Swiss Xiaoli, president of the student union, came to the rescue, threatened to call security if I started any trouble. When I heard that, I showed a disdainful expression. Then you go and call it. Swiss Xiaoli was stunned. Then he asked me which class I was in. Who's the counselor? I'm Chen Hanxing, monitor of public administration class 2, counselor Guishongyan. Do you want me to give you my cell phone number? Hearing my answer so readily, Zhuxiaoli couldn't help but sweat. What kind of freshman is this? I'm not afraid of anything. And he's still class president. And that's when a couple of roommates, and bring a bunch of classmates to back me up. See, things are getting out of hand. Minister Chiwei quickly stood up to mediate. Said I'd passed my preliminary exam. Go back and wait for the notification. Now that senior sister has spoken, I was just about to call it a day. Who knew that Zhou Xiao suddenly jumped out again? You're too ambitious. Get me out of outreach. Did the deputy minister put you, a freshman, in charge? I turned around and laughed. What's wrong with me? Who says freshmen can't be vice ministers? A few roommates were also cheering on the side. It means whoever has the ability will be the one. Zhuxiaoli chuckled. In that case, then let's have a competition. It just so happens that the department needs sponsorship for the freshman party. Let's see who can get more sponsorship. At this time, the roommate couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Xiao has been in the external relations department for more than a year. There's nothing fair about this fight. Zhuxiaoli asked me again whether I was better or worse. I asked him immediately, what if I win this fight? Zhou Xiao is obviously confident about this competition. He immediately said that if he lost, give up the position of vice minister. After listening to it, I said yes decisively. Pick up your hands and let many students testify. Soon after, we came to the nearby shopping street. Each person is randomly assigned a merchant. Whoever gets the most sponsors wins. And I thought to myself, random. Put it nicely. It's just a black box operation. But I'm not scared at all. Directly agreed. Zhuxiaoli pointed to the barber shop on the side and asked Zhou Xiao to go. And I was assigned to a stationery store. Then my roommate reminded me. The barber shop Zhou Xiao went to was newly opened, and that's when popularity is needed, and the stationery store I'm going to has been open for years. The other party is completely practicing, but I'm just being cool with it. Not long after, Zhou Xiao brought a sponsorship fee of 200 yuan and 300 yuan haircut coupon back to show me off. I flicked the cigarette butt off my hand, disdainfully said. Very powerful. At this moment, Chiwei, Minister of External Relations, stood up. See, I'm a freshman and decided to show me myself, then go to the stationery store. But before she could finish, see the boss clap a ledger on the table. It's not that I don't support. I also have a lot of debt. There is no money to sponsor. If any of you are capable, help me get my debt back. This money will be considered as sponsorship. Chiwei didn't know what to do. Zhuxiaoli and Zhou Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. And that's when I walked in. Boss Fong, about the debt. Let me do it. The boss immediately proved. See, I'm just a young student. So he pointed to the fruit shop opposite. I saw a man with a scar standing at the door of the shop. A watermelon knife in his right hand. Is looking at us like we don't know what to do. The two girls were trembling with fear. Zhou Xiao also thought that he would win this competition. I laughed coldly. Reach out directly to the boss for an IOU. This account. I got it for you. When I was reborn, I went back to college. In order to enter the student union, he made a bet with the vice minister. Today's winner will be decided by how many sponsors we get. And my mission has been upgraded. We need to get it out of this scarred guy, to recover the unpaid debts of many years ago. The long knife in the man's hand immediately fell. The watermelon with the big head was split in half instantly. Seeing such a scary scene, the two roommates were also a little scared, trying to convince me to reconsider. I immediately told them, if you're scared, I'll go alone. Hearing this, the two roommates blushed, and immediately, like a shot follow, the man saw a guest coming and immediately greeted him. But when he found out we wanted money, his eyes changed, cut the watermelon on the table in half immediately. Then he raised his long knife and asked us what money we wanted. This operation immediately scared the two roommates into cold sweat, and I picked up a watermelon off the table and put it in my mouth. There was no ripple on his face, and he directly indicated his intention. My uncle is Feng Jihua from the stationery store opposite. I heard you owe him $3,500. See me so calm. Men are a little different, but he's still not going to admit he owes money. So I wiped my hand on my clothes. Pretending to be a hooligan, he said coldly, I don't care if I owe you money. All I do is ask for money. Men don't think I'm a good person either, and asked me who was following me. But instead of answering and put on a harmless smile. If you don't pay me back, then I'll let them carry the fruit, until it reaches 3,500. The boss was furious when he heard this. Then he cursed and walked into the room. Then there was another rummaging. Not long after, the boss came out with an IOU and shouted, you look close enough. I only borrowed $2,500. Your wicked uncle is lying to you. I took the IOU and pretended to examine it carefully, then put away the IOU to show that you heard wrong. Uncle actually said 2,500 yuan. We have witnesses and evidence, so it's time you paid me back. The man finally reacted. I lied to him on purpose. People watching the excitement around also started to. Opening your mouth means paying back your debts, nevertheless. But men still want to default. At this time, a city management received a report and rushed to come. A critical education for men. The man had to pay back the debt. And I won this competition. Seeing this, Zhou Xiao turned and left. Roommates immediately started screaming. We agreed to release the vice minister. How? Now you're scared. I immediately persuaded him to let it go. He's not gonna let it out. But Zhu Qinglong looked at Zhou Xiao who left, but he moved his mind. I was playing fight the landlord with some roommates in the dorm at night. Suddenly Gui Shaocheng rushed in. Zhu Qinglong beat Zhou Xiao up. When I arrived at Zhou Zhao's dormitory, there's already a crowd outside, and the guides from both sides also arrived at the scene. Zhu Qinglong's face was full of injuries. Zhou Zhao also covered his face and sat aside. I immediately went forward and greeted Lao Guo. His face was cold and he asked me if I knew anything about tonight. My eyes met Zhou Zhao's face. I immediately guessed why Lao Guo asked me this question. He must have testified. He said I instigated Zhu Qinglong to beat him, although I said I didn't know it would clear my name. But Zhu Qinglong is in trouble, and I'm just gonna walk away. The reputation accumulated since the beginning of the school may have been self-funded. See me slow to speak, the other party's guide urged. Obviously, Zhu Qinglong didn't expect him either. Reckless behavior will implicate me. I was about to take full responsibility when I beat him to it. Hearing this, Lao Guo immediately opened the training hall. Let me write an in-depth examination, and to Zhou Xiaohuan. As for the final punishment, we can only decide after the department studies it. I have no objection to that. Then he went to Zhou Xiao and apologized sincerely. Just then, the college doctor arrived. Zhou Xiao pretended to cry out in pain when examining the wound, but after examination, it was found that there was no serious problem. You don't even have to take XY medicine. Then the instructor urged everyone to go back to sleep. I turned around and asked Chu to go back too. He saw me looking gloomy, and he was also. Don't dare to say another word. Turn around and leave. And I was left alone to pick up the books scattered on the floor. Zhou Xiao snorted coldly. You don't have to pretend to be nice. When I put the books away. Then he turned his head and told him. If you weren't a college student, even if you die in front of me, you won't even look at me. I hope that's what you're doing when you're out there. Then he turned and left. At this time, Zhu Qinglong immediately gathered together. He didn't expect it to be like this. I kicked him to the ground without a word. Zhu Qinglong has no complaints about this, because he deserves it. Two roommates quickly comforted him. Since Brother Qin kicked you, it means he forgives you too. But Zhu Qinglong still bowed his head and said nothing, still feeling guilty about his recklessness. At the same time, under bright streetlights, two instructors are smoking cigarettes and talking about the farce. Zhou Zhao's instructor said in one word, what I just did was take the fall. Old Gwen naturally knows it too. He knows something about the student union this afternoon. Tell me your students are too narrow-minded. My monitor is too wild. And the other party didn't deny it. Just saying that Zhou Zhao's behavior today will, and he loses all his authority as deputy minister. Then Lao Guo talked about the student inspection. How? You're afraid I'll hand it in secretly. The director's busy enough. Don't bother him with such a trivial matter. And in dormitory 602, I was sitting in my chair smoking without saying a word. Behind him stood Zhu, apologizing. Jackie Chan and his roommate who pleaded for him. Then I handed him a cigarette and told him his fight wasn't completely useless. At least Vice Minister Zhou Xiao. He really couldn't keep his seat. I went back to school with memories of being 35. It only took a few days to become the Vice Minister of the Ministry of External Relations, because of the fight. Former Vice Minister Zhou Xiao resigned voluntarily due to public opinion. The student union is now in the middle of a hiring crisis, so it's been decided that I'll be Vice Minister. And this decision was made by the left's small force, strongly opposed but helpless. Because his vote doesn't decide the outcome. Then he turned around and left with a gloomy face, watching me leave. The two student council presidents are also a little worried that I wouldn't be able to control me later. In the blink of an eye, it was October 1st SD, a short holiday. I was going to take the bus back, but Xiaoyu insisted that we ride back in her dad's car. Soon, a 7-seater truck was coming towards us. Gao Jiaoliang is still a dog-licking appearance. Tell me honestly, I need to grow up. Don't forget to be a gentleman. Uncle Xiao parked his car on the roadside. Best friend Wang Zibo sat directly in the passenger seat. The fish sit in the middle. There is an empty seat next to the fish. Gao Jiaoliang was about to get on the bus when I beat him to it. I said I wanted to sit in the last row, so I had to go first. Gao Jiaoliang was naturally willing to yield. I sat directly next to the fish in the empty seat. Then urged Gao Jiaoliang to hurry up and get on the bus. Don't let Uncle Xiao wait, Gao Jiaoliang complained. But it's only the last row. The car drove off campus with swearing. Uncle Xiao thought. Chen Zhaojun is such a kind person, and the son he gave birth to is so naughty. In the car Gao Jiaoliang asked if the fish had joined the club. The fish turned around and replied that the senior recommended too much, a little bit of a choosy. When the fish asked Gao Jiaoliang, he said proudly, passed preliminary exam for publicity department. After the holiday, we will have 2 sides. Shouldn't be a big problem. At this time, Wang Zibo also participated in it. Said he went to the organization department for an interview and was rejected. See, I've been reading the newspaper quietly. The fish immediately asked me about my situation. My expression is flat, and I express myself as Vice Minister of External Relations. Hearing this, Gao Jiaoliang burst out laughing at me for being unrealistic, and promised me I'd be undersecretary. He ate up all the *S in the toilets of the Harbor City Gymnasium. But Uncle Xiao doesn't think so. Based on his years of X-ray experience, you can tell I'm not lying. At this time Gao Jiaoliang is still in Shula. No one's gonna make a freshman vice minister. I don't want to explain it to him. Close your eyes and sleep. We'll soon be downtown. Because Uncle Xiao had something to do, just drop us off somewhere close to home. Watch the car leave. Small fish complained that they still carry a lot of luggage. Gao Jiaoliang immediately jumped out and said he could help. Fish looked at me and said no. You're not on your way. Let Chen Hanqing help me move it. Who knows, Gao Jiaoliang still refuses to give up. It means I can stop by for you. Zibo dragged him away as soon as he finished speaking. I sighed and cursed my best friend Wang Zibo in my heart. You could have taken the bus home last night. You have to save $100 on the fare. Looks like I'm gonna have to pack today. No way. I had to carry my luggage and follow the fish, but she's good. Relaxed and holding a candied fruit in his hand. I don't care if I'm a dog. Suddenly she turned around and asked me if I wanted one. I said no without hesitation. Hearing this, Xiaoyu pouted angrily. I had no choice but to accept it. Fish immediately put sugar gourd into my mouth. Just as the candied haws were about to enter, a familiar voice came into my ears. I turned around and looked. It's his father, Qing Zhaojun. I was just born again when I was 18. She's been in love for years, forcing me to eat the candied fruit from her hand. I didn't expect my father to see this. And we talked about it when we were playing pool with our best friend. He asked my dad if he didn't say anything when he saw it, and I said it didn't matter. Because my father and Xiao Yu's father are old friends. At this time, the best friend is attracted to two girls wearing fishnet stockings. Looking at their clothes, they asked me curiously, "It's October. Don't they get cold dressed like that?" I explained that this is called the beautiful frozen person. Then we had a leisurely game of billiards. Just as I was puffing, suddenly, a girl came along and asked me for a drink, and I pointed to my best friend and said you could tease him, and the blonde walks right up to her best friend. But my best friend hasn't even held a girl's hand, let alone in this situation. His cheeks flushed instantly. Even when he talks, he stutters a little. I can't help but think he's still a pure boy. We didn't come out of the bar until 10 p.m. But the best friend still looks reluctant. I immediately warned him not to miss the girl who often went to Y's store. No matter how beautiful she is, a little touch doesn't matter. But don't take it too seriously. Girlfriend or schoolgirl? I was surprised to hear that. BFF, follow my eyes and look forward. I saw the little fish holding a cup. Drinks and girlfriends stand not far away. Seeing this, my best friend immediately let me go first. He's coming after us. I felt guilty. Has been seen. Why are you running? But then I thought that I and Celia were not boyfriend and girlfriend. There's no need to feel guilty. So I pretended to be calm and said hello. How can I expect the little fish's face to condense, and immediately asked me, I thought you said you were going to grandma's tonight. How did you get out of a bar? I don't know how to explain it. I had to keep quiet. At this time, the little fish's best friend was angry for her, said they were just chatting. The little fish is going to try to accept me. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Celia. Then he put the drink in his hand on the ground, urged girlfriends to leave quickly. Before leaving, Xiao Yu's best friend still did not forget to scold me. Chen Hanxing, you're not a human being. The little fish bought a drink specially to send to your home, and you went to a place like this without telling her. Watching them fade away, a feeling of guilt arose. But I didn't do anything wrong. At this time, my best friend whispered to me, Xiao Chen, you seem to have caught Xiao Rongyu, and now you've lost her. Looking at the drinks spilled on the floor, I finally realized something. That night, I called Xiaoyer's house. But it was Uncle Xiao who answered. The fish have rested. I called again the next day. Uncle Xiao is still the one who can answer the phone. He said the little fish went out and hasn't come back yet. After a while, I called again. But it was Uncle Xiao who answered the phone. At this time, I also guessed that the small fish is deliberately not answering the phone. So let Uncle Xiao put himself today, send the message back to school to the fish. But after the little fish heard it or, squatting on the sofa without saying a word, Uncle Xiao had no choice. The mother of the little fish had to be removed. Your mom's coming home. If she sees you like this, I'm sure he's going to ask. Hearing this, the little fish immediately wiped away a tear. Get up and go to the bathroom. Uncle Xiao guessed something. So he asked, Fish, are you dating Chen Hanxing? Hearing this, the little fish immediately turned around and roared. Not previously. Now no. And there will never be. At this time, I'm packing up for school. Mother complained that I stayed home too short. But she offered me $1,000 to carry it. But I didn't take it. I am not short of money now. Then he said hello to his mother and Lao Chen and turned to leave. Mother looked at the 1,000 yuan in her hand and was a little depressed. I don't think I need their help right now. Don't tell them anything. At this time, Old Chen, who was next to her, advised her that it was also quite good. Save us the trouble of worrying about him. Hearing this, the mother immediately recovered. Ask Lao Chen if he has any colleagues or friends who have moderate daughters. And you're planning on getting married right out of college. At this time, Lao Chen remembered the scene he saw that day, under a maple tree with a sunset. A girl in a long yellow dress, holding a string of loving candied haws, feeding a free and easy sunshine boy. I'm 18 years old again with memories of 35. The school belle who had a crush on me for many years gradually developed feelings for me, and I want to pursue the treasure girl of the finance department. It happened to be a rainstorm on the holiday return day, and that makes me depressed even more. At this time Shinjuchu was also waiting at the station. When she looked up, she saw me walking in the rain, and I found out about her. Shinjuchu is a little confused why I am here. Thinking about my intimate behavior earlier, a blush immediately appeared on her cheek. Turn around and walk away as soon as you see me coming, but I shouted at him. I'm not a beast. Why do you run when you see me? Hearing this, Shinjuchu looked flustered and said that he did not. I hesitated for a few seconds and then I said, I don't want to eat alone tonight. Stay with me. Hearing this, Shinichi was stunned and did not answer. So I leaned over and asked her again if she would like to. But she still didn't say anything. She just stood there. I had to play the emotion card. We went to school together. We're supposed to help each other. I'm in a bad mood today. Buy me dinner. Shinichi only reacted now. Asked me what I want to eat. I heard that the second canteen has a new small hot pot. Let's go taste it. Shinichi was obviously stunned after hearing the price. $50 is all she needs. But she didn't say no. He just said he had to go back to his dorm first. Then he trotted away with an umbrella. Not long after, she ran back in the rain. After asking, I found out that she had lent her umbrella to a classmate. I asked her angrily, "What about you? Look at me, my face is cold." She quickly waved her hand to show that she was okay. See how she's panicking? I don't know if I should call her stupid or innocent, and am I that scary? Then I found an umbrella and went to the cafeteria with her. You walking so fast. How am I supposed to keep up with all this luggage? Come closer. Are wet. Finally came to the cafeteria at my stern request. Went straight to the window and ordered a bunch of food. That's $53. But Shinichi did not have a trace of heartache when paying. That's when my friend came over. So she just went back to the dormitory to get money. Then we took a seat by the window. Hungry, I picked up my bowl and started eating. But Shinichi has been carrying a bowl of white rice, just an occasional green vegetable. I asked her if she was hungry. She didn't answer. She just looked at the food in her hand. Did this hot pot cost you living expenses? So what are you gonna do? Shinichi explained that there were 100 pieces sewn in his backpack. There will also be income from organizing bookshelves in the library. You can work part-time in the cafeteria at night. That way, we can save money on food. Do you blame me for eating up all your savings? Hearing this, Shinichi quickly shook his head. Look at her cute face. I couldn't help but open my mouth and say what I wanted to say. Be my girlfriend. Hearing this, Shinichi was stunned. The bowl in his hand fell directly on the table. I didn't think she'd react this way either. When I looked at Shinichi again, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were watery, and she was about to cry. So I quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes. Panicked, he said he ate 2 mouthfuls of vegetables. Please don't force me to make friends. I'm a little overwhelmed by her reaction. Hurry up and promise her not to talk about friends first. After hearing this, Shinichi finally relaxed. Then pick up the dropped white rice. And I explained that I like to reason. Never force anyone. At this time, Shinichi remembered Hulinyu's instructions to her before. Said I was scheming. Since the beginning of school, he has not only become a monitor and vice minister of outreach. My classmates can't beat me at all. Even she works for me now. She also warned Shinichi, if you don't want to fall in love, you stay away from me. Shinichi, who had returned to his senses, stole a glance at me. When I saw that I was staring at her very seriously, I couldn't help but prove it. Then he quickly got up and said that he had gone back first, and I'm pretty much done with it. So he put on his backpack and said he was far away. The dormitory is closer, so I'll leave the umbrella to you. Remind her to clean up the table before she leaves. I left the cafeteria before she could answer. Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief after this. When she looked at the table, she found an envelope. Pick up the envelope and call me immediately, but I'm gone. Look at the envelope in your hand. Shinichi didn't know what to do for a while. Who would have thought that this girl in plain clothes? The future will be a goddess who will shock the entire financial school. She only eats 30 cents a day, rice and free seaweed egg soup. And she's what I've been chasing since I went back to school. After the holidays, I brought some special products to see Lao Gua and Jiahui. Seeing that I was so thoughtful, he asked me to stay for lunch. Jiahui grabbed my arm and said, she knows about Miss Yayu's penguin. I'm a little embarrassed to talk about it in front of my supervisor. I thought I'd bring something next time to thank you. Like an exercise book or something. After lunch, I was about to leave when the guide stopped me. There is a classmate named Shinichi in our class. Her family's not doing well. Before the holiday, Hulinyu helped her. Application for scholarship for needy students failed. It's stuck in the youth league. Please take a look. I immediately said there was no problem. The first class after the holidays just ended. Hulinyu shouted me out of the classroom. I thought she was going to tell me about the grant. Who knows, she took out an envelope and asked me what this meant. I felt bad about it. How did the letter to Yichu end up in her hands again? But instead of admitting it, I teased her. Let's not do this between us. I know you know me. Knowing everything is like being naked. This is a direct let Hulin. You read Anger Hall I Flow. Then she explained that this letter was sent to me by Yichu. When I asked if he had opened it, Hulinyu bluntly said that he opened it himself. And then he told me in all seriousness, a guy like you can't go after any girl. Shangyanyan. By Yongshan is also very beautiful. How about your high school classmate? Can you not harm Shinichi? I'm a little confused when I hear that. How can chasing Shinichi become a disaster for her? At this time Hulinyu took out the envelope. $500 to question me angrily. Give Shinichi 500 yuan. Is this chasing her? You're insulting her. Fortunately, she was afraid to open it. I knew it was wrong, so I didn't argue. He swore to God that he would never harm Shinichi if she doesn't agree, and I would never force. See how serious I am? Hulinyu just stopped. I turned around and said that my classmates trusted me. Let me live up to my duty. I thought to myself, Then light an incense stick. Ask if Hulinyu has never been in love. Her expression froze when she saw her, so I wanted to introduce her to my roommate, but she turned around and walked away. And then he stops and he turns around and he tells me, the girls in the class feel unfamiliar with the boys. Someone suggested a sorority. One is familiar faces. The second is to increase collective cohesion. And I thought to myself, that's a really good idea. Not only do students get to know each other better, and have access to Shinichu. And 602 is single. It's about time we had a girlfriend. But eating and singing are so old-fashioned. And then they'll be living in dorms again. To really have an effect. Then we'll have to break up these dorm groups. See what I'm saying? Hulinyu quickly asked me what I thought. I smiled wickedly and told myself to go back to the dormitory and think about it. I'll tell you when the time comes. After listening, Hulinyu was just about to leave when he was stopped by me. You're done talking to me. There's something else I need to talk to you about. Hearing this, Hulinyu immediately asked me what happened. Apparently, she still wasn't planning on telling me about the grant, so I asked her seriously. About applying for a scholarship for Shinichu before the holidays. Why didn't you say anything to me? Hulinyu was speechless. I was about to explain when I interrupted. We had a deal. What you can't solve, I'll solve. You have pride and ambition. I understand, but you can't let your emotions get in the way of important things. Hulinyu pouted and said she could handle it. I can't say anything more since she's so strong. I had to wait for class to end with them. Go to the youth league to find out about the situation. Hulinyu left a casual sentence and turned to leave. She sighed silently as she turned her head, and then she went into the classroom and said, Shinichu, I want to go with you. After listening to it, Shinichu showed a nervous expression. Then her eyes rolled toward the door. And she saw me staring at her at the door. She threw herself awkwardly on the table. Her face was flushed red. The future shocked the entire goddess of finance and economics. And now I'm eating 30 cents worth of rice, drinking free seaweed egg soup, in order to earn a living. Every day at the library until 10 o'clock at night. And now you're going to the cafeteria to do both, just to save money on dinner. Despite all this. But she is still willing to invite me to eat a small hot pot for more than 50 yuan, and the grant she submitted for needy students. At this time, it is stuck by the Youth League Committee and has not applied. As soon as I heard the news, prepared to go with her to find the Youth League Committee. See, it's us again. Yu Shu-jae immediately revealed an unhappy expression. Indicates the process required to apply for a grant for needy students, and said our evidence was inadequate. He had to check with the local authorities. Hearing this, Hulinyu immediately asked how long it would take, but Yu Shu-jae only gave an ambiguous answer. Hulin continued to ask questions. I've been filing since before the holidays. You also said that the audit has started. Why is it still undecided? But she still had 2 sentences to answer. The school has school rules, a financial system. And then the mortal stayed put. Hulinyu thought to himself, don't underestimate me this time. So he went forward again and said the situation of Ichu again. But Yu Shu-jae is still an impersonal appearance. Seeing this, Hulin's tone trembled all over. Suddenly she slams the table and roars, and you don't even look at it. Do you deserve to be a teacher? Hearing this, Shu-jae immediately opened the drawer. He slapped the seal on the table and shouted, since you say so. Then why don't I give you my seal? You're in charge of approving it. At this time, Hulinyu has been confused by anger. Reach out for the official seal. But I'm holding on tight. Then I quickly followed Yu Shuj. Then he and Shinichu dragged Hulinyu out of the office. After a while, Hulinyu finally calmed down, but she's still blaming herself for not helping her best friend. Shinichu saw her like this, so he said he didn't apply. Hulinyu wiped a tear. Ask Ichu what you will do in the future, but Young Chu is still very plain to say that it doesn't matter. I couldn't help sighing. Then ask Hulinyu for the application materials of Ichu. Hearing this, Hulinyu immediately looked at me with questioning eyes. Can you handle it? I'm not sure, but if you let me in early, it should be easier. Hearing this, Hulinyu immediately refuted me. It's useless for you to intervene in advance. The key is that the teacher doesn't understand the system. And I thought to myself, no, he doesn't understand the rules. It's about your lack of understanding. Accident. Then I went back to the Youth League office again. A sincere apology immediately after introducing yourself. Yu Shu-jae just hummed and didn't speak anymore. Then I saw the mess on the bookshelf behind him. So I just helped him pack it up. And then swept the floor. He tried to stop me, but I already had the mop. He had to let me do what I wanted. After mopping, I poured him a glass of hot water. It was noon in a flash. Then Yu Shu-jae got up and told me he was going to eat. I'm leaving the office right now. At 3 p.m. I brought cleaning supplies. Come to the office again. Jay asked me why I was here again. No afternoon classes? I lied to him about having no afternoon classes, but he says the office is clean. If I don't have class, go back to the dorm. I smiled immediately. It means that I only cleaned the floor in the morning. The cabinet hasn't been cleaned yet. Then he began to clean the cabinet by himself, until 5:30 p.m. Yu Shu-jae suddenly told me not to come back tomorrow. I've also swept the ground here, and the cabinets. There are no dead ends. I laughed when I heard that. There are still dead ends. The morning wipe is just outside the cabinet. It hasn't been cleaned yet. And the next day, the third day, day 4. I clean up every day. This day before work, Yu Shu-jae suddenly named me. After I introduced myself, he handed me a stick of incense. I immediately went forward and lit the incense in his mouth, and after a while of puffing, JJ asked me about my childhood. I went over the situation in detail. Her parents died young. I grew up with my old mother-in-law. Old people don't have the ability to earn money. Body is not good. So when I was young, I tried to save my living expenses. Eat nothing but rice every day. At least drink some free soup. The monthly living expenses will not exceed 50 yuan. Yu Shu-jae immediately extinguished the incense in his hand after hearing this. I'm thinking. The next morning breakfast came to the office again. After all these days together, I'm getting closer to Yu Shuj. Talking about the documents I saw a few days ago encouraging college students to start businesses. Yu Shu-jae said that this is only for the above leaders to see. At most, the school will put the teaching building, a few empty rooms on the ground floor, and this is going to be my future base for college. After breakfast, Book J immediately opened the drawer, handed me a registration form for a scholarship for needy students, and told me not to come back from tomorrow. He also communicated with Lao Guo last night. Young Chu's situation is basically true. If there's time, it'll be there next week. And there's no need to submit any more information. I looked at the registration form in my hand and thought to myself, Hu Yangxian, I told you, you don't understand. In order to pursue the goddess of finance, I decided to help her with the grant. A few days after serving tea to the youth league committee, finally got the application. When I get back to class, several roommates immediately gathered around to take credit. These days, they're the ones who answered the roll call for me. Seeing how hard they work, naturally they should give some benefits. So I talked about the class getting ready to do it, a sorority event. Hearing this, several roommates immediately had small stars in their eyes, and then I ate Hulin again, about dinner and singing. Several roommates immediately praised Hulinu with peach blossoms on their faces, but after hearing that I had rejected it. Some people immediately scolded me for being confused. I waved my middle finger to show what singing and eating can do. Then it turned into a dormitory activity. You two get to know each other better. How far can we go? Several people immediately looked forward to asking me what I could do. I told them I was going to. 54 movie tickets for the class fee. Wouldn't it be more fun if men and women sat together? After listening to it, Jin Yangming shouted wonderful. The scene of sitting next to Shangyan has already appeared in my mind. I was about to open my mouth when I sighed. Hey, I can't keep up. And if you make a mistake, accidentally put others and business research together, Jin Yangming quickly understood. He told me to wait a moment. He's on his way. Then he ran to the supermarket. I kindly reminded him not to buy Chinese. That Y is too weak. How can Jin Yangming not understand what I mean? Then he turned his head and forced out a smile means he's going to buy a pack right now. After a few roommates left, I went straight to Shinichu. Just sit down and talk about how you haven't been to class in days. Do you want me? Hearing this, Shinichu immediately tensed up and blushed. I just grabbed her book leisurely, said he hadn't been to class for days. If you need help before an exam, you gotta help me. See, she's been ignoring me. I did it again. Shinichu nodded repeatedly and said timidly that he knew. At this moment, Hulinu came to me aggressively. Think I'm bullying you again? I'll pull out the application as soon as she gets to me. Tell her to guide Young Chu to fill out the form. Look, I really nailed the grant thing, and she's excited. Shinichu also whispered a thank you. So I got closer. That made her blush. Seeing this, Hulinu quickly slammed the table and asked, when do I get my stipend? I didn't make any promises. I just said I had to communicate later. Then he told her about organizing his classmates to watch movies. When the time comes, arrange for the boys and girls to draw lots alternately. Those who draw adjacent positions go to the movies together. This method is both novel and interesting. After listening to my suggestion, Hulinu nodded repeatedly to express his approval, and then I got up and I was about to leave. And then suddenly stopped, turning to Shinichu. It's a class thing. No one can ask for leave. How could Shinichu not hear the threat? So he cast a look at Hulinu for help. But for financial aid, Hulinu could only comfort her for a while. If he touches you at the movies, you yell indecent assault. Shinichu nodded obediently after listening. The next day I informed him in class, everyone's movie party. Let the students decide the seat number by drawing lots. And they're looking forward to this new way of doing things. Soon everyone was lining up to take turns drawing lots. When the students are discussing the serial number in their hands, Shinichu is the only one. Sit quietly in your seat, with the seat number in his hand. And that's what I gave her before the draw. The teacher looked at the boys and girls in the classroom. Spring is still a few months away. Why is the cat sending cues now? Then Shang Yan suddenly came up to me and asked for my seat number, but I wouldn't tell her that easily. It's boring to watch it bluntly. It's like ancient marriage. Turn off the lights, tire clothes, and you know who you're dealing with. That's funny. These words amused Shang Yan to directly punch my chest with small fists, but she caught me off guard. Take the note out of my hand. See the seat number on it, and her. Not next door. Then silence for a few seconds, and then he gave me back the note. Disappointed face turned away. To create a chance to be alone with the goddess of finance, I took advantage of my position as class monitor, a sorority event. And then I'm going to make the goddess sit next to me. At dusk, a few roommates dress up. And I'm ready. In the 602 dormitory, shouting in a mighty departure, and on the girls' side. The girls are also beautifully dressed, make up, wear nice clothes, and from time to time, He would say hello to male classmates who passed by, and I thought to myself, well, it's a pretty good campaign. How many couples can we make tonight? At least it won't be the same. Boys and girls in the same class don't even say hello. The female students in the dormitory left one after another, but I still don't see Shinichu. I waited a long time to hear her voice. I saw her panting as she ran towards me. Then he quickly explained himself, reading, so I forget the time. I pretended to be angry and turned around. Shinichu followed behind and continued to apologize. We walked down the campus boulevard. When I asked her what she wanted to drink or eat at the movies, but she stammered for a long time and could not say a word. My head was pounding. I guess I'll have to make my own decisions, so I asked Shinichu to wait for me inside first. He stood obediently at the door of the projection hall, wondering if I'm angry with you. Soon after, I came to her with a bucket of popcorn. Look at her. She's just standing there. I just urged her to hurry in. Shinichu finally recovered from his shock and hurried forward. She took one step and missed it. I immediately stepped forward and held her with one hand around her waist. And that's the first time I've had sex. Treasure Girl's D1 close touch. Then he whispered in her ear to remind her to be careful. After saying that, he took her to the theater in a domineering manner. Once everyone's seated, the movie starts. I have seen the plot of this movie many times, but now I'm pretending to watch it for the first time. For a moment, I was bored and carefully looked at Shinichu beside me. This girl doesn't even eat meat. Wrist is still fleshy. It seems that if you have good talent, it doesn't matter if the environment is bad. At this time Shinichu also noticed that I was staring at her, so I acted like nothing had happened. Grab her hand like you're holding popcorn. And hold it tight. Shinichu only reacted from shock at this time. I want to break free. And I made a booing gesture. It means the movie is about to get to the best part. Shinichu was stunned for a few seconds, and then lowered his head and acquiesced. It's just that the blush is getting worse. After the movie, the moon was already high in the sky. We had a lot of small talk. Shinichu thinks the movie is good. It's just that my legs are a little numb after sitting for too long, and I'm the opposite. I feel like time flies. Maybe it's because the people sitting next to me are different. Then he smiled and asked Shinichu, next time we go to a movie together? See her slow to speak. I'm gonna take that as a yes immediately. Shinichu waved his hand repeatedly. That's not what I mean. And that's when I got caught up in her panic. Moonlight fell on her. It was as if she were coated with a silver glow. Beautiful and refreshing. I can't believe I lost sight of it. All of a sudden, a guy who runs at night comes up and bumps into me, and this wave of assist just let me kiss Shinichu's forehead. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Shinichu's mind was blank at this moment, and I'm immersed in the beauty. Until the big brother apologized. To bring us back to reality, I came back to my senses and apologized. Just trying to explain something. Suddenly, she was pushed away by Shinichu, who was excited, didn't notice the artificial lake next to it. And the big brother who ran away was also shocked. There was a crash, and I fell right into the lake. When I popped up, I couldn't help but complain that someone had a shark husband. The big brother who ran at night rushed back and asked me if I was okay. He thought it was a couple fighting. At this time Shinichu also calmed down and squatted by the lake. I immediately reached out and asked her to pull me up. After landing, Shinichu looked at the wet body and quickly apologized. But I don't blame her for anything. Then let her go back to the dormitory by herself, and I'm gonna have to get back and change. And I didn't get very far before I started complaining. Watch a movie and accidentally fall in love. A cold wind blew and I sneezed. Shinichu looked at my gradually distant figure for a few seconds, and then he puckered out laughing. So cute, so cute. When I get back to my dorm, Jin Yangming immediately rushed over and hugged me and cried miserably. I thought, how can you be worse off than me? At this time, Jin Yangming also noticed my condition. Wiping his tears, he asked me what was wrong. I accidentally fell into the lake. Enough about me. What's going on with you, kid? But Jin Yangming started crying again. It turns out that Changyan gave away the tickets. He spent the night watching movies with his aunt. Hearing this, several roommates also started laughing, and I sighed. Patted him on the shoulder. Then you're worse off. Once with Treasure Girl, and accidentally kissed her forehead. Although pushed into the lake, but also in, it touched her heart. The next morning, I was taken. A burst of horse singing woke me up. It turned out that Kim Youngming was venting yesterday's tragic experience. I just threw the pillow over his head, berating him for playing 2 games and everything would be fine. Then my roommate advised me to let him vent. Losing love is a big deal. Also mentioned that a few days ago, there was a girl in the university next door who was in love with T. When I heard this, I was stunned. Think of yourself and the little fish that day. What happened outside the bar? I'm even more upset after the roommate thing. Get out of bed immediately. Running out without socks on. It didn't take long to come to Xiaoyer's dormitory building, when the housemaid asked what my name is. I didn't even think to say Uncle Zhao's name directly. Soon after, the dormitory door slowly opened. The little fish in pajamas came out, and she's thinking about Dad. Why did you come to build mail without saying a word? I shouted as she looked around. He borrowed Uncle Zhao's name. How did the little fish scold a rogue and turn around and go? I rushed forward to stop her. We can't keep doing this. Let's get this straight, okay? But the little fish still refused to talk to me, and told me to talk to little J at the bar. I smiled wickedly when I heard that. Okay, then you can go up. Tomorrow I'll print a banner and hang it downstairs. Xiao Rongyu with 303 written on it. You can go to college at ease. I'm gonna raise this baby on my own. Hearing this, the little fish's cheeks instantly turned red and he scolded me for being a rascal. But you have to stand still and listen to me. First I told the little fish, been calling you that day. But you didn't answer once. So there's no chance of explanation. Actually, Zibo and T's mom had a fight that day, to help him relax. Hearing this, the little fish immediately showed a suspicious look. You mean? Did Wang Zibo call you to the bar that night? I hurried to admit my mistake seriously, even though he brought it up. But I brought the place. Partially my fault. I shouldn't have taken him to an event like that. The little fish immediately swelled up. What did we do when we went in the bar? And I honestly said it was just pool. You can call Zibo now and ask him. Hearing this, the little fish stared at me for a few seconds. Then he turned and walked away. But suddenly he stopped. Turn around and tell me tomorrow morning at 7:30. She asked me to accompany her to the library to study. Then he hurried back to the dormitory building. I was left standing there with a confused look on my face. The next morning, I waited downstairs in the girls' dormitory on time. There are a few boys waiting to bring breakfast to their girlfriends. Not long after, the little fish and a few classmates came out together, suddenly saying goodbye to a classmate. I saw my face not far away. Looking at this youthful and beautiful dress, I can't help feeling in love. See the little fish coming this way. The boys on the side immediately crowded up. It turns out that they all bring breakfast for the little fish, but they are all rejected by the little fish one by one. But there's one guy who won't stop. He put his breakfast aside and said it didn't matter who ate it, then turn around and look at the little fish again to show his mind. And I'm the bun to the side. And then you pick it up and stuff it in your mouth. Hey, why are you eating my buns? You said it doesn't matter who eats it. He can't say anything when he sees me like this, just asked if I could say hi before I ate. Hearing this, I immediately pointed to the soy milk in his hand. Excuse me, can I have a sip of your soy milk? This shameless look even. The next fish can't stand it anymore, and he pulled me towards the library, leaving only 3 lonely suitors standing still. Come to the library? Little fish asked me not to wonder who those boys are, so I casually asked who they were. Look at this insincere picture of me. Little fish don't want to answer. Just throw me my bag and let me sit down. I had to find a quiet corner waiting for the little fish. Soon after, she's got some and my professional books came. Looking at these books, I lightly said that I do not read these. I'll look for books on law later. Hearing this little fish is a little strange. You're not a law major. Look what those do. I told her I wanted to earn money in college. Entrepreneurship cannot understand management, but you have to know the law. And then the voice changed again. He said he didn't have the patience to read it. Why don't you find a beautiful law major as a mentor? No money, I'll just R. After listening to the little fish disdain white I looked at. Then he lowered his head and read quietly. But I don't know this joke. The little fish has always been remembered in my heart. And that's when I noticed that there were always eyes looking this way. So asked the little fish if there are many suitors. I didn't realize until I heard her say yes. So you pulled me over here as a shield? Even in the morning. Hearing this, the little fish revealed a cunning smile and admitted frankly. So I stared at her for a few seconds. Then he leaned forward. Then I'll help them to the end. Make sure they never bother you again. The little fish didn't react for a while. See me holding the table with one hand, and kissed her right on the lips. At this moment, little fish eyes wide open, cheeks red. She's shy beyond recognition. I went back to college with my 35-year-old memories. I just met the treasure girl of the finance department yesterday, and today I kissed the lips of the girl I love. It's just a sudden move, and it hurt me a lot. The little fish almost bit my lip off. But on second thought, it was her first kiss. I took it so easily. Anyone would be angry. Roommate, look at my mouth. It's bleeding. And asked what was going on. I had to lie about accidentally biting myself. Just then, the phone rang. When I answered the phone, my roommate also came over curiously, and the person on the other end of the phone is a small fish. She called to see how my mouth was. Apparently, she knows she's being a little harsh. See roommates pricking their ears to eavesdrop. I told him to fuck off immediately. Then he said that eating now is a problem. Next week, you're coming downtown with me to see a doctor. The roommate at the side thought to himself that Brother Chin was too happy. A girl bites her lip. I don't know if the girl's pretty. At the same time, Hulin Yu happily found Shin Yu Chu. Tell her the grant she applied for has been approved. Shin Yu Chu is also very happy about this, and Hulin Yu is also a rare praise for my case spectrum. And that's when Kim Myung Yang and I walked into the classroom. His eyes fell on Shin Yu Chu. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily when she saw me. I'm even more shy after that moonlit kiss by the lake. Just as Shin Yu Chu was imagining things, I put my arm around her shoulder. When asked about the grant, Shin Yu Chu was too scared to speak. Seeing this, Hulin Yu immediately glared at me, and I went on to say, the scholarship thing can be done quickly and well. Hu Jishu has a lot of credit. This kind of flattery is naturally very useful to Hulin, so I took the opportunity to get closer to Shin Yu Chu. Tell her it's over. But you have to think long term. I need to send something to Yu Shu Jie to show him. At this time Hulin Yu pulled me away from Shin Yu Chu, asking me what to send. Send some groceries. In the name of the class, just send some folders or something. Then I looked at Shin Yu Chu again. Let her show us something. Shinichu blushed and asked for my advice. I told her that the first thing she gave was something she couldn't buy, or the grant will taste different. Just send some home specialties. Hulinyu also thinks this is a good idea. I suggest you send her some dried chilies that she often eats. Hearing this, I quickly praised Yuchu for being so powerful that he could actually eat spicy food, but Shinichu has not answered yet. Hulinyu kept talking for her. He also said that Yuchu found a wild mustard on the floor of his dormitory. They're watered every day after odd jobs. So I suggested that young Chu make a mustard mixed with chili for Yushu. It's not worth much, but it's a perfect expression. And then I got up to leave. Before I left, I casually said, "No, know what pepper mustard tastes like. I guess a lot of people in the class haven't tried it." Little did they know that a casual sentence was remembered by young Chu in his heart. 2 days later, my roommate and I finished playing video games and were heading back to the dorm. All of a sudden, Hulin's words hit me directly. I quickly asked her if she was waiting for Jin Youngming here. She told me that Chu was crying. I immediately asked why. Hulin told me that day because of me. I said, "Chili mustard. No one's ever tasted it. I didn't expect you to take it seriously." She got a bunch of bug bites on her arm trying to pick mustard, worried about choking on chili. A man goes to the balcony at night with chili peppers and marinates them all night. Until this morning, I finally brought the chili mustard into the classroom, but nobody ate it. There were even complaints about the smell. Even Jin Yangming didn't want to eat it after seeing it. Frankly speaking, I don't know if this thing is clean. I couldn't just sit back and watch. It's just that she can't help but feel a little uncomfortable looking at her alone. After silently paying, now it is. All that's left is the big bag under the mosquito bite. Just then, the teacher arrived. I immediately explained the reason to the teacher. And then I went up to the podium and looked at the quiet students, and Shinichu also looked at me strangely. Then I opened the box of chili mustard. "Take one and put it in your mouth." This scene made Shinichu stunned. I saw that I was eating and praising this dish. It was quite delicious. Then he called a few roommates to come up and try it. Even Jin Yangming said it tasted good after tasting a piece, and he said he was too early to judge. You can't judge this thing by its appearance. And then I called 2 more roommates up to taste it. Shinichu stared blankly at my actions. There was an inexplicable warmth in my heart. More and more people. The students also came to the stage to taste spicy mustard. At this moment, Shinichu's eyes gradually became wet. 2 lines of moved tears trickled down my cheeks unconsciously. I'm 18 again with memories of 35. I finally got a date with the school belle I had a crush on for years. It's just that this date didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. Counselor suddenly asked me to take care of his daughter. Then Jiahui suddenly told me that she had finished writing. The fish immediately asked what she had written. Jiahui blurted out that it was Miss Xiaoyu's penguin. I instantly felt an unkind gaze cast on me. Little fish directly in my ear asking what's going on. Just then, the bus alerted us to its arrival. I quickly carried Jiahui out of the car. Today is the weekend. Downtown shopping streets are buzzing. Xiaoyu and I squeezed into the crowd with Jiahui. So I urged the fish to finish shopping and quickly withdraw. But the fish turned around and told me that it was not easy to come out. "I'm gonna go get something to eat and then I'm gonna hang out." Then he pointed to the ice cream shop not far away and asked me to queue up. When I saw the creepy line, I immediately asked her to change. But they both looked at me expectantly. I had to wait in line. Finally, they had delicious ice cream. My heart couldn't help but mutter, "Big sweet, little cute." I'm the only one suffering. Later, one accompanied the 2 to visit a lot of clothing stores, and I sat there yawning. Shopping with creatures like women. It's really boring. Before long, the fish came to me with a depressed face. I asked if she hadn't decided which one to buy yet. The fish explained that November was coming soon. I can't wear those nice clothes anymore. At this moment, the salesperson immediately came over, said there'd be a cold blast coming in. Suggest we look at winter clothes. Then he pointed to the down jacket on the display rack and began to introduce it. "This is the latest and most fashionable down jacket in the shop. Your girlfriend is so beautiful and has a good figure. It's tailor-made." The fish blushed when he heard this. And then he turned around and asked me if I wanted to buy one. This down jacket comes in both male and female styles. I was thinking of rejecting, but seeing the fish's expectant face, I had to change my mind and buy a black one. Then the fish took a pink dress to try on. At this time, the shopping guide talked about this year's cold air coming quickly. It will be difficult to buy a down jacket at that time. When I heard that, I immediately thought back to freshman year. There seems to be a big drop in temperature. Half the students had a cold and fever. At this moment, I immediately remembered how young Chu lived in those years. "Did you just get through it?" I asked the salesgirl. "Can you help me deliver the clothes here?" After getting a positive answer, he picked out a blue down jacket and told her to mail it quietly. And when I'm done, the salesgirl gets it. Guess I must have wanted to surprise my girlfriend. That's why he kept it from her. I felt ashamed. I haven't found a reason yet, and you helped me round it up. Just as the fish entered the fitting room, I immediately wrote the delivery address of Yuchu to the shopping guide. Soon the fish changed into new clothes and came to me. When I saw it, my eyes lit up. Both beautiful and fit, and soft colors. See me repeatedly praise. Fish also turned his head proudly, and asked if I wanted to try black too. I teased, "Are you in such a hurry to dress up with me?" Jiahui looked at the scene in front of her. I thought to myself, "Your Excellency's world is so complicated." Not long after, Shinichu received a package from Jianyu department store. Open it, and it's actually a blue down jacket. There was a note inside. Cold air is coming in these 2 days. Remember to wear this thick one. If I find out you're not wearing, then forget about your classes. Young Chu looked at the down jacket and threatening note in his hand for a few seconds. Then he held the clothes tightly in his arms. Feel the warmth of clothes in my heart. The school belle who had a crush on me for many years finally liked me, but I want to pursue the treasure girl of the finance department. Just bought a couple down jacket with Xiaoya. In the blink of an eye, I sent Shinichu another one by express mail, and today they're meeting for the first time. But I didn't know anything about it, and I was standing downstairs with a stack of files. At present, we have obtained the school entrepreneurship support site, combined with the outreach channels provided by the outreach department. Now everything is ready. The only thing missing is the agency rights of Shintong Express. At the same time, Shinichu also came to the clothing store of the department store. After seeing the price on the clothes, I couldn't help but be surprised. That's 6 months' living expenses. I didn't think I'd give it to her. She was startled by the sudden greeting from the shop assistant. Young Chu timidly asked if there was hair for knitting scarves and gloves. The salesperson also noticed the down jacket she was wearing. He smiled and asked if he bought this dress from her. She smiled even more happily after getting a yes answer. Then the shopping guide took the Young Chu to the wool sales area. After a while, the shopping guide will pack the wool and hand it to Young Chu. Shinichu late retreat did not leave, and asked, "Do you need anything else?" Shinichu asked if the mall was still recruiting part-time workers. After knowing that there was no shortage of people, he quickly covered his face and turned around to run out, and in front of the store, a girl came up to her. This person is the fish who bought the same down jacket. The two of them passed by, but the little fish unconsciously stopped. Then he turned around and looked at Shinichu's down jacket. It's exactly the same style as hers, just different colors. At this time, the salesperson came forward and asked, "It turns out that the down jacket bought by Xiaoyu has opened, so I came here to change." At this time, I'm sitting in the deep access building talking about agency. The manager was very interested in the information I had prepared for more than a month. Not only does it have information on the school's college student entrepreneurship support program, there are also future company development plans and various data questionnaires. As long as we develop the finance department into a stronghold, it radiates to the surrounding colleges. Look how well I've prepared. And the plan is very implementable. So Manager Zhong immediately decided to let me become the general agent of the Finance Institute. And then he pulled out a contract for me to sign. He left me a cell phone for easy contact. I took the contract and thought to myself, this is finally over. After coming out of Shutong building, I'll dial home directly. Tell Mom you bought a phone. Call this number if you need anything in the future. But then there's Mom. A series of chases. How much is this phone? Where did you get the money to buy a cell phone? What have you been doing lately? I had to pretend the signal was bad and hang up. And on the other end of the phone, Mom can't help but give me a hard time, although I have been in love for many years. But the only woman who can handle it is Mom. After that, I called Fish again. Ask her to take down my cell phone number too. Hearing this, the fish immediately asked me excitedly, "Are you the first person to call me since you switched phones?" I didn't even think to say yes, and then I was about to hang up. All of a sudden, Xiaoyu mentioned that he had discovered something very coincidental today. I saw a girl this afternoon. She was wearing the same down jacket we bought the other day, but blue. After listening to it, I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Straight back pretended to be relaxed and asked if the girl was beautiful. Fortunately, Shinichu kept his head down. Fish didn't get a good look at her. I casually said that the clothes were selling well, and hang up the phone in a hurry. I was sweating profusely. A bad feeling came to mind. If two people meet wearing that dress, then I'm screwed. I shook my head at the thought. This cannot happen. Familiar chat panels, familiar friend lists. Do you remember what your account was called? And is that special someone still around? I went back to college with my 35-year-old memories, and got the belles of two colleges to like me at the same time. What I didn't expect was that they met so quickly. Today is my first computer class since I went back to college. Roommates who frequent internet cafes have already created game rooms. See, they've had enough, so they say no. Playing with the old computer in front of me. Looking at the familiar chat panel, I can't help but miss it. Suddenly, a friend added notification sounded, and when I saw the verification message, I couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect there to be disturbing advertisements now. I liked it, so I replied casually, "I don't like teen." But not long after I sent it, the phone in my pocket rang. Just as I was wondering why Mom called me out of the blue. A series of scolding sounds. It's coming from the phone. My aunt's cousin will take the exam next year. Some of her questions won't add you want to ask. What nonsense did you answer? When I heard that, I felt bad and explained quickly. But Mom didn't even give me a chance to hang up. And he said something harsh. "Dog. Just you wait." I didn't take it seriously. Just wait. "How can you come to school to see me?" Then Zibo suddenly sent a message. Word is he's coming over for the weekend. But I had other things to do this weekend, so I said no. Not long after, another message came from the fish. I couldn't help but feel depressed. Looks like I'll have to go invisible next time. Fish said she wanted to come over tonight and check out the new store. June. I quickly explained because I was newly born. I've got my hands full with the party. Then how do you have time to surf the internet? I'll look it up. The bottom of the sea reminds you that it's cold, and keep warm. Who knows? Xiao Yuan immediately changed the time to the weekend. Then he went offline. He didn't even give me a chance to say no. If a fish and a calf meet wearing a couple's down jacket. And if you add me to that, it's not good. I guess we're gonna have to find some third wheel company. So he immediately contacted his best friends Wang Zibo and Gao Jiaoyang. They're here, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? I'm a little relieved after everything. Then a figure caught my eye. I saw Xin Yichu sitting alone in front of the computer in a daze, and the computer in front of him isn't turned on. I thought, this isn't the first time she's touched a computer, but when I think of the family conditions of young Chu, I feel reasonable. Then he came to Yichu and asked if she had a QQ number. See her shaking her head. I stood directly behind her and picked up the mouse to help her apply for an account, and this move also made Xin Yichu nervous. But she can't get out of my arms. I'm the only one who can do it on her computer. Looking at the shy Xin Yichu, I felt proud. Soon the account and password settings are complete, but Xin Yichu stared at the screen in confusion. I quickly explained, afraid she wouldn't remember password, so it's my birthday, and told her that the password couldn't be changed, otherwise the account will expire. I saw her staring at me seriously. I knew she meant it. After learning that young Chu missed her mother-in-law at home, Ali and Cat, so I gave her QQ nickname, named Cat Lane Girl Xin Yichu. Then he added me as a friend, and tell her that she can send me QQ messages in the future. At the same time, Mom's pissed at me for replying. Old Chen, however, calmly advised his mother, the kid's 18. Forget it. Hearing this, my mother shouted angrily, you don't even know what happened to him. The problem is already serious. Maybe that little bastard. This is the first time I've met a rich woman. The picture appeared in the mother's mind. I made a decision immediately. Get ready to kick my ass at school this weekend. But it never rains but it pours. Fish is coming to me this weekend dressed as a couple. And I'm still teaching young Chu how to use the computer. Be unprepared for the coming storm. I came back to college with my 35-year-old memories. The high school belle who had a crush on me for many years gradually fell in love with me, but I want to pursue the treasure girl of the finance department. I thought that two people from different colleges would not meet for the time being, but I didn't think this day would come so soon. Even though I tried to stop it. But on the weekend, the fish still came to the finance college. As soon as we met, she immediately looked at me. Then he asked me why I didn't wear a couple down jacket. How dare I wear this? What if the two of them accidentally meet? I couldn't explain it with 10 mouths. So I made up a random excuse. Then quickly take a few people to the school cafeteria to eat. Anyway, they can't meet. Xin Yichu and Hu Linyu have already been killed. I went to the startup base to clean. The price is a roast duck dinner. By this time, I was already eating duck legs, to hide my panic. Just then, someone called me from behind. I saw Shang Yan walking slowly towards us. She casually put her arm around my shoulder, and my eyes unconsciously turned elsewhere. Think of the fish watching. So I shut my eyes. Then push away Shang Yan's arm. Introduce her to some high school friends. She was stunned when she saw the fish's unkind gaze. And then I say, class monitor, your high school girl is beautiful. Then he threw another kiss and turned away. This operation made Gao Jiaoliang on the side blush. After Shang Yan left, I hurried too. Fish explained that she was just a college classmate, because the atmosphere in the class is good, so everyone's very casual. Fish snorted and turned his head to the side. Just then Gao Jiaoliang interrupted. Cough and lean into my ear. Said one of his roommates had a recent breakup. I want to talk about a girlfriend again and get over my sadness. So he wanted me to give him the X method of business research. See me hesitate. Gao Jiaoliang immediately said that QQ would be fine if there was no phone. And Wang Zibo, his best friend next to him, directly exposed his lies. That lovelorn roommate is actually you, isn't it? But seeing how desperate he was, I couldn't say no. So he took out his mobile phone and told Jin Yaoming's QQ number, and told him not to contact now. When we get back to the dorm, hide under the covers and give it to you. This number, send a little love talk hookup. Hearing this, Gao Jiaoliang immediately revealed a satisfied expression. After dinner, I suggested we go to the lake. All in all for one purpose. The farther away from the base, the better. Xiaoqin, I'm a witness. Why are you scolding me? Don't want to swim in the lake anymore. I was just about to get angry when I saw him cursing. I heard Mom talking. I turned around and it was really Mom and Old Chin. I couldn't help but turn black. God wants to destroy me. Why are these two ancestors here today? Then he asked Mom, have you bought your ticket back? Hearing this, Mom didn't say a word. She just cut and beat me up. Wang Zibo and Gao Jiaoliang, and you're standing there looking like you're watching. Fortunately, the fish went up and grabbed my mother to help me force an explanation, to save me from a beating of love. I quickly followed the fish's words and went on. That's what makes Mom tick, and then give Mom a break. Let's go to the lake later. Suddenly there was an L sound. It scared me to death. See, I haven't been answering my phone. Wang Zibo immediately reminded me that my mobile phone called, and then Mom started talking about my cell phone. I quickly explained that this is a company, it's for my business. And then immediately changed the subject. Before long, he brought mortals to the lake. I thought we were finally safe. I didn't expect to see Yuping here. If he talks about the startup base, then I'm done. Today was the most hectic day since I was 18 again. In order to prevent the Fish and Young Chu two people meet, I have to work hard. Deliberately send Young Chu to the entrepreneurial base to clean up, then take Xiaoyu and others to the canteen for dinner. But what's worse is that my parents came to school today. If they find out about this, I might get a beating. I'll take them to the lake right after dinner. I thought we were safe. I didn't expect to meet Yushu here, and he happened to see me. I immediately pulled my mother and planned to change places, but it was too late to leave. Yushu J came straight up to greet us. After learning that I was bringing my family around, immediately suggest that a few people go to my entrepreneurial base to see. Hearing this, his mother revealed a suspicious expression. Sure enough, the worst still happens. At Mom's urging, I had to bring them to the startup base. At this time, the cleaning work of Yuchu and Hulinyu also came to an end, even though it's on fire right now. But I'm gonna try to dissuade a few people from going in. Let's just say we haven't done it yet. For the sake of cleanliness, let a few people go somewhere else. Mom rolled up her sleeves and said she wanted to help me clean up. He gave me a nasty look when he passed me. Little bastard. You're not hiding someone in there, are you? I quickly denied it. And then stand aside and let it happen. Mom strode up to open the door. The doorknob turns from the inside. A few people's expressions froze. Hulinyu came out with a garbage bag. She was also confused when she saw several people at the door. I quickly explained that I had brought my parents and high school friends to visit. Hulinyu's eyes fell directly on the fish. Chen Hanxing, this is too much. I quickly went up to ask if she had finished cleaning. I was relieved to hear what I wanted to hear. But Hulinyu's eyes looked at the fish again. Then he smiled and said, My roommate keeps cleaning tools in there. I was struck by lightning when I heard that. Finished. Young Chu is still inside. After a few seconds, I quickly stopped a few people, asked the fish to buy something to drink, and my erratic behavior aroused Mom's suspicion. Then Wang Zibo and Gao Jia Liang went to buy drinks with Xiaoyu. After that, I brought my parents into the office. Fortunately, Yichu is not here. I think he put down the cleaning tools and went back first. At this moment, Xiaoyu and the others also bought drinks and came back. While visiting, the fish suddenly noticed the green plants on the table. So he asked about this pot of green radish. Is it from the girl before? I casually replied that people with that kind of temperament. Does she look like the kind of person who raises green dips to you? After hearing my answer, the fish no longer have more room. It was night in a flash. After waving goodbye to the fish, and found a comfortable hostel for Mom and Old Chin to rest in. But I just left. Mom immediately told Old Chin about me. Do you want to fall in love with the little fish again? Old Chin did not think much about this, just saying they might just be classmates. But Mom didn't think so. My behavior today made her think something was wrong. Old Chin casually said that when the children grow up, let them. And over the next 2 days, I accompanied my parents to visit and take photos in the mail. There are also small fish who insist on following. See me and fish fighting all the way. Mom and Dad also smiled gratified. We'll swim in the lake together, eat hot pot. After watching the sea for a few days, everyone was very happy, until the streetlights come on, to drop my parents off at the hostel. Then he went back to school with the fish. Watching my figure as I drift away, Mom suggested we go back to my school and take a look. After all, I don't know when I'll be able to come back. Old Chin on the side also promised, and that decision led directly to me. Mom almost broke a leg. Who doesn't like a treasure girl like Shin Yu-Chu? She's still here, even though it's late. Helped me clean up in the office. And my parents were walking around the school. Suddenly I saw the lights in my office still on. You think I'm working late? When she walked into the room, she realized it wasn't me, so he greeted the young Chu under the table. I heard something at the door. Young Chu stood up fiercely. Bang bang. She rubbed her head and looked out the door tearfully. The handsome appearance stunned the two elders. So Mom immediately went up and tried to pull Yichu down. However, young Chu quickly avoided it and said that his hands were dirty, but she couldn't resist her mother's enthusiasm. He was forced to sit on the sofa. When Mom heard her name, she said it was nice, looking at this poor girl in front of me. Mom unconsciously reached out to wipe the tears on her face. Seeing this, Shin Yu-Chu quickly retreated and explained that there was ash on his face. But how could Mom possibly dislike her? Looking at the obedient appearance of Yichu, I thought to myself, how lovely a little girl is. Then I saw it was late and cold outside. So Mom told her to stop cleaning and go home early. After waving goodbye to Yichu, Mom's face darkened instantly. Lao Chin, your son's really getting along. 10 o'clock in the evening on a cold day, and they clean up for him. Hearing this, Old Chin did not say anything but sighed, and the next morning I saw the office so clean. So I asked if you cleaned up last night. And she said, yeah, then rummaged through the backpack. Take out a pair of woolen gloves and hand them to me. I rushed to see her knitting for me. But she said it was for my mom. I just found out Mom and them came to school last night. Last night, I overheard Mom say her hands were cold, so Chu knitted a pair of gloves overnight, and wanted me to give them to him. When I get to the hostel where my parents are resting, the fish had already started chatting with his mother, and seeing that I kind of quipped. All three of you are here. Guess I'm an outsider. Hearing this, my mother directly gave me a bad look. During the period of self-construction, I got a little pimple on my hand. Even the fish knows how to help her. Dongshan department store bought a pair of leather gloves. But as a son, I didn't say anything. I don't think so. Explain that just buy a pair. Just then, Xiaoyu's cell phone rang. It's the school counselor. She needs something, so I waved goodbye to Mom. After the fish leave, I'm just taking out my woolen gloves, and explained that this is the Young Chu overnight knitting. Mom took the gloves. Look at the 2 pairs of gloves on your hand and sit there for a few seconds. Suddenly angry, he picked up his glass and was about to throw it at me. Little bastard. Look what you've done. Fortunately, old Chun was pulling at the side, or I'll be in trouble. I quickly advised her to slow down. If I do burn myself, you'll still be sad. After 2 days of explaining, Mom finally calmed down. She also prepared 2 gifts for the 2 of them. The big box is cotton shoes for Young Chu. Then he told me to deliver the gift to both of them. They're going back to Harbor City the day after tomorrow. Of course I said yes. I thought to myself, finally I'm going to have peace. I was just born again when I was 18, so I recruited the school belle to work for me. Just tease her. She flushed. As business increases, her daily workload is also increasing. A computer would save her a lot of work. So I immediately thought of Xiao Rongyu, the school belle of another college. Not long after, the fish received my call. The first thing I said was, I haven't looked for her in days. I hurried to explain that I had been busy lately. Then he asked her to have dinner with him today, and get her a present. Hearing this, the fish naturally agreed. It didn't take long before I came to Dahai University. After seeing the fish, immediately passed the paper bag in your hand. But when she opened the paper bag, she was confused. After searching again, there is still nothing. So where's my present? And I'm smiling because the paper bag is a gift. It's a biodegradable PVC material. Not pollute the environment. To meet all your girls' shopping, dining, and class needs. And I designed and built it myself. Hearing this, the fish pouted. Can I be a little more generous? Other people's boyfriends send chocolates or flowers. No paper bags. I'll turn on her immediately. Are we a couple? Let me touch it and prove it. Then he pretended to reach up. Embryo, you're beautiful. After a while, I'll just say something about borrowing the computer, but after repeated requests, the fish still refused to agree. Then she dragged me to the school cafeteria for dinner. It's just that this meal makes me sweat. Behind me, countless pairs of boys' eyes, staring at the back of my head. If the eye is D, I'd be riddled. It seems that the school belle of Dongdae University is in Dongdae University. Eating in the cafeteria is not a smart move. Looking at me like this, the fish asked me if I was afraid. I didn't even think to admit it. Hearing this, the fish immediately suggested that they should eat at my school. After hearing this, I immediately said seriously, I'm willing to take any risk for you. I just don't think so. If you go to the financial institute, it's not a matter of risk. At this moment, a voice sounded. It's Xiaoyu's classmate Su Ji. She and her boyfriend Wai Can. I saw why he reached out and wanted to shake hands with the fish to say hello. Then the fish looked up and saw me staring at the hand. So he refused to shake his hand. I just said hello. He immediately realized that it was because of me. Then he laughed at the fish's eyes for looking at men. Hearing this, the fish looked angrily at He-Can. But he still taunts me. Also advised Xiaoyu not to associate with everyone. That would just make her look bad. The atmosphere is not right. Su Jishi, who was next to him, quickly asked him to say hello to me. He came up to me with a smile on his face. But the contempt in his eyes was not concealed at all. I saw the corner of my mouth curl. Then he stood up and reached out. The next, grabbed him by the wrist. And then he yanked him back and threw him right on the table. When a chair flies. And he's lying on the ground. And food all over him. I clapped my hands and laughed. It's just a handshake. Why are you so excited? Why did you pick up your glasses and put them on? I was just about to say something, and I just gave him a fierce look. He didn't dare say anything more. Just a trembling voice, leaving me waiting. Then he turned around and ran out. After a small storm, the mouth of the day, Xiaoyu and I found a quiet place on campus to relax. Just then, someone called out for the fish. It was her senior, Gu Xiaojin. After hearing why he was humiliated by a black boy, she came right over. Then she noticed me sitting next to the fish. So I immediately waved to her. That means you're the black guy. His name is Chen Hanxing. Hearing this, Gu Xiaojin was also embarrassed. Then I asked him what was going on. After listening to Gu Xiaojin's explanation, I realized. Why was he rejected by the fish before? That's why he pretended to be in a relationship with Su Jishi, to get back at the fish. Hearing this, I immediately teased the fish. I'm lucky I saved your life. Don't you have to give yourself back? The fish complained. Then he got up and said he had to go back to his dorm to get something. I asked her curiously what she was going to get. Please don't be SFC. The fish turned around and shouted angrily. It's a computer. You don't want to borrow it? It didn't take long before I took my computer and said goodbye to Xiaoyu and left. The fish stared blankly at my receding figure. Suddenly, something occurred to me. Turns out she had a computer desktop. I forgot to put the diary file on drive D. The most important thing is the diary. Everything is about me. When Yan Gu Xiaojin immediately advised the fish to relax. It's a good time to remind me to confess to fish. And I didn't know anything about it. Not until I finished reading the diary, I found out that the fish had already liked me. This boy fell out of love 3 times within a month of starting school, and the 4th time I was dumped by a guy. My heart went out to me when I heard the news. Gao Jiaoliang and Jin Yangming really hooked up. I hurried to ask the whole story. It turns out that not long ago, there was a man named Liang sent him a warm message. After chatting for a long time, they found that many of them shared the same interests and hobbies, and yet tonight, Jin Yangming really couldn't help but call Liang. But when I picked up the phone, it was a man's voice. At this time, Jin Yangming was already crying. Seeing him like this, I quickly patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. One day you're gonna meet a girl. She's sweet, kind, generous. I don't think you're ugly. I don't think you're stupid. I don't want your phone. I don't want your money. Hearing this, Jin Yangming immediately changed his face. Turn around. Where can I find a girl like me? And I was surprised by that momentary shift. Suddenly the bedroom door was pushed open. Hu Linyu panted and told me. A few boys from other schools beat up the Business Research Institute, and in classroom 107, Shan Yan is surrounded by several boys, and the guy in the lead kept insulting her. He grabbed her collar as he spoke. From junior high school to now, where did I let you down? Tell me, bitch. The classmate next to him wanted to dissuade him. I was scolded back by a few boys. Business Research and Development to shake off boys' hands. Tell him they broke up yesterday. But the boys were even angrier, accusing her of dumping him because she was obviously hooking up with someone else. Shan Yan chuckled. You're looking for a mistress. I naturally cheated. We're even. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fists angrily and waved at her. I'm about to punch you in the face. She closed her eyes and waited for the punch. Just a pop. The boy was kicked out. And the one who moved was me, who had just arrived in class. The boy covered his stomach and lay on the ground cursing. I went straight up with a dark face. How dare you come to our class? Don't you know I'm in charge here? Then he looked at the male students around him. Asked them, watch their classmates get beaten up. Why don't you help? Then he looked at Shang Yan's bruised face. Shouted coldly, Shicha, closing the dog. I saw Chen Shichao directly lock the door in the classroom. With my lead the class, the students also have no scruples. Go up and kick 3 people on the ground. Soon they were lying on the ground with black and blue faces, and that's when school security got called in. So I waved them off. Then opened the classroom door. The security guard who came in snapped. Why didn't I just open the door? I explained that the classroom was too noisy to hear. After seeing the 3 men on the ground with black and blue faces, the security guard will take away all the fighting without saying a word. I stepped forward immediately, accusing him of taking people away without knowing why. You guys have class. But he still looks arrogant. You want to go to class after a fight? You'll be punished. You come with me. I said no. Then he called Shang Yan to his front. These students from other schools molested female students at the Finance Institute. Resist, and they get beat up. The eyes of everyone in the classroom are witnesses. The fingerprints on Shang Yan's face are physical evidence. It's pretty clear what happened. The security guard didn't know what to do when he heard this. And I went on to say, part of your salary is her tuition. And now she's been beaten by a foreign student, but you flow. Intentions. A series of questions plus the hostile stares of the surrounding students. Security immediately explained the reason to the superior. Then he hurried away with 3 foreign students. Criticized them in the security room. And a few people also repeatedly bowed to celebrate. Look at the humble few people. I calmly took out an incense stick. Come to my place, D-man. I can't kill you. Just as I was about to pull out my lighter and point Y, and someone grabbed it. I saw Shang Yan gather together with me, silently lighting the Y for me. And then he said thank you. I explained that I just don't like people coming to class and things. If it were any other student, I would have done the same. Then he waved his hand and told her to go back first. I'll handle the rest. Watch my back as I drift away. Shang Yan silently put away the lighter. I used to be a big shot in business for years. And now I'm 18 years old again with memories. Not only did he win the hearts of 2 college belles, even hot. I came to the base as usual. Ask about your computer skills. But she quickly closed the computer. Run out without a word. And I'm confused about that. It felt like she was avoiding me. But I didn't think much of it. Turn on the little fish's laptop, while I was organizing my desktop files, and I found a file named after me. Open it, and see it is actually a small fish diary. It records how I made her cry again and again. Once at the train station. And once outside a bar. And why I didn't express my doubts to her. I couldn't help but be stunned when I saw this. Then he closed the computer angrily. Why does she only remember bad things about me? The child helped her carry her luggage and invited her to dinner. Why didn't you write anything about taking her shopping? And then suddenly I was shocked. The computer has been brought back to the dormitory by Yichu for practice these days. Did she read this file? Is that why she's avoiding me? When I'm upset, I want to light a cigarette to relieve my boredom, and then I realized my lighter was missing, and that's when I got a message. Invitation SMS from Business Research Institute. I was going to say no, but she insisted. I had no choice but to go to her. Soon I was on the basketball court. I saw Shang Yan holding it in his hand. A pitcher of beer is looking at me resentfully. I thought you weren't coming. I sat down and said slowly, as class president, students have needs, and they can't refuse. Then he took a cigarette and handed over and asked her if she wants it. She waved her hand to show that she was clean. Then he leaned over and lit my cigarette. That's when I realized the missing. She took the lighter. And I thought to myself, if you're a little fish, knowing I'm here drinking with women, I'm gonna be pissed. Drinks later. The bench was full of empty cans. Shang Yan's face flushed. Even the way he looked at me was getting warmer. She leaned towards me casually. And I'm aware of her behavior. Does her face still hurt after she was punched? Research immediately. Sit tight and thank me again. I casually said that I was right about things and not people. I'd do it if anything happened to anyone in my class. See how serious I am? Shang Yan laughed out loud. What about Chu? I'm afraid you'll just chop them up. See me silent. She quickly explained that she was joking. And then he took a sip of beer and said, she envies me for protecting her. Then he told his own emotional experience. It turns out that the boy who was D before was her first boyfriend. They started talking in junior high school. And at that time, Shang Yan was very vain, so her boyfriend saved money and bought her a mobile phone. That night, the two of them were particularly happy to sleep in the same bed. Speaking of which, Business Research is self-deprecating. A smile asked me if I would look down on her. I shook my head to indicate that, when you have real feelings, it's not weird what happens. And Shang Yan continued to tell the later things. The two went to different schools in high school. She felt that this love would last forever. So she didn't accept the best person she met. Until later. She wanted to surprise her first boyfriend, so I went to his school without saying hello, but she met a scene that she still remembers. First boyfriend kissing a girl on the side of the road. From that day on, Shang Yan completely let go. Shanghai City is drunk with red light and green wine, and she cheated on her boyfriend. But in the end, she was beaten. Then he chuckled. And asked me if she was a bitch. I mean, it's a little lame, but it's normal. Yeah, I understand. She looked at me more lovingly. Then she explained that she wanted to study at school. Never fall in love again. And then you met me. He came to me while he was talking. But then I realized I'd already left the bench. I waved at him. She's a jerk herself. She's not right for her. After hearing this, Shang Yan hesitated for a few seconds and then asked me, I know you're a jerk. So can you screw me? I can't help but feel a little ashamed. This is the first time I've heard such a strange request. See me delay answer. She told me in a pleading tone. You will always be Shinyochu's. I promise I won't fight her. If only you could spare the time to accompany me. Just a little time. I smiled and waved goodbye again. Stop acting. Since I am a scumbag, the routine will naturally not be less than you. Then he urged her to hurry back to the dormitory when it was almost time, but Shang Yan behind him still refused to give up, screaming that he wouldn't give up. I left a casual word and walked away. When I get back downstairs, but I saw Shinjuchu who had been waiting for a long time. Her face was red with cold. And he had a scarf in his hand. See how cute she is? I couldn't help but pinch her cheek. What are you waiting for in this cold weather? Don't you know? Let me know. Yuchu quickly handed over the scarf in his hand. I immediately asked her if she knitted it herself. Yuchu nodded. I asked her if that was why she was avoiding me. Hearing this, she quickly explained that she did not mean it. So I leaned forward and laughed, and said, Are you trying to surprise me? Then help me put it on. Hearing this, Shinjuchu shyly buried his head in his scarf. The surrounding students were attracted by a burst of attention. She's so shy. I'm not teasing her anymore. Just took the scarf and put it around his neck. Then sent Yuchu to the girls' dormitory. She was walking and teasing her about what she was wearing, as cute as a fat penguin, for making a couple of freshman party banners. The president of the student body is going to remove me as vice minister, and humiliate me in front of the entire student council. I thought I'd be at the freshman party this day to promote the company business, so I sponsored it. $1,000 and a few banners. When I get to the party, found a girl debugging equipment. I'm gonna go up there and tease her. You're a little girl coming to the auditorium so late. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Hearing this, the female classmates smiled. How could there be ghosts in my school? I looked up and smiled. I'm talking about the horny hungry. The female student's face was a testimony, then asked me which major I am. I was about to answer, but then I thought of something. The corner of his eye warns at the female classmate beside him. Then seriously return to yourself as a human being. Li Jianan of Class 2 of Public Management Department. Little did he know that the female classmate in front of him had another identity. The very next day, the members of the student union are busy with the party. I took the banner and asked where they were going to hang it. Former Vice Minister Zhou Xiao heard that I wanted to hang a banner, stand up and find fault immediately, to check whether the banner content is compliant. I don't care about him. I just walk out. But Zhou Xiao went to the student union ZX to complain that the banner I put up is bad for the school's image. I spread out the banner. It says, Teaching Building F, Building 101. Congratulations on the successful opening of the Humanities Department freshman party. I snapped at him and asked him which word was beneath the image of our school. ZX has said everything. There is no problem. But Zhou Xiao is still picking holes. Tell them I'm the boss of Building F101. Swiss Xiaoli smiled insidiously when he heard this, trying to get me out of here. From the position of deputy minister, the next day, I found 2 Chinese books. Ask him if he can join the youth league. I didn't want to book Jay and take me directly to the youth league office, and the moment I opened the door, I couldn't help but stare. The girl I met last night. It's actually teacher Guan Schumann of the youth league committee. She started calling me fake names. Yushu Jay looked around and thought he was calling someone else. It wasn't until teacher Guan explained that he looked at me with a puzzled face. I quickly corrected her. Her name is Chen Hanxing. No matter what she says, she won't admit it. Plus, Yushu Jay is on the side. Teacher Guan also had to give up, indicating that he remembered wrongly. After entering the door, booked Jay directly to. She recommended me to work in the youth league. She wouldn't say no to someone else sharing the workload. Just transfer me to the inspection center and seal it. After JJ told me a few words, he turned around and left. Guilty, I also hurriedly waved my hand. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. Just as I turned to leave, teacher Guan stopped me. She pulled out a file and asked me to read it all. Good name, good job. He wanted me to stay late until dawn. When processing files, I stumbled upon a report on my dismissal as deputy minister. There's a saying, what do you call it? No coincidence, no book, right? When I get back to the base. But I found out that Changyan was here to help. She wants to be a JZ college student here. Hearing this, I laughed and said, you're not short of money. I didn't expect her to throw me a wink. It means that you don't lack money, but you lack love. At this time, Hu Linyu also came to the entrepreneurial base. When they saw Changyan, they were about to quarrel. But when he saw me there, he stopped. SRI suggested that we wear uniform clothing to increase publicity. Of course I know that. Unfortunately, I don't have any money now. Shang Yan smiled. It means that if I agree to let her be here, Jay, her clothing factory can handle it. And it's free. I wouldn't say no to something like that. It made Hu Linyu roll her eyes at me. Suddenly someone was shouting my name. It's the student council that's calling me to the meeting. When I get to the conference room, I was just about to sit down when I heard someone calling me. The student council minister was whispering to me to leave. I'm in a state of confusion about this. She looked around warily. Then he explained to me that Xiaoli and Zhou Xiao and I are going to kick me out of the student union and humiliate me in front of the entire student council. When I heard that, I calmly said that I would not leave. At this time, Zhou Xiao walked over with a sneer on his face. I'm sure you heard about today's meeting. If you don't have the balls, you're gonna be a runaways now. How can I not understand this childish provocation? Look, I'm not leaving. Xiaoli immediately declared the meeting open. Open your mouth, and you'll accuse me of something big, acting spoiled and unruly. Using private power to influence the stability and unity of the student union. After the youth league and ZX regiment, after discussion, it was decided to expel me from the student union. At this moment, all eyes are on me. Xiaoli and Zhou Xiao on the stage, and AK who got his revenge. And I got up slowly. Said sternly, without my own strong desire to resign. Is it against the rules for you to treat me like this? Xiaoli said directly that this was the decision of the youth league committee. When I heard that, I immediately asked them to produce evidence. Just show me the evidence. Not only will I quit, but I'll pay you in person. Xiaoli chuckled and asked Zhou Xiao to get evidence. Soon after, he stood at the door with a report. Make a sound to signal Xiaoli to come out first. However, Xiaoli did not agree. Just grab the file and read it out. But when he got to the last few words, he couldn't read anymore. Pupils dilate instantly. Cold sweat covered his forehead. And this, of course, is my masterpiece. That day, Teacher Guan handed me a report for approval. Among them, Xiaoli submitted a dismissal report. Of course, I wrote the word wrong. Xiaoli looked at these 2 words in disbelief. He never expected me to submit to the court. How pure can high school love be? To cut school and build a snowman for the girl in your heart, just to see her smile like a flower. A few years passed in a flash. Another winter followed. Little fish standing in the window miss all the stupid things I did for her. I missed it, so I called. I picked up the phone and chatted with her as I worked. Speaking of these days, it's very cold in GNU. It might snow. I just said it's snowing, so it snows. It snows often in Port City. Speaking of which, the fish asked me, do you remember sophomore year? Because she said she wanted to see snow. So I skipped half a class to sneak out and make snowmen. I came back with my hands frozen. I couldn't help but say, I was such a fool at that time. Little fish immediately retorted. Who said stupid? That's not stupid. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. I'll always remember you covered in snow. And still dragged me to see the snowman. Then he asked me directly, can we go see her now? But I have a date today, so I have to say no. Small fish also had to hang up the phone disappointed, standing in the window staring blankly at the mobile phone interface, thinking a lot. And I'm going to a party with manager Zhong today. Director Liu said he has a friend in Jiangling. Electronic Processing Factory wants to find Deep Express Corporation, but manager Zhong rejected him directly on the grounds of insufficient manpower. After listening to it, I was a little confused. Why turn down something that makes money? Then he asked manager Chi Zhong about the Hong Kong-funded processing plant. It turns out there's a non-respiratory disease going on. All the couriers don't want to take deliveries from that side. At this moment, Kong Jing shouted excitedly that it was snowing. He climbed up to the window, happy to see the snow falling all over the sky outside the window. The graceful figure and the ecstasy movement at this time let the men in the back also. A little embarrassed to turn your head, Kong Jing turned around and introduced himself to everyone. He was from eastern Guangdong. The temperature there is above 10 degrees all year round. She hasn't seen snow in a long time. It's just that the snow is fascinating. But more importantly, with whom? Hearing this, I also remembered what Xiaoyu said to me today. I want to watch the snow with you. By the time the party was over, it was late. I unconsciously walked downstairs to Dongda female dormitory. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. Drive yourself in the dark. Scumbag, you're a failure at my level. Not long after, the phone next to the fish's pillow rings. She picked up the phone sleepily and asked me what I wanted. I took a breath and told her to come out in 3 minutes. Not long after, the fish ran down the stairs panting. I put my hands in my pockets and looked away. Quickly looked. Snowman. One of them had a blush on his face. Obviously, this is the little fish in me. At this moment, the fish's eyes are gradually wet with tears. I couldn't help but praise how beautiful it was. I've been working on this for most of the day. Even the gods have to say good things. Just then the fish came running towards me. Before I knew, he threw himself directly into my arms and cried out in grievance, "Xiaoqin, you're such an asshole. I thought you changed your mind." I quickly comforted her how I could change my mind. I thought to myself, one mind is not a change of heart. After hearing this, the fish hugged me even harder. Suddenly, my foot slipped, and there was a thud. We fell to the ground in an extremely ambiguous position. I swore that my waist was broken. But the fish still smiled and told me, "Okay, I don't mind if you break it." That won't do. I hate myself. Get up. Xiaoqin, take a picture of me and the snowman. What's there to shoot? Are you stupid? Go back. Scumbags are most afraid of festivals, because they don't know which girl to date. Cute little fish or silly Shinyu-chu. For me, it's a question to consider. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Fish calls and complains to me. Said I made her cry again the night I made the snowman, and the time I was called to dinner. After agreeing, he refused. See her still want to enumerate. I hurriedly admit wrong. It's Christmas Eve. Let's have dinner tonight. After hearing this, the fish stopped, and when I get back to the base, Young Chu looked at me for a few seconds. Then he turned back, his face flushed, and I thought to myself, I don't think she understands Christmas. Soon the sky darkened. It's time to get off work. Young Chu walked directly to me. See how nervous she is? I asked her what was wrong. She adjusted her breathing and finally said what was in her heart. How about dinner tonight? Then his face turned red. This is the first time she's asked me out. It must have been a lot of courage. All of a sudden, I hear text messages coming from my phone. It's the fish asking me where to eat tonight. Young Chu saw that I had something to do and waved his hand quickly. It means I won't eat if I'm busy. Then rummaged through the bag. He took out a big red apple and handed it to me. Look at the apple she handed me. And I said, is this my Christmas present? She nodded shyly. Then her stomach suddenly began to rumble. I sighed. She can't be let down. So I immediately got up and asked her what she wanted for dinner. Hot pot. Is it good? Soon after, we went to cafeteria number 2 and ordered a bunch of stuff. At this time, Young Chu happily took out his wallet. Can I pay for it? You paid me. When I heard that, I smiled slightly to show that whoever pays is the same. And at this point, the phone in my pocket keeps vibrating. When I was young, I quickly took out my mobile phone to check the information. Sure enough, it's a deadly serial message bombing of small fish. But now I'm having dinner with Chu. I had to let her wait in the dormitory. Then he explained that it was not that he did not eat. Wait till I'm done. Fish looked at the phone and snorted coldly. This is the bottom line. Stop lying to me. See, I'm always looking at my phone under my desk. The cub asked curiously what I was looking at. I quickly explained that it was a work matter. Before long, the table was filled with a large table of dishes, and I thought to myself, this is going to kill you. There's another dinner tonight. What's the deal? When I saw the rice grains on Yochu's face, I wiped them off for her, chuckling, slow down. But it's almost 7:30. I guess the little fish got busy. After dinner, I sent Yochu back to the girls' dormitory. After waving goodbye, I turned around and ran to Dahai University. At this time, the fish is standing in the crowd with his mouth open and angry. By the time I got here, I was sweating. After meeting, I quickly explained to her that I was too busy at work. The fish can't bear to blame me for this. Suddenly she looked at what I was holding, and asked me if this was a gift for her. I just realized that I don't know when I brought the apple. Without waiting for my answer, the fish snatched the apple away. You're heartless, and you know how to give apples on Christmas Eve. Forgive me for being late this time. Hearing this, I scratched my head and asked what to eat at night. Never thought about it. Fish also want to eat hot pot. That almost made me throw up on the spot. But in order to live up to the fish's affection, I can only follow her into the hot pot restaurant. When I came out of the hot pot restaurant, I was so strong that I could barely stand. All of a sudden, the fish hands me a pink gift bag. What's inside is a Christmas present from her. It's just that the color doesn't make me like it. After saying goodbye to the fish, I went back to the girls' dormitory downstairs. Give this gift directly to Baby Chu as a Christmas gift. Young Chu thanked him and ran back to the dormitory shyly. I thought today was finally over. But I didn't expect that when I got back to my dorm. A few roommates were eating hot pot. When he saw me coming back, he immediately prepared a set of chopsticks and handed them over. This scene directly made my face change. The long simmering nausea finally broke out. This fucking Christmas. Scumbags are most afraid of festivals, because they don't know which girl to date. Cute little fish or silly Shin-Yu-Chu? For me, it's a question to consider. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Fish calls and complains to me. Said I made her cry again the night I made the snowman, and the time I was called to dinner. After agreeing, he refused. See her still want to enumerate. I hurriedly admit wrong. It's Christmas Eve. Let's have dinner tonight. After hearing this, the fish stopped. And when I get back to the base, Young Chu looked at me for a few seconds. Then he turned back, his face flushed, and I thought to myself, I don't think she understands Christmas. Soon the sky darkened. It's time to get off work. Young Chu walked directly to me. See how nervous she is? I asked her what was wrong. She adjusted her breathing and finally said what was in her heart. How about dinner tonight? Then his face turned red. This is the first time she's asked me out. It must have been a lot of courage. All of a sudden, I hear text messages coming from my phone. It's the fish asking me where to eat tonight. Young Chu saw that I had something to do and waved his hand quickly. It means I won't eat if I'm busy. Then rummaged through the bag. He took out a big red apple and handed it to me. Look at the apple she handed me. And I said, Is this my Christmas present? She nodded shyly. Then her stomach suddenly began to rumble. I sighed. She can't be let down. So I immediately got up and asked her what she wanted for dinner. Hot pot. Is it good? Soon after, we went to cafeteria number 2 and ordered a bunch of stuff. At this time, Young Chu happily took out his wallet. Can I pay for it? You paid me. When I heard that, I smiled slightly to show that whoever pays is the same. And at this point, the phone in my pocket keeps vibrating. When I was young, I quickly took out my mobile phone to check the information. Sure enough, it's a deadly serial message bombing of small fish. But now I'm having dinner with Chu. I had to let her wait in the dormitory. Then he explained that it was not that he did not eat. Wait till I'm done. Fish looked at the phone and snorted coldly. This is the bottom line. Stop lying to me. See, I'm always looking at my phone under my desk. The cub asked curiously what I was looking at. I quickly explained that it was a work matter. Before long, the table was filled with a large table of dishes, and I thought to myself, this is going to kill you. There's another dinner tonight. What's the deal? When I saw the rice grains on Yochu's face, I wiped them off for her, chuckling, slow down. But it's almost 7:30. I guess the little fish got busy. After dinner, I sent Yochu back to the girls' dormitory. After waving goodbye, I turned around and ran to Dahai University. At this time, the fish is standing in the crowd with his mouth open and angry. By the time I got here, I was sweating. After meeting, I quickly explained to her that I was too busy with work. The fish can't bear to blame me for this. Suddenly she looked at what I was holding, and asked me if this was a gift for her. I just realized that I don't know when I brought the apple. Without waiting for my answer, the fish snatched the apple away. You're heartless, and you know how to give apples on Christmas Eve. Forgive me for being late this time. Hearing this, I scratched my head and asked what to eat at night. Never thought about it. Fish also want to eat hot pot. That almost made me throw up on the spot. But in order to live up to the fish's affection, I can only follow her into the hot pot restaurant. When I came out of the hot pot restaurant, I was so strong that I could barely stand. All of a sudden, the fish hands me a pink gift bag. What's inside is a Christmas present from her. It's just that the color doesn't make me like it. After saying goodbye to the fish, I went back to the girls' dormitory downstairs. Give this gift directly to Baby Chu as a Christmas gift. Young Chu thanked him and ran back to the dormitory shyly. I thought today was finally over. But I didn't expect that when I got back to my dorm. A few roommates were eating hot pot. When he saw me coming back, he immediately prepared a set of chopsticks and handed them over. This scene directly made my face change. The long simmering nausea finally broke out. This fucking Christmas. The school bell of finance tutored me personally, and I'm sleeping on my desk. Suddenly a small hand poked me in the face. She's already marked out the test points for me. I replied, I know. Then I turned back to sleep. Shin-Yu-Chu didn't say anything either. He poked me again with his pen. I yelled impatiently, Why do you keep poking me? Look, I'm a little upset. Shin-Yu-Chu timidly motioned for me to read. This scared, persistent look. I'm embarrassed to sleep anymore. And then he took the book from her hand, and it looked like, but this kind of babbling. I couldn't read the book. So how did she get 60 points? Shin-Yu-Chu explained seriously. If the last few subjective questions, I should get 60 points if I don't write. Then he turned to me. And I was staring at her. Do you want to go home with me this winter vacation? Listen to me, asked Xinyu. A blush immediately appeared on his face. She said she wanted to go back to her hometown to accompany her mother-in-law. I just found out that Yu has been living with your grandmother. Her parents left early. She was raised by her mother-in-law. It's just that my mother-in-law doesn't have much labor ability, so as long as she has delicious food, she will save it all for Yu. But sensible young Chu also reluctant to eat. She was happy when she said that. Some said they saved a lot of money this time. I want to go home early and buy a lot of delicious food for my mother-in-law. Then I asked her how long it would take to get home from GNU. When I heard her say it would take more than 30 hours, my heart ached. Immediately think of the picture of young Chu sitting in a hard seat. Get used to living according to law. Even if she had money now, she couldn't bear to spend money on a sleeper. So I asked her for SF. And pinched her chubby cheeks. I'll buy you a ticket. I'll send you back. She couldn't resist my insistence, so she had to hand over SFC. Before I do that, I need to talk to my family. Xiaoyu has Uncle Xiao to pick her up, so I have to find someone to accompany me back to Harbor City. On another holiday day, XIN students all embarked on a journey home. I'll call and tell Xiaoyu business base. Suddenly something happened, so I didn't go back with her. Although the fish has some complaints, they can only accept it. Soon, his best friend Wang Zibo also came to the university gate. It's strange to see me without my luggage. Aren't you traveling to Sichuan and Chongqing? Why don't you take your luggage? At this moment, Shang Yanyan noticed me, so she called me over to help her with her luggage, and then introduced me directly to her mother. After a short exchange of pleasantries, the Japanese business research and development mother and daughter drove away, watching the limousine recede. Wang Zibo could not help but say, "Is this who you're taking me to?" She's not even close to a fish. I didn't bother to answer. He went straight to the startup base. He kept asking questions the whole way. Asking if I'm used to eating big meals and want to change. I didn't tell him to shut up until we got to the base. Then I introduced him to Xinyu, who was beside me. Wang Zibo noticed that there was another person beside him at this time. Xinyu quickly stood up and bowed his head to greet him. Wang Zibo also replied politely. I introduced him as my childhood companion. Listen to me, Xinyu. Then I slowly looked up at my best friend. At this time, Wang Zibo also warned Xinyu. Long hair, a beautiful face, and a pair of peach eyes. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. That he accidentally choked on water. Water spurts from the nose and mouth. I put my hands in my pockets and joked, "You look like a turtle." She is the goddess who shocked the whole financial college, and the girl I went back to school to pursue. It's just that she came from a poor family, eat rice instead of vegetables. Home more than 30 hours. The journey is not willing to buy a berth. So this time I'm gonna take her home myself. He also pulled his best friend over and prepared to go to Sichuan and Chongqing together. After Wang Zibo saw Xinyu, he was obviously shocked by her appearance. He performed a nostril spray magic on the spot. His cheeks were red, and he was incoherent. He called me outside and slapped me on the shoulder with a sad face. Blamed me for embarrassing him in front of girls. I smiled to show that Yu is not an outsider, don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Wang Zibo was stunned. Then he grabbed me by the collar and shouted angrily. What do you mean? What about the little fish? Xiao Chen, you can't do this. We need to talk. I explained that this time I went to Sichuan and Chongqing to play. By the way, I want to go to Xinyochu's house to have a look. I heard she had a cousin. If you don't talk nonsense, I'll introduce you. I heard there was a girl I could meet. Wang Zibo coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. It doesn't matter if you're a cousin or not. Mainly I want to see the cultural scenery of Sichuan and Chongqing. Soon we arrived at the train station. Xinyu suddenly turned to us again. Make sure you're really going back with her. I chuckled. I'll go one day. It doesn't make any difference whether it's late or early. Xinyu didn't say anything either. One after another boarded the green train. The environment of the sleeper car made her eyes shine. Comfortable bunk beds and soft white bedding. It's her first time here too. That's why she's so careful. I'm afraid I'll break something. Seeing this, I couldn't help but tease. Are you worried about the train collapsing? Xinyu shyly explained that it was too expensive here, and I just lay on the bed and told her not to panic. I'll have to fly in the future. The train is on the track to Sichuan and Chongqing. Wang Zibo sat in the corridor and enjoyed the scenery outside the window. I took a newspaper and kept abreast of recent events. Xinyu looked at an English book seriously. Time feels bored, so it starts to grow up. Why do you always read an English book? Young Chu explained that his English was very poor. I continued to ask her how many points she got in the college entrance examination English. She kept her head down and didn't say anything, so I said it again. It turned out that the grandfather of the young Chu died on the day of the English test. She stayed home with her mother-in-law, so she didn't take the exam. At this time, Wang Zibo also intervened. He said that if she added English, she would be admitted to Donghai University. I watched Xinyu not have any more rooms. Passed the 3 bowls of instant noodles directly to Wang. Zibo asked him to get some hot water and instant noodles, then closed the door. Then sit next to Xinyu. Ask softly if you miss your grandfather. Hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but miss her. Tears burst like a dam. Seeing this, my heart ached to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and comfort me. I'll be there when it's okay. I was just about to tuck her in and put her to sleep. The carriage door was suddenly opened directly. Wang Zibo excitedly introduced the girl beside me. This is Huang Hui, A senior student at Sudong University of Science and Technology, same car as us. I swear to myself, it's really bad for my atmosphere. A casual perfunctory sentence, and then get into bed to sleep. The train goes on. And Wang Zibo and Huang Hui are talking and laughing in the corridor. I didn't notice that I was frozen into a dog. These two are talking with the door open. The air conditioner is inside the train. At this time Shinichu also saw me waking up from the cold. She asked me in a trembling voice if I wanted hot water, and she went to pour it for me. Seeing her like this, I just got out of bed. At this time, Wang Zibo and his wife were still laughing and laughing. The sudden slam of a door interrupted their conversation. See me walking to Wang Zibo. Blame me. Can't you just keep it down? I was furious. If you want to get laid, you hang out in the hallway. Open the door and broadcast live. Then he turned and walked to the smoking room. Looking at my back, Wang Zibo was stunned for a moment. Huang Hui whispered, "Your classmate has a big temper. It feels like you're afraid of him." Hearing this, Wang Zibo immediately proved it. To save face, he immediately stood up. I didn't say anything because of my pride. I'll see. He came up to me with a look of displeasure on his face, complaining that I yelled at him in front of people. "You don't give him any face," I said seriously. "She's just a passerby. It doesn't matter once you get off the train, but Baby Chu is the tip of my heart. You left her frozen like that. Can I be angry?" College Belle sleeps in the same car as me. She asked me if I wanted hot water. She went to get it for me. The purpose of our trip is a small mountain village in Sichuan and Chongqing. It's just that my best friend met a girl on the train. The two of them spread out the car door and talked passionately, completely ignoring Xinyu and me shivering in bed. After being scolded by me, Wang Zibo realized that it was his own problem. Then he laughed and said that he would invite us to dinner tonight to make amends. Then I went to buy 4 chicken legs. During the meal break, I take out your laptop and do business. At this moment, Huang Hui's eyes also fell on me, saw me pull out a cell phone. Then he started to talk. Asked me which school I am from. After learning that I am a student of GNU Finance College, the chatterbox opens directly. Praised my college for its beautiful environment. He also said that he regretted not being admitted to the School of Finance and Economics. And I thought to myself, I mean, with his level of conversation, no wonder Wang Zibo said he could talk to him. But I don't have any feelings for her. And said, that school sucks. So I quit school and started my own business. Huang Hui immediately took advantage of the situation. The current level of development of the Finance Institute is indeed not as good as before. It's good to start a business. You bought a laptop and a cell phone when you became a boss. And as soon as she finished, I went on. Not long after I dropped out, the principal called me back. And now I'm a finance college student. Hearing this, Huang Hui also knew that I was deliberately beating around the bush. Laugh and then stop talking. Long night green train. Driving on the tracks to Sichuan and Chongqing, until noon the next day when the train arrived at the station. Huang Hui got out of the car with her luggage. Seeing Wang Zibo's reluctant appearance, I was a little speechless. He suddenly turned around and told me that he was going to get Huang Hui's QQ number. In the future, I will have a friend when I am in the mail. I'm embarrassed to pour cold water on him seeing him so happy. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm afraid there's an extra lick. At this time, Xinyu carried the soaked noodles into the carriage. The virtuous appearance makes my best friend envious. I asked him proudly, do you want to find a Sichuan Chongqing girl? When the train arrives, we have to take other transportation. Because Young Chu's hometown is in the remote mountain village is inconvenient for transportation. We switched from bus to. The tricycle was replaced by a number 11 car. Till the moon rises and willows shoot. We're still walking in the snow. At this time, Wang Zibo was already tired and panting, asking how long it's gonna take to get there. And I'm going slow, which means we're almost there. But I forgot how many times I said it. I thought I'd see you later. Wang Zibo immediately cheered up. Under Xinyochu's guidance, we finally arrived at our destination. Then I heard someone shouting, sister. I followed the sound and saw a stick. The girl with the pigtails is running towards us. Seeing this, Wang Zibo couldn't help but ask about the identity of my little girl. I turned my head and told him seriously, see, I'm not lying to you. This is her cousin. I'll introduce you later. Hearing this, Wang Zibo directly glanced at me. Does your conscience not hurt? Xinyu turned around and introduced this. My uncle's cousin's nickname is Ning. I also quickly smiled and greeted him. The little girl turned and ran. I was a little embarrassed. Wang Zibo after turning his head and getting up. Look at you. Close your eyes and it's like night. It scares the kids. I haven't said a word. You scared me away. Just then, there was the sound of footsteps. Looked up. It's Xinyochu's old mother-in-law. She was holding a burning candle. Faint light and mother-in-law kind. On your face. Xinyochu's eyes gradually became moist. Hurry up and hold your mother-in-law. Her voice was a little stiff when she introduced us. So I immediately opened my mouth and said that my name was Jin Hanqing. Next to him is Wang Zibo. We are Xinyochu's classmates. Grandma smiled and nodded. Turn around and lead us home. Wang Zibo suddenly told me he's nervous about meeting his parents for the first time, and I said, why are you nervous? Does it have anything to do with you? Do you really want Ning? Then I looked at my best friend suspiciously. And it pissed him off. What the fuck are you talking about? You can keep your voice down. The school belle personally cooked noodles for me. But only 2 out of 3 bowls of noodles have eggs. My best friend looked at the eggs in the bowl and was about to say something. I interrupted him immediately. You eat your own. That's what they want. Just today, we sent Xinyu back to his hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing. Grandma, we haven't eaten yet. Let Yuchu make some noodles. But then I realized there were no eggs in the basket. So her mother-in-law immediately asked her to go to the chicken pen to see. I hurried forward to stop Yuchu. Just say you're a vegetarian. No more eggs. Suddenly, there was a cluck of chickens outside. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a few chicken feathers stuck in little Aining's head, and 2 eggs in his hand. 3 bowls of hot noodles were ready in a few minutes. But only 2 bowls had eggs. Wang Zibo just wanted to say something. I urged him to eat quickly. It's my intention. Then I put the poached eggs in the bowl to Young Chu. Young Chu turned his head and gave the poached egg to little Aining. Grandma arranged for us to stay at home after dinner. Wang Zibo suddenly asked me when I would leave. I'm a little homey when I know I'm coming home tomorrow. I joked that you didn't come just for younger Chu cousin. Anyway, we've already met. This made Wang Zibo angry. You want to send Xinyu Chu home. You lied to me about traveling to Sichuan and Chongqing. Suddenly something occurred to me, so quickly told friends. After returning to Hong Kong City, if the little fish asks what we've been doing these days, you know what to say, right? He turned around and ignored me. After a while, he still didn't respond. I immediately rolled out of bed. The child tore up your train ticket. See how you go back and complain, and spend the night in the middle of the swearing of your best friend. The next morning, we got up with the barking of the dogs. Xinyu changed his clothes at this time. Flower-padded jacket is busy in the kitchen. She was at the door when she saw me get up. I told her not to overdo it. We'll eat and then we'll go. Xinyu was obviously stunned when he heard this, and I can see the sadness in her heart, so he immediately explained that the new year would soon come. The road is too crowded and uncomfortable. I'll pick you up after winter break. Hearing this, Xinyu waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he did not have to come specially, but the tickets are all bought. Is this just a waste? And when I say that, she'll have to say yes. When it's time for dinner, there are only 2 sets of chopsticks on the table. Wang Zibo wondered why my mother-in-law and Xiao Aining didn't eat. I explained that it was their custom. They won't move their chopsticks until the guests finish eating. Then he urged his best friend to eat quickly. Looking at the kind mother-in-law and the eager little Aining, Wang Zibo's nose couldn't help but ache. Hurry up and hand over all the money on your body to your mother-in-law. But Grandma said nothing. My best friend had to look at me for help. I took the money from him and went to little Ning. Ning wants to eat meat every day. Do you want to buy nice clothes? Ning himself wants to buy textbooks and stationery. After a series of questions, Ning nodded repeatedly. My heart ached as I stroked her little head. Then put it down, okay? Little Aining took the money in his hand and thanked him. Happy to say that they can buy a school bag. Wang Zibo, who saw this scene, finally relaxed, and then it's time to leave. Xinyu and Xiao Aining drove us to the entrance of the village. She looked like she was reluctant to part, and I joked, do you want to come back to Harbor City with me? Then hurry up and pack your clothes. Hearing this, Young Chu just wanted to answer something. Then he shook his head and said he couldn't bear it. Tears welled up in my eyes. I hurried forward to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. He held her pretty face and comforted her. I know. I can't bear to part with anyone. Stop it. Wait till I get back. Then he drew a line in the snow. Tell her not to cross this line. Xinyu nodded obediently. Stand where you are and watch us drift away. At this moment little Annan dug into his bulging pockets, and then he took something out of it. But isn't this money all given to Grandma? Speaking of which, she immediately proved it. When I look up again, we'd already disappeared into a world of our own. The first time I went to eat at the schoolbell's house. How dare you be so presumptuous under the table? Seeing that she didn't react, I wanted to go further, but I forgot about the fish. It's not business research. You can't joke like that. During winter break, I sent Xinyu back to his hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing. It didn't take long for him to return home, come in and smile. Go to Mom and apologize. But Mom, out of her usual way, gave me a nice smile. Let me sit down on the couch and rest. Talk to me later. I'm relieved to see Mom like this. It's just that old Chen next to me is looking at me a little strangely. I couldn't help it. Old Chen, why do you keep looking at me? Old Chen closed his eyes and muttered, be patient when Mom hits you later. Don't disturb the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw my mother walking towards me with a rolling pin. Without a word, it was a beating of love for me. Old Chen sat quietly on the side. There's nothing to stop it. Until Mom came up with a high 12 on her report card, to find out why he got beat up. I lay in bed cursing. What kind of report card should I send for the new year? It's a deliberate attempt to disrupt the students' family harmony. It's hard to imagine how long winter break. I'm going to learn how to drive a car. It might be faster to ask Uncle Xiao for help. So I sent a message to the fish. I bought you a bracelet. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Is Uncle Xiao home? Heard I was going to her house. See how you quickly mentioned that many relatives came to the house, and I didn't care. What's there to be afraid of? Just meeting the parents. The small fish whispered softly. Your words. It's like seeing other girls' parents. I couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Hee, you are really good at joking. The next day, I knock on the door of Xiaoyu's house. The parents of the fish welcomed me warmly into the house, after greeting the elders in the family. The corner of his eye twitched. See the fish smiling at me. I sat down next to the fish and chatted casually. Soon it will be time for dinner. Small fish have also become a topic of conversation for relatives. Praise her for not only being pretty, but getting good grades. There must be a lot of people chasing you in college. Lu's mother explained beside her that my daughter said, college is not about relationships. Uncle Xiao was eating silently, and did not speak. I also silently ate the rice in the bowl. Thought to himself, if I wanted to make sure, the little fish will have a boyfriend in the next second. I reached out and touched the fish. She didn't react. I'm pushing harder. Down her knees to her thighs. All of a sudden, the fish slammed the table and stood up immediately, walking into the room without saying a word. Everyone is a pity for this. I thought to myself. Oh no, Small Fish is not a commercial research institute. You can't joke like that. Back in the room, the fish lay on the table and cried. I rushed in and explained that I was just kidding. The fish looked at me with tears in her eyes. Who's kidding you? I handed a beautiful bracelet to the fish to apologize. She snorted and continued to lie on the table. See her half gone. I joked. Get out of here. It's not good to be alone in a room. Then give me a bite. Wearing so many clothes in winter. Can we owe it till summer? The fish proudly turned its head to one side. I stuck my tongue out. This is the softest part. Here you go. Make the fish blush. Soon after, the room door opened. See how you said sorry to everyone? Seeing this, Uncle Xiao also admired me. After lunch, Fish and I are going for a walk. But the kid was screaming and wanted to go out with us. So I borrowed one. Said we were going to the new internet cafe north of the city. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman left the child at home. And my words even the little fish are a little believe. I didn't realize until I explained. You're a real weasel. I chuckled. Thank you. I was born again, 19 years old, back to college. Not only did she win the belle of 2 colleges, and I know one today. Chasing me down to college girls, a grade that could have been in a book. I have to go to Urban's Finance College. During the winter vacation, I'm hanging out with some of my classmates. The students are all talking about gossip in their respective schools, looking at a group of people laughing. I feel that everyone's school life is very rich. And that's when my best friend came up to me and said, in the morning, I went to the internet cafe and added Huang He's queue. When I heard that, I suddenly felt like, remind him he's too impatient. You lose control of your relationship. And yet it is true. He didn't chat much after adding QQ. Huang Hui interrupted the chat on the grounds of bathing, and best friends are watching. The film is waiting for her reply. But I didn't get a message until the internet fee was gone. After saying that, his best friend showed a depressed look. I patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly there was a shout downstairs. The little blonde pointed at the students downstairs and cursed. Blame them for talking too loud. The 2 boys immediately stood up and retorted. The little blonde is about to step forward. Suddenly, a pool cue fell from the sky and landed at his feet. I slowly walked down the stairs with a stick in my mouth. Zhang Weilei, are you here to fill the cup again? Remember when I almost beat you to death at the school gate? Blondie got angrier when he saw me. He rushed over and was about to attack, but was stopped by a loud shout. It's Zhang Weilei's brother, Zhang Weiyu. He smiled and greeted me. I smiled and reminded him to discipline his brother. Maybe he'll get killed again one day. The students upstairs are a little strange. Why do I know 2 gangsters? Best friend explained at the side. Xiaoqin had a fight with an out-of-school thug before, and that person is Zhang Weilei. At that time, he wanted to chase after a girl from our school. Our college students. Every day, he blocks people's doorways. It happened that Xiaoqin said a few words when he encountered this matter, but Zhang Weilei has a bad temper. The 2 of them fought directly without a word. The little fish asked curiously who won in the end. The best friend said proudly, of course, it is Xiaoqin. He almost killed Zhang Weilei. Even school security couldn't stop it, until Zhang Weiyu appeared. It takes 3 people to separate 2 people. Because of this matter, the school affairs office gave Xiaoqin a warning. But then, for some reason, it was cancelled. But little fish know nothing about these things. Gao Jiaoliang asked curiously, who was the girl who was saved? Luo Xian, who used to be a sophomore and is now a senior, and the female classmate on the side is Luo Xian's neighbor. According to what she said, Luo Xian was supposed to get a book, but she had to go to GNU Finance College. This is obviously going to chase people to school, between their gossips. Zhang Weiyu and I also chatted for a while, and left him in LX before he left. Let him go to GNU to find me if he has anything in the future. And inside the bar, the fish who sorted out the cause and effect of things stared at me angrily. I asked curiously, what's wrong? What do you think? After saying nothing, he walked to the side. Seeing this, Gao Jiaoliang immediately began to gloat. Shen Hanxing, congratulations. Next year, you can give me a little sister. I lightly replied that next year we will be sophomore. Everyone is happy to mention little sister. Then Gao Jiaoliang explained to me like adding oil and vinegar. And the little fish is sitting in a chair. He suppressed his emotions and said nothing. After Gao Jiaoliang finished speaking, I was also stunned. Did Luo Xian go to the Finance Institute because of me? And that's when I realized. Why did she chase me to this area? Suddenly, the glass fell heavily on the table with a snap. I turned my head in fright. I saw the fish looking at me with his hands crossed and his face unfriendly. How? Can't wait now. I quickly explained that I didn't know her. Then he laughed, and told everyone about himself. If you want to find a girlfriend, you should use small fish as the minimum standard. Luo Xian is no match for Xiaoyu, so we don't like it either. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression also eased, angry and scolding me for being shameless. Gao Jialiang even glared at me. Fish, even if it's in them. The flight attendant major of the school is also the school belle level. After saying that, he did not forget to mock me and wait to be single in the future. However, the best friend next to him did not think so. He remembered Xin Yuchu, who was far away in Sichuan and Chongqing. I was born again, 19 years old, back to college. Emotional entanglements with 2 college bells. Can this life have a happy ending? Tonight is my first New Year's Eve since I was born. I'm in college, naturally. Become a topic of conversation at the dinner table of relatives. I was constantly asked if I had a girlfriend. What kind of job can I find after graduation? How much can I earn for my salary? But I was distracted, always thinking about Xin Yuchu, who is far away in Sichuan and Chongqing. After New Year's Eve dinner, I was walking home with my parents. I told them I had to get back to school a few days early. Mom's a little weird about that. I explained that I had to go to Sichuan and Chongqing first to pick up the young Chu. After dropping her off at the dorm, go back to Hong Kong City and go to school with Xiaoyu. Mom looked at me and didn't say anything, and then asked me, 2003, can 2 girls be sure that one? I smiled and said perfunctorily that we were just classmates, just praying in my heart that I don't add another one. Mom sighed when she saw me fooling around. Old Chin, let's take care of our health and prepare for a second child. This cutie must have been spoiled. Soon after, I came to Xinyochu's hometown again. Little Ning ran to me excitedly after seeing me. I'm smiling. Where's Grandma and Sister? Grandma went to Uncle's house. Sister went to chop wood. And then he said, I'm sorry. Sister dreamed of brother when she was sleeping. I immediately asked her how she knew. I heard her talking in her sleep when she took me to bed. At this moment, Xinyu walked over with a bundle of firewood on his back. When she looked up, she couldn't help herself. At this time, little Annan's hand also pointed behind me. Wait till I turn around, just like Xinyu. I looked at her and smiled. Xinyu was stunned. Will you see me coming up to you? Immediately, and then it turns into a happy one. A misty layer of tears welled up in her big eyes. I can't help but get a little angry at her for carrying so much firewood. Can't you do less memorizing? Stupid. Xinyu lowered his head and explained timidly. When I went to school, my mother-in-law doesn't move at home. Next time I won't memorize so much. Don't be angry. Looking at the silly Xinyu, I sighed. She was about to ask me something when I beat her to it. Didn't I promise to come back and get you? I thought you might miss me too much, so I came earlier. Hearing this, Xinyu was stunned, and then a cute smile. The next day I dragged Xinyu to the airport, but she still wants to take the train home. But I can't stand my insistence. Xinyu, who was flying for the first time, was extremely nervous. He's been holding out to my arms since we got on the plane. In the meantime, I was gonna go to the bathroom, but as soon as the plane bumps, she immediately grabbed my arm. I had no choice but to give up. Soon after, I sent Xinyu downstairs to the girls' dormitory, let her go upstairs and get some sleep. Soon, the information of the little fish came. I had no choice but to rush back to Hong Kong City. After meeting with Xiaoyu, he took Uncle Zhao's car back to school. I was listless on the way. Uncle Zhao's car was blocked at the school gate. I glanced out of the window. I saw Xinyu in the crowd. Why isn't she sleeping in her dorm? What are you doing here? At this time, Uncle Zhao also noticed Xinyu, so remind the little fish there is a front. The girl and the clothes she was wearing seemed. My heart was racing and I was on pins and needles. Mind was blank. A girl's all about her boyfriend. But the boyfriend's in the car warming up with another girl. And the car was parked right in front of the girl. At this time, I was already sweating in the car. If they ever meet, it's probably worse than hell. Fish just want to look out the window when I stopped. She turned her head and looked at me in confusion. I took out a paper towel with trembling hands, carefully wiped her mouth. There's some sakuma on the corner of your mouth. Be careful what you eat next time. The sudden tenderness moved the fish. But right now, my heart is pounding. And while my erratic behavior can be fooled, small fish, but they cannot escape Uncle Zhao's eyes. He asked me why my hands were shaking. I quickly explained that the first time I wiped a girl's mouth. That's why I'm nervous. Then he looked out the window. Xinyu was about to turn around and leave. I thought to myself, thank God, finally gone. Are you ready? My mouth hurts. Then the fish complained. I smiled and took my hand back. To avoid a repeat, I suggest Uncle Xiao enter through the east gate of the school. It's just too congested in here. If it's too late, it's not safe for Uncle Xiao to burn the midnight oil and return to Hong Kong City. And the east gate is also close to the girls' dormitory. When the time comes, I'll just help Xiaoyu carry the luggage in. Hear me out. Fish thinks it makes sense. In the meantime, I took a look out the window. Xinyu suddenly stopped, stepped towards us. Fortunately, the windows have reflective stickers. You can't see inside from the outside. Soon we arrived at the east gate of the college. Uncle Xiao dropped us off at the door and drove away, and I'm weak at the knees and exhausted. Fish see I am not in the state, asked me what happened. I quickly explained that my feet were numb from sitting too long. Just as we were about to enter the school gate, suddenly a car pulled up behind him. A woman dressed in Cantonese style asked, How to get to 157 Dongshan Industrial Avenue. The fish pointed to the direction of Dongshan Town. But she doesn't know about Industrial Avenue. I thought about it. He took out his pen and drew a road map on the paper and handed it to her. Follow this route and you'll get there. The woman said thank you. And a compliment about your girlfriend. She's the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I watched the car go away and thought to myself. 157 Industrial Avenue. New Century Electronics? Could it be that the big shot from Hong Kong mentioned earlier is her? See, I keep staring in the direction the car's leaving. The fish asked me with jealousy. Let's go. They're all gone. Do you want to take a bus to catch up? I broke out in a cold sweat. Why are you so jealous? I'm just asking for directions. Hearing this, the small fish turned its head to one side with a soft sound. I've never seen you so proactive before. I'm gonna follow the fish and explain. She said you were the prettiest girl she'd ever seen. She must be prettier than she is. And everyone else has. Beautiful people are not easily jealous. Sure enough, it didn't take long to coax the fish. A girl from the country buys a car for her boyfriend every day after school. The cafeteria washes dishes until 12 p.m. just because my boyfriend made a joke. After the holidays, I'm going out to discuss a business with the two leaders. I got to the driver's seat first and pulled out my J photo. Give me a chance today. Let me serve the two leaders. Under Manager Zhong's anxious reminder. The car was running smoothly in the middle of the road. Skilled driving skills let the two leaders repeatedly praise. I asked Manager Kong directly, how about I be your chauffeur? Before she could say anything, I went on. Manager Zhong has an old Ratana that works well. It depends on whether he is willing to lend it to Manager Kong. Hearing this, Manager Zhong cursed in his heart. How can there be such a shameless college student? He wanted to say no, but now he has to say yes. Soon we arrived at the New Century Electronics Factory. Zhao Chunming, director of the electronics factory, unexpectedly caused trouble resulting in my death, and asked us to pick up deliveries between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock every day, but that's when the traffic is at its peak. The delivery truck may not arrive on time, so Manager Zhong suggested that he change the time period. Zhao Chunming put his eyes on Kong Jing directly. And I thought to myself, this is the hook. He doesn't have much power, but he wants to hide the rules. I took out a pack of cigarettes and put it on the table. I'd like to change the time to 12 to 2 o'clock noon. Zhao Chunming only gave a disdainful glance. I'm ready to quit smoking now. You have money for cigarettes. Why don't you buy me some fruit? How could I not know what was implied? Then he took out a piece of cash and put it on the table. Zhao Chunming then let go and put the money in his pocket and walked out. Manager Zhong reminded me immediately after he left. Zhao Chunming is a bottomless pit. You should pay attention to him. When I'm done, I'll go back to the startup base. As soon as I got off the bus, I met Shinichu standing at the door. I saw her confused, so I made a joke. Said it was found on the side of the road. When I saw the door unlocked, I opened it. But I didn't expect Shinichu to take it seriously. Came up to me and told me to give it back. I said no. See her still staring worriedly at Santana. I pinched her cheek and told her not to look. Then I sent Shinichu to the girls' dormitory. I was about to leave when she stopped me. Let's return the car. All right. I can't help but get a little irritated when she talks about it again. Go back. What am I driving? Shinichu said timidly. We can buy our own. I was angry and wanted to laugh when I heard that. Tell her not to think too much and remember to soak her feet at night before resting. Then he turned and left. And a week later, Hu Lingyu suddenly came to the base to find me angrily, and that's when I realized that every day. I didn't go back to the dormitory until after 12 p.m., but you can go back to the business base at 9 o'clock every day. Hu Lingyu also said that young Chu recently dressed. There is always a smell of canteen oil smoke. I was shocked to hear that. I immediately guessed where Chu had gone. Soon we arrived at the school cafeteria. I saw Shinichu here. She was squatting on the floor washing dishes. I can't help but get a little angry at her dirty face. What are you doing here? Say. Shinichu lowered his head in fear and said timidly, I want to earn money to buy you a car. The school bell of finance tutored me personally, and I'm sleeping on my desk. Suddenly a small hand poked me in the face. She's already marked out the test points for me. I replied, I know. Then I turned back to sleep. Shinichu didn't say anything either. He poked me again with his pen. I yelled impatiently. Why do you keep poking me? Look, I'm a little upset, Shinichu timidly motioned for me to read. This scared, persistent look. I'm embarrassed to sleep anymore. And then he took the book from her hand, and it looked like, but this kind of babbling. I couldn't read the book. So how did she get 60 points? Shinichu explained seriously. If the last few subjective questions, I should get 60 points if I don't write. Then he turned to me. And I was staring at her. Do you want to go home with me this winter vacation? Listen to me, asked Shinichu. A blush immediately appeared on his face. She said she wanted to go back to her hometown to accompany her mother-in-law. I just found out that Yuchu has been living with your grandmother. Her parents left early. She was raised by her mother-in-law. It's just that my mother-in-law doesn't have much labor ability, so as long as she has delicious food, she will save it all for you, Chu. But sensible young Chu also reluctant to eat. She was happy when she said that. Some said they saved a lot of money this time. I want to go home early and buy a lot of delicious food for my mother-in-law. Then I asked her how long it would take to get home from Jianyu. When I heard her say it would take more than 30 hours, my heart ached. Immediately think of the picture of young Chu sitting in a hard seat, get used to living according to law. Even if she had money now, she couldn't bear to spend money on a sleeper. So I asked her for SF. And pinched her chubby cheeks. I'll buy you a ticket. I'll send you back. She couldn't resist my insistence, so she had to hand over SFC. Before I do that, I need to talk to my family. Xiaoyu has Uncle Xiao to pick her up, so I have to find someone to accompany me back to Harbor City. On another holiday day, XIN students all embarked on a journey home. I'll call and tell Xiaoyu business base. Suddenly something happened, so I didn't go back with her. Although the fish has some complaints, they can only accept it. Soon, his best friend Wang Zibo also came to the university gate. It's strange to see me without my luggage. Aren't you traveling to Sichuan and Chongqing? Why don't you take your luggage? At this moment, Shang Yanyan noticed me. So she called me over to help her with her luggage, and then introduced me directly to her mother. After a short exchange of pleasantries, the Japanese business research and development mother and daughter drove away, watching the limousine recede. Wang Zibo could not help but say, "Is this who you're taking me to?" She's not even close to a fish. I didn't bother to answer. He went straight to the startup base. He kept asking questions the whole way. Asking if I'm used to eating big meals and want to change. I didn't tell him to shut up until we got to the base. Then I introduced him to Xinyu, who was beside me. Wang Zibo noticed that there was another person beside him at this time. Xinyu quickly stood up and bowed his head to greet him. Wang Zibo also replied politely. I introduced him as my childhood companion. Listen to me, Xinyu. Then I slowly looked up at my best friend. At this time, Wang Zibo also warned Xinyu. Long hair, a beautiful face, and a pair of peach eyes. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. That he accidentally choked on water. Water spurts from the nose and mouth. I put my hands in my pockets and joked, "You look like a turtle." She is the goddess who shocked the whole financial college, and the girl I went back to school to pursue. It's just that she came from a poor family, eat rice instead of vegetables. Home more than 30 hours. The journey is not willing to buy a berth. So this time I'm gonna take her home myself. He also pulled his best friend over and prepared to go to Sichuan and Chongqing together. After Wang Zibo saw Xinyu, he was obviously shocked by her appearance. He performed a nostril spray magic on the spot. His cheeks were red, and he was incoherent. He called me outside and slapped me on the shoulder with a sad face. Blamed me for embarrassing him in front of girls. I smiled to show that Yu is not an outsider, don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Wang Zibo was stunned. Then he grabbed me by the collar and shouted angrily. What do you mean? What about the little fish? Xiao Chen, you can't do this. We need to talk. I explained that this time I went to Sichuan and Chongqing to play. By the way, I want to go to Xinyochu's house to have a look. I heard she had a cousin. If you don't talk nonsense, I'll introduce you. I heard there was a girl I could meet. Wang Zibo coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. It doesn't matter if you're a cousin or not. Mainly I want to see the cultural scenery of Sichuan and Chongqing. Soon we arrived at the train station. Xinyu suddenly turned to us again. Make sure you're really going back with her. I chuckled. I'll go one day. It doesn't make any difference whether it's late or early. Xinyu didn't say anything either. One after another boarded the green train. The environment of the sleeper car made her eyes shine. Comfortable bunk beds and soft white bedding. It's her first time here too. That's why she's so careful. I'm afraid I'll break something. Seeing this, I couldn't help but tease. Are you worried about the train collapsing? Xinyu shyly explained that it was too expensive here, and I just lay on the bed and told her not to panic. I'll have to fly in the future. The train is on the track to Sichuan and Chongqing. Wang Zibo sat in the corridor and enjoyed the scenery outside the window. I took a newspaper and kept abreast of recent events. Xinyu looked at an English book seriously. Time feels bored, so it starts to grow up. Why do you always read an English book? Young Chu explained that his English was very poor. I continued to ask her how many points she got in the college entrance examination English. She kept her head down and didn't say anything, so I said it again. It turned out that the grandfather of the young Chu died on the day of the English test. She stayed home with her mother-in-law, so she didn't take the exam. At this time, Wang Zibo also intervened. He said that if she added English, she would be admitted to Donghai University. I watched Xinyu not have any more rooms. Passed the 3 bowls of instant noodles directly to Wang. Zibo asked him to get some hot water and instant noodles, then closed the door. Then sit next to Xinyu. Ask softly if you miss your grandfather. Hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but miss her. Tears burst like a dam. Seeing this, my heart ached to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and comfort me. I'll be there when it's okay. I was just about to tuck her in and put her to sleep. The carriage door was suddenly opened directly. Wang Zibo excitedly introduced the girl beside me. This is Huang Hui, a senior student at Sidong University of Science and Technology. Same car as us. I swear to myself, it's really bad for my atmosphere. A casual perfunctory sentence, and then get into bed to sleep. The train goes on. And Wang Zibo and Huang Hui are talking and laughing in the corridor. I didn't notice that I was frozen into a dog. These two are talking with the door open. The air conditioner is inside the train. At this time Xinyu also saw me waking up from the cold. She asked me in a trembling voice if I wanted hot water, and she went to pour it for me. Seeing her like this, I just got out of bed. At this time, Wang Zibo and his wife were still laughing and laughing. The sudden slam of a door interrupted their conversation. See me walking to Wang Zibo. Blame me. Can't you just keep it down? I was furious. If you want to get laid, you hang out in the hallway. Open the door and broadcast live. Then he turned and walked to the smoking room. Looking at my back, Wang Zibo was stunned for a moment. Huang Hui whispered, "Your classmate has a big temper. It feels like you're afraid of him." Hearing this, Wang Zibo immediately proved it. To save face, he immediately stood up. I didn't say anything because of my pride. I'll see. He came up to me with a look of displeasure on his face, complaining that I yelled at him in front of people. You don't give him any face, I said seriously. She's just a passerby. It doesn't matter once you get off the train, but Baby Chu is the tip of my heart. You left her frozen like that. Can I be angry? College Belle sleeps in the same car as me. She asked me if I wanted hot water. She went to get it for me. The purpose of our trip is a small mountain village in Sichuan and Chongqing. It's just that my best friend met a girl on the train. The two of them spread out the car door and talked passionately, completely ignoring Xinyu Chu and me shivering in bed. After being scolded by me, Wang Zibo realized that it was his own problem. Then he laughed and said that he would invite us to dinner tonight to make amends. Then I went to buy 4 chicken legs. During the meal break, take out your laptop and do business. At this moment, Huang Hui's eyes also fell on me, saw me pull out a cell phone. Then he started to talk. Asked me which school I am from. After learning that I am a student of GNU Finance College, the chatterbox opens directly. Praised my college for its beautiful environment. He also said that he regretted not being admitted to the School of Finance and Economics. And I thought to myself, I mean, with his level of conversation, no wonder Wang Zibo said he could talk to him. But I don't have any feelings for her. And said, that school sucks. So I quit school and started my own business. Huang Hui immediately took advantage of the situation. The current level of development of the Finance Institute is indeed not as good as before. It's good to start a business. You bought a laptop and a cell phone when you became a boss. And as soon as she finished, I went on. Not long after I dropped out, the principal called me back. And now I'm a finance college student. Hearing this, Huang Hui also knew that I was deliberately beating around the bush. Laugh and then stop talking. Long night green train. Driving on the tracks to Sichuan and Chongqing, until noon the next day when the train arrived at the station. Huang Hui got out of the car with her luggage. Seeing Wang Zibo's reluctant appearance, I was a little speechless. He suddenly turned around and told me that he was going to get Huang Hui's QQ number. In the future, I will have a friend when I am in the mail. I'm embarrassed to pour cold water on him seeing him so happy. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm afraid there's an extra lick. At this time, Xinyu Chu carried the soaked noodles into the carriage. The virtuous appearance makes my best friend envious. I asked him proudly, do you want to find a Sichuan Chongqing girl? When the train arrives, we have to take other transportation. Because Young Chu's hometown is in the remote mountain village is inconvenient for transportation. We switched from bus to. The tricycle was replaced by a number 11 car. Till the moon rises and willows shoot. We're still walking in the snow. At this time, Wang Zibo was already tired and panting, asking how long it's gonna take to get there. And I'm going slow, which means we're almost there. But I forgot how many times I said it. I thought I'd see you later. Wang Zibo immediately cheered up. Under Xinyochu's guidance, we finally arrived at our destination. Then I heard someone shouting, sister. I followed the sound and saw a stick. The girl with the pigtails is running towards us. Seeing this, Wang Zibo couldn't help but ask about the identity of my little girl. I turned my head and told him seriously. See, I'm not lying to you. This is her cousin. I'll introduce you later. Hearing this, Wang Zibo directly glanced at me. Does your conscience not hurt? Xinyu Chu turned around and introduced this. My uncle's cousin's nickname is Ning. I also quickly smiled and greeted him. The little girl turned and ran. I was a little embarrassed. Wang Zibo after turning his head and getting up. Look at you. Close your eyes and it's like night. It scares the kids. I haven't said a word. You scared me away. At this moment, there was a creaking sound of footsteps. Looked up. It's Xinyochu's old mother-in-law. She was holding a burning candle. Faint light and mother-in-law kind. On your face. Xinyochu's eyes gradually became moist. Hurry up and hold your mother-in-law. Her voice was a little stiff when she introduced us. So I immediately opened my mouth and said that my name was Chen Hanxing. Next to him is Wang Bangbo. We are Xinyochu's classmates. Grandma smiled and nodded. Turn around and lead us home. Wang Zibo suddenly told me he's nervous about meeting his parents for the first time, and I said, why are you nervous? Does it have anything to do with you? Do you really want Ning? Then I looked at my best friend suspiciously. And it pissed him off. What the fuck are you talking about? You can keep your voice down. The school belle personally cooked noodles for me. But only 2 out of 3 bowls of noodles have eggs. My best friend looked at the eggs in the bowl and was about to say something. I interrupted him immediately. You eat your own. That's what they want. Just today, we sent Xinyu back to his hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing. Grandma, we haven't eaten yet. Let Yuchu make some noodles. But then I realized there were no eggs in the basket. So her mother-in-law immediately asked her to go to the chicken pen to see. I hurried forward to stop Yuchu. He said he could eat vegetarian noodles. No more eggs. Suddenly, there was a cluck of chickens outside. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a few chicken feathers stuck in little Aining's head, and 2 eggs in his hand. 3 bowls of hot noodles were ready in a few minutes. But only 2 bowls had eggs. Wang Zibo just wanted to say something. I urged him to eat quickly. It's my intention. Then I put the poached eggs in the bowl to Young Chu. Young Chu turned his head and gave the poached egg to little Aining. Grandma arranged for us to stay at home after dinner. Wang Zibo suddenly asked me when I would leave. I'm a little homey when I know I'm coming home tomorrow. I joked that you didn't come just for younger Chu cousin. Anyway, we've already met. This made Wang Zibo angry. You want to send Xinyu Chu home. You lied to me about traveling to Sichuan and Chongqing. Suddenly something occurred to me, so quickly told friends. After returning to Hong Kong City, if the little fish asks what we've been doing these days, you know what to say, right? He turned around and ignored me. After a while, he still didn't respond. I immediately rolled out of bed. The child tore up your train ticket. See how you go back and complain, and spend the night in the middle of the swearing of your best friend. The next morning, we got up with the barking of the dogs. Xinyu Chu changed his clothes at this time. Flower-padded jacket is busy in the kitchen. She was at the door when she saw me get up. I told her not to overdo it. We'll eat and then we'll go. Xinyu Chu was obviously stunned when he heard this, and I can see the sadness in her heart, so he immediately explained that the new year would soon come. The road is too crowded and uncomfortable. I'll pick you up after winter break. Hearing this, Xinyu Chu waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he did not have to come specially, but the tickets are all bought. Is this just a waste? And when I say that, she'll have to say yes. When it's time for dinner, there are only 2 sets of chopsticks on the table. Wang Zibo wondered why my mother-in-law and Xiao Aining didn't eat. I explained that it was their custom. They won't move their chopsticks until the guests finish eating. Then he urged his best friend to eat quickly. Looking at the kind mother-in-law and the eager little Aining, Wang Zibo's nose couldn't help but ache. Hurry up and hand over all the money on your body to your mother-in-law. But Grandma said nothing. My best friend had to look at me for help. I took the money from him and went to little Ning. Ning wants to eat meat every day. Do you want to buy nice clothes? Ning himself wants to buy textbooks and stationery. After a series of questions, Ning nodded repeatedly. My heart ached as I stroked her little head. Then put it down, okay? Little Aining took the money in his hand and thanked him. Happy to say that he can buy a school bag. Wang Zibo, who saw this scene, finally relaxed, and then it's time to leave. Xinyu Chu and Xiao Aining drove us to the entrance of the village. She looked like she was reluctant to part, and I joked, do you want to come back to Harbor City with me? Then hurry up and pack your clothes. Hearing this, Young Chu just wanted to answer something. Then he shook his head and said he couldn't bear it. Tears welled up in my eyes. I hurried forward to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. He held her pretty face and comforted her. I know. I can't bear to part with anyone. Stop it. Wait till I get back. Then he drew a line in the snow. Tell her not to cross this line. Xinyu Chu nodded obediently. Stand where you are and watch us drift away. At this moment little Annan dug into his bulging pockets, and then he took something out of it. But isn't this money all given to Grandma? Speaking of which, she immediately proved it. When I look up again, we already disappeared into a world of our own. The first time I went to eat at the schoolbell's house. How dare you be so presumptuous under the table? Seeing that she didn't react, I wanted to go further, but I forgot about the fish. It's not business research. You can't joke like that. During winter break, I sent Xinyu Chu back to his hometown in Sichuan and Chongqing. It didn't take long for him to return home, come in and smile. Ling apologizes to Mom. But Mom, out of her usual way, gave me a nice smile. Let me sit down on the couch and rest. Talk to me later. I'm relieved to see Mom like this. It's just that Old Chen next to me is looking at me a little strangely. I couldn't help it. Old Chen, why do you keep looking at me? Old Chen closed his eyes and muttered. Be patient when Mom hits you later. Don't disturb the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw my mother walking towards me with a rolling pin. Without a word, it was a beating of love for me. Old Chen sat quietly on the side. There's nothing to stop it. Until Mom came up with a high 12 on her report card, to find out why he got beat up. I lay in bed cursing. What kind of report card should I send for the new year? It's a deliberate attempt to disrupt the students' family harmony. It's hard to imagine how long winter break. I'm going to learn how to drive a car. It might be faster to ask Uncle Xiao for help. So I sent a message to the fish. I bought you a bracelet. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Is Uncle Xiao home? Heard I was going to her house. See how you quickly mentioned that many relatives came to the house, and I didn't care. What's there to be afraid of? Just meeting the parents. The small fish whispered softly. Your words. It's like seeing other girls' parents. I couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Hee, you are really good at joking. The next day, I knock on the door of Xiao Yu's house. The parents of the fish welcomed me warmly into the house, after greeting the elders in the family. The corner of his eye twitched. See the fish smiling at me. I sat down next to the fish and chatted casually. Soon it will be time for dinner. Small fish have also become a topic of conversation for relatives. Praise her for not only being pretty, but getting good grades. There must be a lot of people chasing you in college. Lu's mother explained beside her that my daughter said, college is not about relationships. Uncle Xiao was eating silently, and did not speak. I also silently ate the rice in the bowl. Thought to himself, if I wanted to make sure. The little fish will have a boyfriend in the next second. I reached out and touched the fish. She didn't react. I'm pushing harder. Down her knees to her thighs. All of a sudden, the fish slammed the table and stood up immediately, walking into the room without saying a word. Everyone is a pity for this. I thought to myself. Oh no, Small Fish is not a commercial research institute. You can't joke like that. Back in the room, the fish lay on the table and cried. I rushed in and explained that I was just kidding. The fish looked at me with tears in her eyes. Who's kidding you? I handed a beautiful bracelet to the fish to apologize. She snorted and continued to lie on the table. See her half gone. I joked. Get out of here. It's not good to be alone in a room. Then give me a bite. Wearing so many clothes in winter. Can we owe it till summer? The fish proudly turned its head to one side. I stuck my tongue out. This is the softest part. Here you go. Make the fish blush. Soon after, the room door opened. See how you said sorry to everyone? Seeing this, Uncle Xiao also admired me. After lunch, Fish and I are going for a walk. But the kid was screaming and wanted to go out with us. So I borrowed one. Said we were going to the new internet cafe north of the city. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman left the child at home. And my words, even the little fish are a little believe. I didn't realize until I explained. You're a real weasel. I chuckled. Thank you. I was born again, 19 years old, back to college. Not only did she win the belle of 2 colleges, and I know one today, chasing me down to college girls, a grade that could have been in a book. I have to go to Urban's Finance College. During the winter vacation, I'm hanging out with some of my classmates. The students are all talking about gossip in their respective schools, looking at a group of people laughing. I feel that everyone's school life is very rich. And that's when my best friend came up to me and said, in the morning, I went to the internet cafe and added Huang He's queue. When I heard that, I was shocked. Remind him he's too impatient. You lose control of your relationship. And yet it is true. He didn't chat much after adding QQ. Huang Hui interrupted the chat on the grounds of bathing, and best friends are watching. The film is waiting for her reply. But I didn't get a message until the internet fee was gone. After saying that, his best friend showed a tearful expression. I patted him on the shoulder. Suddenly there was a shout downstairs. A little yellow hair pointed at the students downstairs and cursed. Blame them for talking too loud. The 2 boys immediately stood up and retorted. The little blonde is about to step forward. Suddenly, a pool cue fell from the sky and landed at his feet. I slowly walked down the stairs with a stick in my mouth. Zhang Weilei, are you here to fill the cup again? Remember when I almost beat you to death at the school gate? Blondie got angrier when he saw me. He rushed over and was about to attack, but was stopped by a loud shout. It's Zhang Weilei's brother, Zhang Weiyu. He smiled and greeted me. I smiled and reminded him to discipline his brother. Maybe he'll get killed again one day. The students upstairs are a little strange. Why do I know 2 gangsters? Best friend explained at the side. Xiaochen had a fight with an out-of-school thug before, and that person is Zhang Weilei. At that time, he wanted to chase after a girl from our school, and every day, he blocks people's doorways. They have security. It happened that Xiaochen said a few words when he encountered this matter, but Zhang Weilei has a bad temper. The 2 of them fought directly without a word. The little fish asked curiously who won in the end. The best friend said proudly, of course, it is Xiaochen. He almost killed Zhang Weilei. Even school security couldn't stop it, until Zhang Weiyu appeared. It takes 3 people to separate 2 people. Because of this matter, the school affairs office gave Xiaochen a warning. But then, for some reason, it was cancelled. But little fish know nothing about these things. Gao Jiaoliang asked curiously, who was the girl who was saved? Luo Xian, who used to be a sophomore and is now a senior, and the female classmate on the side is Luo Xian's neighbor. According to what she said, Luo Xian was supposed to get a book, but she had to go to GNU Finance College. This is obviously going to chase people to school, between their gossips. Zhang Weiyu and I also chatted for a while, and left him an LX before he left. Let him go to GNU to find me if he has anything in the future, and inside the bar. The fish who sorted out the cause and effect of things stared at me angrily. I asked curiously, what's wrong? What do you think? After saying nothing, he walked to the side. Seeing this, Gao Jiaoliang immediately began to gloat. Chen Hanxing, congratulations. Next year, you can give me a little sister. I lightly replied that next year we will be sophomore. Everyone is happy to mention little sister. Then Gao Jiaoliang explained to me like adding oil and vinegar. And the little fish is sitting in a chair. He suppressed his emotions and said nothing. After Gao Jiaoliang finished speaking, I was also stunned. Did Luo Xian go to the Finance Institute because of me? And that's when I realized. Why did she chase me to this area? Suddenly, the glass fell heavily on the table with a snap. I turned my head in fright. I saw the fish looking at me with his hands crossed and his face unfriendly. How? Can't wait now. I quickly explained that I didn't know her. Then he laughed and told everyone about himself. If you want to find a girlfriend, you should use small fish as the minimum standard. Luo Xian is no match for Xiaoyu, so we don't like it either. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression also eased, angry and scolding me for being shameless. Gao Jiaoliang even glared at me. Fish, even if it's in them. The flight attendant major of the school is also the school belle level. After saying that, he did not forget to mock me and wait to be single in the future. However, the best friend next to him did not think so. He remembered Qin Yu Chu, who was far away in Sichuan and Chongqing. I was born again, 19 years old, back to college. Emotional entanglements, with 2 college bells. Can this life have a happy ending? Tonight is my first New Year's Eve since I was born. I'm in college, naturally. Become a topic of conversation at the dinner table of relatives. I was constantly asked if I had a girlfriend. What kind of job can I find after graduation? How much can I earn for my salary? But I was distracted. Always thinking about Xinyu, who is far away in Sichuan and Chongqing. After New Year's Eve dinner, I was walking home with my parents. I told them I had to get back to school a few days early. Mom's a little weird about that. I explained that I had to go to Sichuan and Chongqing first to pick up the young Chu. After dropping her off at the dorm, go back to Hong Kong City and go to school with Xiaoyu. Mom looked at me and didn't say anything, and then asked me, 2003, can 2 girls be sure that one? I smiled and said perfunctorily that we were just classmates, just praying in my heart that I don't add another one. Mom sighed when she saw me fooling around. Old Chin, let's take care of our health and prepare for a second child. This cutie must have been spoiled. Soon after, I came to Xinyochu's hometown again. Little Ning ran to me excitedly after seeing me. I'm smiling. Where's Grandma and Sister? Grandma went to Uncle's house. Sister went to chop wood. And then he said, I'm sorry. Sister dreamed of brother when she was sleeping. I immediately asked her how she knew. I heard her talking in her sleep when she took me to bed. At this moment, Xinyu walked over with a bundle of firewood on his back. When she looked up ahead, she couldn't help but feel a wave of anger. At this time, little Annan's hand also pointed behind me. Wait till I turned around, just like Xinyu. I looked at her and smiled. Xinyu was stunned. Will you see me coming up to you? Immediately, and then it turns into a happy one. A misty layer of tears welled up in her big eyes. I can't help but get a little angry at her for carrying so much firewood. Can't you do less memorizing? Stupid. Xinyu lowered his head and explained timidly, when I went to school, my mother-in-law doesn't move at home. Next time I won't memorize so much. Don't be angry. Looking at the silly Xinyu, I sighed. She was about to ask me something when I beat her to it. Didn't I promise to come back and get you? I thought you might miss me too much, so I came earlier. Hearing this, Xinyu was stunned, and then a cute smile. The next day I dragged Xinyu to the airport, but she still wants to take the train home. But I can't stand my insistence. Xinyu, who was flying for the first time, was extremely nervous. He's been holding onto my arm since we got on the plane. In the meantime, I was gonna go to the bathroom, but as soon as the plane bumps, she immediately grabbed my arm. I had no choice but to give up. Soon after, I sent Xinyu downstairs to the girls' dormitory, let her go upstairs and get some sleep. Soon, the information of the little fish came. I had no choice but to rush back to Hong Kong City. After meeting with Xiaoyu, he took Uncle Zhao's car back to school. I was listless on the way. Uncle Zhao's car was blocked at the school gate. I glanced out of the window. I saw Xinyu in the crowd. Why isn't she sleeping in her dorm? What are you doing here? At this time, Uncle Xiao also noticed Xinyu, so remind the little fish there is a front. The girl and the clothes she was wearing seemed. My heart was racing and I was on pins and needles. Mind was blank. A girl's all about her boyfriend. But the boyfriend's in the car warming up with another girl. And the car was parked right in front of the girl. At this time, I was already sweating in the car. If they ever meet, it's probably worse than hell. Fish just want to look out the window when I stopped. She turned her head and looked at me in confusion. I took out a paper towel with trembling hands, carefully wiped her mouth. There's some sakuma on the corner of your mouth. Be careful what you eat next time. The sudden tenderness moved the fish. But right now, my heart is pounding. And while my erratic behavior can be fooled, small fish, but they cannot escape Uncle Zhao's eyes. He asked me why my hands were shaking. I quickly explained that the first time I wiped a girl's mouth. That's why I'm nervous. Then he looked out the window. Xinyu was about to turn around and leave. I thought to myself, thank God, finally gone. Are you ready? My mouth hurts. Then the fish complained. I smiled and took my hand back. To avoid a repeat, I suggest Uncle Xiao enter through the east gate of the school. It's just too congested in here. If it's too late, it's not safe for Uncle Xiao to burn the midnight oil and return to Hong Kong City. And the east gate is also close to the girls' dormitory. When the time comes, I'll just help Xiaoyu carry the luggage in. Hear me out. Fish thinks it makes sense. In the meantime, I took a look out the window. Xinyu suddenly stopped, stepped towards us. Fortunately, the windows have reflective stickers. You can't see inside from the outside. Soon we arrived at the east gate of the college. Uncle Xiao dropped us off at the door and drove away, and I'm weak at the knees and exhausted. Fish see I am not in the state, asked me what happened. I quickly explained that my feet were numb from sitting too long. Just as we were about to enter the school gate, suddenly a car pulled up behind him. A woman dressed in Cantonese style asked how to get to 157 Dongshan Industrial Avenue. The fish pointed to the direction of Dongshan Town, but she doesn't know about Industrial Avenue. I thought about it. He took out his pen and drew a road map on the paper and handed it to her. Follow this route and you'll get there. The woman said thank you. And a compliment about your girlfriend. She's the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I watched the car go away and thought to myself, 157 Industrial Avenue. New Century Electronics? Could it be that the big shot from Hong Kong mentioned earlier is her? See, I keep staring in the direction the car's leaving. The fish asked me with jealousy. Let's go. They're all gone. Do you want to take a bus to catch up? I broke out in a cold sweat. Why are you so jealous? I'm just asking for directions. Hearing this, the small fish turned its head to one side with a soft sound. I've never seen you so proactive before. I'm gonna follow the fish and explain. She said you were the prettiest girl she'd ever seen. She must be prettier than she is. And everyone else has. Beautiful people are not easily jealous. Sure enough, it didn't take long to coax the fish. A girl from the country buys a car for her boyfriend. Every day after school. The cafeteria washes dishes until 12 p.m. just because my boyfriend made a joke. After the holidays, I'm going out to discuss a business with the two leaders. I got to the driver's seat first, and pulled out my J photo. Give me a chance today. Let me serve the two leaders. Under Manager Zhong's anxious reminder. The car was running smoothly in the middle of the road. Skilled driving skills let the two leaders repeatedly praise. I asked Manager Kong directly, how about I be your chauffeur? Before she could say anything, I went on. Manager Zhong has an old Ratana that works well. It depends on whether he is willing to lend it to Manager Kong. Hearing this, Manager Zhong cursed in his heart. How can there be such a shameless college student? He wanted to say no, but now he has to say yes. Soon we arrived at the new Century Electronics factory. I didn't expect to be killed. The factory director Zhao Chunming created difficult situations intentionally, and asked us to pick up deliveries between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock every day, but that's when the traffic is at its peak. The delivery truck may not arrive on time, so Manager Zhong suggested that he change the time period. Zhao Chunming put his eyes on Kong Jing directly. And I thought to myself, this is the hook. He doesn't have much power, but he wants to hide the rules. I took out a pack of cigarettes and put it on the table. I'd like to change the time to 12 to 2 o'clock noon. Zhao Chunming only gave a disdainful glance. I'm ready to quit smoking now. You have money for cigarettes. Why don't you buy me some fruit? How could I not know what was implied? Then he took out a piece of cash and put it on the table. Zhao Chunming then let go and put the money in his pocket and walked out. Manager Zhong reminded me immediately after he left. Pay attention to Zhao Chunming, as he has insatiable hunger. When I'm done, I'll go back to the startup base. As soon as I got off the bus, I met Shinichu standing at the door. I saw her confused, so I made a joke. Said it was found on the side of the road. When I saw the door unlocked, I opened it. But I didn't expect Shinichu to take it seriously. Came up to me and told me to give it back. I said no. See her still staring worriedly at Santana. I pinched her cheek and told her not to look. Then I sent Shinichu to the girls' dormitory. I was about to leave when she stopped me. Let's return the car. All right. I can't help but get a little irritated when she talks about it again. Go back. What am I driving? Shinichu said timidly. We can buy our own. I was angry and wanted to laugh when I heard that. Tell her not to think too much and remember to soak her feet at night before resting. Then he turned and left. And a week later, Wu Lingyu suddenly came to the base to find me angrily, and that's when I realized that every day, I didn't go back to the dormitory until after 12 p.m., but you can go back to the business base at 9 o'clock every day. Wu Lingyu also said that young Chu recently dressed. There is always a smell of canteen oil smoke. I was shocked to hear that. I immediately guessed where Yu Chu had gone. Soon we arrived at the school cafeteria. I saw Shinichu here. She was squatting on the floor washing dishes. I can't help but get a little angry at her dirty face. What are you doing here? Say. Shinichu lowered his head in fear and said timidly, I want to earn money to buy you a car. Have you ever seen such a simple girl? Because a casual joke. She washed dishes in the cafeteria every day, making money just to buy a car for your boyfriend. But the price of a car is far beyond her imagination. If you open your mouth directly to block it, and we can't let this silly girl stop thinking. So the next morning, I took her to the 4S, pointing to a Mercedes worth over 660,000 and telling her, one of the steering wheels of this car, that'll cover 4 years of tuition. After listening to me, Shinichu was stunned. I grabbed her hand and let her feel it. Just put your hand on it, and it was interrupted by the clerk. If you don't buy it, don't touch it. And I ignored him. Because I can't afford it now. Then he brought Yuchu to a Passat, which is the one I'm driving now. After I introduced the price, she also immediately understand why I brought her here. If you only rely on the cafeteria to do it, and it takes a long time to afford it. Looking at Shinichu, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. But thank you anyway. Because I was the only one growing up. Mom bought me a bike. No other woman would buy me a car. Just then a saleswoman approached me and asked if I wanted to buy a car. I didn't even look back. I just told her I couldn't afford it, but the saleswoman listened without a trace of impatience. It's okay if you can't afford it now. I'm sure you'll be able to afford it later. After hearing this, I slowly turned my head. The saleswoman took out a business card and handed it to him with both hands. It means I'm her first customer, and I'm honored to take it from her. I was just surprised to see the name on the card. Isn't she the party girl who flirted with me at the party in my previous life? Turns out she was a simple little girl. I told her to cherish simplicity. Then he left the 4S car shop with Shinichu. After sending Yuchu back to her dormitory, she happened to pass by Dahai University, see the fish standing on the roadside waiting for the bus. So I went straight to the training. Where are you going? Can my brother's second-hand Santana carry you? The fish was excited to see me, asking me where I got the car. I joked that I bought it myself. and she didn't doubt it, and she was happy to get in the passenger seat. It's just that she started sniffing around. There seems to be a special smell in your car. I broke out in a cold sweat. Remember, Shinichi just sat down, but the little fish does more than that. Rummage through it and take it. Hair strands asked me whose hair this is. I looked even more flustered. Little fish in your heart, are you a dog? If this goes on, you won't be able to build this car in the future. I rushed to explain that it wasn't mine. I'm just a chauffeur for my boss. I think this hair belongs to his wife. After hearing this, the fish stopped. I hereby declare my right to co-pilot, and I'm saying no. Show yourself as someone else's driver, and you can't tell anyone where to sit. The fish pouted and muttered. Can you promise me something right now? We'll talk about it later. I'm not unreasonable. How dare I agree to such unreasonable demands? Change the subject and take her. Eat at a new restaurant in Iwo City. By the time the fish got back to college, it was late. I was relieved to wave goodbye. I thought to myself, why is the fish getting more and more sensitive recently? Better be careful in the future. Then someone called me from behind. I turned around and saw that it was Zhang Yanyan. Are you here to pick me up? And I didn't refuse to let him in. Zhang Yanyan began to fix makeup on his mobile phone after getting on the bus, and then she told me she wanted to apply for the campus radio station, and wanted me to say hi. I didn't even think about it. I just said yes. Suddenly she leaned over and sniffed. There's more than one woman in your car. I quickly distanced myself from her. Are you women all dogs? Seeing this, Zhang Yanyan also sat aside. I thought after a year. You'd even look at me? I joked, wait for me someday. I'll fall in love with you when I feel bad. Zhang Yanyan looked at me affectionately. Let me guess. When you don't want to live. Maybe you and some woman accidentally had a baby. But you don't like that woman. I can't help but wonder. Why would she think that? Seeing that I didn't speak, she continued, if that day comes, you come to me. I'll help you with this baby. I don't want to fall in love, get married or have children. Because men don't have a good thing. I don't want to work after graduation. Just want to open a coffee shop or a flower shop, and live on your own. She was so serious. I said yes, but what I didn't expect. She said things that would come true in the future. Who would have thought epic trash? The guy's best friend is a licking dog, and humble to the bones of the pay, destined not to be cherished. Recently, due to respiratory diseases, the whole country has been on alert. The severity of the disease is broadcast daily on campus. Propaganda banners are also everywhere. Shinichi pours me a cup of Banlangen every day. If I don't drink, she'll always be there to remind me. So no matter how bad it is, I'm gonna drink it down. Shinichi usually listens to me on small matters, but in the face of these big questions, she still has her own persistence. At this moment, the L sound of the mobile phone rang. It's an unfamiliar phone number. After picking it up, I found out that it was actually my best friend Huang Zibo. He wants me to go to a Western restaurant now. He also said Huang Hui was there. As soon as I heard it, I knew they were meeting for dinner, and things went exactly as I expected. Huang Hui was supposed to have dinner with friends today. Then she called the dormitory to invite Huang Zibo. At dinner, Huang Hui jokingly asked him if he could treat him. I didn't expect my best friend to agree without saying anything. I was speechless when he finished. Then you're welcome. Why are you calling me best friend? Now you're talking about your 4 realms. He doesn't have enough cash on him to pay for his meal. He called me as a last resort, and this meal cost 3 people 800 yuan. I was depressed when I heard that number. My best friend hung up and urged me to hurry over. Soon I came to a Western restaurant. After meeting, without saying a word, give him a lecture hall. You can see his aggrieved eyes. Then he didn't say anything more. Then he came to the front desk to pay for his meal. But Huang Hui and the others had already left when I came. There's still a few bites of steak on the table. Best friends don't want to waste it, so they keep stuffing it into their mouths. And then he ate and threw up and he kept going. So I advised him not to worry about money and health, not to eat bad stomach. He stopped what he was doing. Keep your head down and say nothing. After leaving the restaurant, my best friend looked at the second-hand Santana in front of him for a moment. He didn't open the door until I urged him to get in the passenger seat. He was silent the whole way. Suddenly pulled out a crumpled 300 yuan and handed it over. Said the rest would be returned next month. But I didn't answer, which means I don't need the 300 bucks. He gave me a look. Throw 300 bucks into my arms like a fit of pique, and I'm pissed off at him for doing it. What the hell are you doing taking it out on your son? I didn't ask you to treat me. The best friend knew he was in the wrong and did not refute. Then he asked me how I got the fish to chase me back. I explained to him very seriously. First of all, fish and Huang Hui are essentially different. Fish don't like you. She wouldn't even accept gold or silver if you gave her money. If she likes you, you could give her a paper bag and she'd take it. Do you think fish can do something like this at noon today? Secondly, there is an emotional basis between me and Xiaoyu, like a piece of paper between classmates. If this piece of paper breaks then, and became boyfriend and girlfriend, hear me out. My best friend asked me if I'd broken it now. I gave him a look and told him I'd broken it, but I sewed it back on. Best friend scolded a scum. After sending him back to Polytechnic school, please tell him, even if you can't be a jerk, don't be a lick. 800 yuan for today's meal. Western food is like paying tuition. Then he drove away. But my best friend doesn't listen to me. Soon after, I came to the internet cafe again, turned on the computer and sent a QQ message to Huang Hui who is not online. How was lunch today? Next time? The business tycoon who has been in the workplace for many years is back at the age of 19, a bumper harvest of both career and love. Not only does it have its own entrepreneurial base on campus, and he captured the hearts of 2 college belles. Even the scumbag girl is devoted to me, promised not to marry and raise my children for me. Due to the severity of the situation, Shin-Yuchu pours me a cup of Banlangen every day. Looking at my back, Hulinu suddenly asked Yuchu, you put all your heart into one man. What if his feelings go sour later? Shin-Yuchu was at a loss after hearing her out. And inside Century Electronics Factory, I'm being harassed by Supervisor Xiao Chunming. Every time you ask him to do something, you have to prepare cigarettes and cash. But that's not all. Every time he eats and drinks, I have to pay for it. Just treat me like an ATM. That's a little insulting. I looked around and saw an electronics store. And when he came out, he had a voice recorder in his hand. The next day I was working with Electronics Factory. The front desk lady is familiar with the relationship. A luxury coupe suddenly stopped at the door. A familiar woman stepped out of the car. Isn't this the guy who asked me the other day? Looks like somebody big in this town. I was thinking about creating an opportunity to pretend to know. The phone sound is ringing. It's Zhao Chunming. He asked me to go to Tianshui Yaji to have tea with their deputy director, but when I got there, I wasn't there. I'm supposed to pay for it. Looking at the briefcase he left behind, I had an idea. Hide the purchase recording pen in your bag, and then remind him he forgot his bag. And this time the harvest is not small. The recorder is full of his complaints to his boss. The Jing family owns more than 100 billion yuan, and she was given an electronics factory, a girl who just returned from studying abroad. The child still wants to reform the factory system. Jing Guancher. That's a terrible name. The words are disrespectful and insulting to the superior. I held the recorder pen and the corners of my mouth curved. Zhao Chunming, just you wait. Back to the startup base. I opened Dinyang and searched Jingguan. The information that can be searched is all worthless things. When I looked around, I saw Shin-Yuchu staring at me. So I pinched her lovely cheek. Made her blush. And that's when school security came to tell me. Said there were 2 men outside looking for me. And they say they're my folks. 2 teenagers who once had higher hearts than the sky went out to wander. But it didn't take long for society to beat him mercilessly. I had no choice but to join my former enemy. I took them to the startup base and asked them why. That's when I realized they were in the factory, and the people in D were thrown out, and he didn't even have time to grab his wallet. I lit an incense stick and asked them about their future plans, but they didn't know where to go. I looked at the recorder and told them, if you want to go back to Harbor City, I'll give you some money. If you don't want to go back, I can get you jobs. Zhang Weiyu immediately said he didn't want to go back. Since you're determined to go out, you won't go back to Harbor City easily. But Zhang Weilei next to him was silent, so I asked again. He twisted his head and gritted his teeth to show that he was not going back either. When I heard their answers, I immediately promised to help them find a way to work, and then he said to them with a serious face, I'm a little bossy. In my house, you listen to me, so Zhang Weilei. You shave off your yellow hair first. Hearing this, Zhang Weilei was directly furious that I was targeting him. Angry, he knocked out the potted plant at the door and walked out. Looking at the broken potted plant on the ground, I was silent for a few seconds and then I said, your brother respects you, but he's not afraid of you. With his personality, he'll probably get into trouble again. Since you can't control it, I'll be the villain. Hearing this, Zhang Weiyu immediately came forward and asked me what I was going to do. I took out my cell phone and dialed the school janitor directly. Tell them there's a guy with yellow hair. Mewing stole $200 from me. Let them detain Zhang Weilei immediately. If he resists, then fight to the death. At this time, Zhang Weilei is still swearing on campus, suddenly stopped by 2 doormen. You can go out if you want. Take out the stolen money first. Hearing this, Zhang Weilei was immediately unhappy. Open your mouth to the doorman. Capitalize it. But in return, he received a physical beating, and tied up in a storage closet. Soon I was in the storeroom. He immediately understood what was going on. Chen Hanxing, you framed me on G-Day. I just took out $200 and threw it in front of him. See, I didn't frame you, did I? This is proof that you stole my money. This operation directly stunned Zhang Weilei, and I went on to say, you know why your brother never fought with me? It's not because I can. And then he takes out a pair of scissors. He looked at Zhang Weilei's hair. He has the will to fight, but he has no will to fight. I had to cut off the yellow hair. Tears of grievance flowed from the corners of his eyes. Reminds me of my life in Harbor City. I had no money, but I was happy, free and unfettered. But I still don't have any money, but freedom and hair are gone. He regretted fighting in the factory in the first place. Thinking of this, he couldn't help crying anymore. A little while later, I came out of the storage room. Give the doorman a box of incense. Tell him the man inside is a friend's brother. Just keep him in storage all night to grind his wildness. And the next day, Zhang Weilei, who was released, sat aside obediently. Zhang Weiyu thought to himself when he saw his brother like this, if I had known, I wouldn't have done it. Just then Shin-Yuchu came to bring me breakfast. I pointed to Zhang Weilei on the ground and signaled to give it to him first. Shin-Yuchu came to him and handed him the bread with both hands. Look at this girl who reveals kindness and gentleness everywhere. Zhang Weilei's temperament changed greatly at this moment. At night he lay in bed, Tossing and turning, I can't sleep, so I asked my brother about the girl he saw today. I didn't expect to be caught before I finished speaking. Wei Yu grabbed his collar and scolded. What the hell are you thinking? Those are Chen Hanqing's men. You can't even imagine. Last night wasn't enough? He'll kill you for no reason. Zhang Weilei immediately shook off his brother's hand, explaining that he didn't think about it, and didn't dare to think about it, because no one in this world is good enough for a fairy. Even Chen Hanqing doesn't deserve it. Then he asked why his brother was so afraid of me now. Zhang Weilei remembered something I told him today. Just hear me out. He felt like an idiot. Please eat and drink occasionally, but if it becomes a norm, it's insulting. This man is an executive at a $100 billion company, but every day you think about filling your pockets and stealing from your subordinates. I've never suffered such humiliation in my 2 lives, and now we have evidence that will destroy him. How can I let him off so easily? I received a phone call from Zhao Chunming that day. Good name. Introduced me to some friends. He wanted me to pay for dinner. But I didn't say no. I said yes. Take Zhang Weiyu and his brother, and set off immediately. By the time we got to the hotel, the liquor store was over. Before leaving, directly asked Zhao Chunming to pay the bill, then submit the bill to him to sign for reimbursement. But Zhao Chunming turned around and asked me to pay the bill, and he asked me to give him the paperwork. This is obviously a meal for himself, and he wants to earn money for this meal. But this time I didn't check out. Go forward and talk to him about helping the 2 villagers arrange work. But Zhao Chunming was impatient, and asked me to pay first. I smiled and asked, Ms. Jinghuan should be your big boss, right? Director Zhao talks bad about her behind her back all day. What if he finds out? Hearing this, Zhao Chunming did not panic at all, because nobody trusts the courier. But when I pulled out the recorder, his face changed. The words coming out of the tape recorder. It's all his abuse and disrespect for Jinghuan. He stretched out his hand to snatch it, but Zhang Weiyu grabbed his wrist. I turned on the recorder and I put it inside. The tape was thrown in front of Zhao Chunming. Tell him it's just a burned tape. The original is still in the recorder. Zhao Chunming never thought. The one in front of me is under 20. Young people are so vicious. I didn't waste time making my own demands. Arrange 2 villagers to enter the factory first, and pay me back all the money I ate. That's $4,700, rounded to the nearest 10,000. Zhao Chunming had no choice but to follow suit. It's just money. He needs 3 days to prepare. On the way to the factory, I specifically told them to find out what was going on in the factory. Although the electronics factory is just a processing factory, but Jinghuan seems to be actively reforming. If you're doing it right, maybe 2 years from now it'll be a gold mine. Zhang Weiyu looked at my back and shouted in his heart, I admire you even more. Zhao Chunming is in the office, worrying about how to make things right. Just then, a colleague from the company passed by. Speaking of which, there's a delivery guy. The young man is now wandering around the entrance of the administration building. Everyone in the building except Mr. Jing is off duty. After hearing this, Zhao Chunming immediately ran out, but then he stopped halfway. He knew it was too late to run. Once Jinghuan finds out about him, all these years, I've been doing things behind my back, then he's probably gonna be sent to a chair. But it's too late to run now. So he had respiratory disease in his head, the idea of isolation, and in the administration building. I'm in the bathroom, humming and getting dressed, when we get out. But I saw a couple of guys in protective suits. The paramedics are staring at me like I'm a threat. An accidental circumstance that caused 2 drunk girls meet in the world. They ran in the same direction regardless of their own safety, to live and die with a boy. Fate destined the 3 to meet each other. And how does the boy choose this time? Because someone reported a fever in the administration building, causing the building to be locked down by paramedics. And Jingguandi and I are grounded. Except she didn't panic. Instead, he asked the medical staff not to work too hard. I was alone in the wind for a few seconds. Then I remembered to inform the people around me. The first person to get a call was a fish. She's getting dressed for dinner with me. And then you pick up the phone complaining about me. Why aren't you looking for her at this time of night? Her face darkened when she heard I was quarantined. Chen Hanqing, you're trying to save me. Started making up these lies? Hearing this, I quickly explained that I did not lie to her. Only when I finished, there was no sound on the other end of the line. And when I asked again if anyone's here, Fish cried and said she was coming to me right now. I quickly comforted her to stay in the dormitory. It's no use coming over now, and then I called home. When I said I was quarantined for a respiratory disease, the sound of a spatula falling immediately came from the other end of the phone. By now, Mom was sobbing. Old Chin took the phone and asked me about my current situation. Seconds after hanging up, another call came in. It's the landline number of the startup base. It's Shinichu. She already knows I'm in quarantine, trying not to cry in between conversations, just not to worry me, when I told him to stay in school. She couldn't help crying anymore. Then she looked at Hu Lingyu with tears in her eyes. The tone is firm, indicating that he wants to accompany me. Hearing this, Hu Lingyu immediately advised her. It's on the news that you could die from this disease. But Shinichu still ran to me without hesitation. From behind came the roar of Hu Lin. Shinichu, you can't live your whole life with just Chen Hanqing. When I call someone else. Xingguan had already stood beside him. She smiled and motioned for me to clarify things first. Then she thanked me for showing her the way last time. After a few words, he invited me into his office. It's just that the environment in the house is a little messy. But what shocked me was the office. There are 3 computers on the table. Xinguan was embarrassed to explain. I'm just a rookie. I'm not used to secretaries. Sometimes I work overtime here at night, and I sleep here. Then he asked me what I was doing in the office building. I stood up immediately, telling Zhao Chunming's improper behavior. After saying that, he handed over the recording pen, but Xinguandi focused on the product. How much did I pay for my recording pen? I smiled and said $300. After saying that, he reached out and turned on the recorder switch for her, but she handed me a stack of files. It's all about Zhao Chunming's work. Evidence of self-enrichment, and underlings since the 1970s. And then he took me to factory security. Zhao Chunming was holding a suitcase and preparing to escape. But as soon as he arrived at the gate, he was stopped by Director Li and his men. I didn't realize until now. Director Li is also Jing Guanchu's man. I have to say, this woman is really scary, pretending to be naive when you know everything. I couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. At this moment, the fish also appeared in the surveillance screen. She was running towards the administration building with tears in her eyes. At the same time, in another surveillance feed, Shinyochu's figure also appeared. It's my destiny. I'm afraid we're not gonna make it through this one. The girl ran to the boy at the risk of infection. But the boy was sad and not happy, because another girl was running towards him. I thought that one day they would meet, but I didn't expect the day to come so soon. Xinguan, I am not very happy and somewhat strange, but when he found Shinyochu's clothes, I knew immediately what was going on, and then a meaningful smile. I didn't know you were such a jerk. And both girlfriends are so pretty. See, I didn't say anything. She offered to let one of them in. I immediately asked why. But she just wanted to see who I'd pick. See me stay where I am and have no choice. So she just picked up the phone and told him. The security guard at the door let the fish in. The reason is because Xiao Yu helped her point the way, and Hu Lin Yu, who was on the side, was still negotiating with the security guards. Shinyu tugged at her sleeve to signal her to forget it, and then turned around and walk away, and Hu Lin Yu turned his head, just in time to see the fish entering the door. Shinyu sat in an empty room. The corner silently shed tears. And this is what I'm watching on my computer screen. Zheng Guanti sighed softly. Shinyuchu's appearance makes her very affectionate. After entering the door, the fish immediately called to ask where I was. But I wasn't planning on seeing her. I can only persuade her to find a place to sit down first. Go back with your parents when they get here. After hearing this, the fish cried even harder. I can't see you. Don't want to go back. More and more people gathered at the door. They're all my friends from finance school. My cell phone is about to explode. Xingguandi asked if I should let them in. I shook my head and answered one phone after another. Soon Wang Zibo also came to the door. Just ask Xingguanshi to let him in. Wang Zibo found Shinyu after entering the door, standing outside the door looking at him with tears in her eyes. Before I knew it, it was night. My parents and Xiaoyu's parents also rushed downstairs. When the fish saw their parents, they couldn't help crying again. Mom wiped her tears and called me. I immediately told her Shinyu was here. But Mom looked around and didn't see it. I motioned for her to look out the door. Shinyu was still sitting silently in that corner. Her peach blossom eyes were swollen from crying. Mom's heart ached to see her like this. But the fish is in bad shape, and she can't leave. I had to ask my mother to give the phone to Wang Zibo. Mom sighed and scolded. It'd be easier if you died. Not long after, Wang Zibo came to Shinyu with the phone. When she heard it was me, she got up quickly. I advised her to go back first, but she refused to leave. I had no choice but to shout. Can't you just listen for once? Shinyu's mood collapsed immediately after hearing my report, tears streaming down my cheeks. She cried and begged. Please don't kick me out. I'll be right outside. It won't get in the way of others. I'll go back when you get out. Wang Zibo and Hu Linyu also helped persuade them. Little did they know that a familiar figure had come behind them. Turned to look. A small fish wearing the same down jacket stands in front of him. Let's all go back first. You've been sitting there for a long time. I went back to school with memories of being 35, and got the bells of 2 colleges to like me at the same time. The other is a strange white moonlight. A silly treasure girl. I thought I could do both. But I didn't expect that because of an accident, 2 people would meet. They stood still and looked at each other silently for a moment. Small fish break the silence first. Your down jacket is really beautiful. And beautiful. Shinyu froze for a moment, and then lowered his head without saying anything. Hu Linyu, who was next to him, saw that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Immediately go forward and persuade Shinyu to go back first. Shen Hanqing has so many people to accompany him. You're the only one missing. But Shinyu never said a word, just stand there quietly. Wang Zibo softly told me about the meeting between the 2 of them, and I've moved on from this scene. It's clear from the surveillance footage. I'm just curious why the fish followed me. At this time, Xingguanshi explained, cameras can record sound. After saying that, he replayed the surveillance video again. Hu Linyu was negotiating with security. Shinyu is my girlfriend. And this sentence happened to be heard by the small fish on the side. When I saw Shinyu wearing a couple's down jacket, and tears pouring out of her eyes, she confirmed Shinyu's identity. And when I saw this, I had a big D-wave inside me. All of a sudden, Xingguan suddenly thought of my future plans. Look, I didn't answer, so I turned around, and I was about to light the incense. Seeing this, Xingguanti immediately said that he could not draw here, but I ignored him. Self-absorbed, why lit up. Then she was scolded at her. If you weren't so cute you wouldn't be here. They wouldn't have met like this. What's wrong with pulling a Y here? Xinguan was stunned when he heard this. Grows so big. She's never been called that before, and I'm still threatening. When you're grounded, you won't get your delivery. See what you can do with me. But I underestimated what this woman could do. I was shocked when I looked at her. She's pointing a crossbow at me. If I say one more word, this woman would definitely do something, so I quickly admitted defeat, popped the smoke out of the window. Xinguan put away the crossbow, and then explained that she wasn't to blame for what happened today. Even if they enter the factory, they will still meet. Let's just say it was meant to happen tonight. I didn't say anything, and I didn't dare say anything. It's getting dark, but I'm not sleepy. I want to send a message to the fish to explain, but I don't know what to say. After much thought, I finally sent her a message saying, "Are you asleep?" I thought the fish wouldn't reply. I didn't expect to hear from her so soon. When I offered to talk to her, the fish had to wait for me to come out. There's no mood swings between the lines. At this moment, I feel the fish, more mature than in high school. Is it all because of me? After that, I called Shinyochu's dormitory again. But Shinyochu is in the shower. The one who answered the phone was Hu Linyu. I tried to call back later, but she stopped me, asked me who that pretty girl was last night. I was a little impatient and said, "What's it to you?" And Hu Linyu was not angry. Remind me to think of a solution. No matter how stupid Shinyochu is, you can sense it more or less. After hearing this, I was silent for a moment. Then he said thank you, and said sorry for the tone. After hanging up the phone, the roommate asked who was calling. Sounds like your boyfriend. Hu Linyu sneered. I was blind to find a guy like that. I was quarantined for 3 days because of an accident. White moonlight and wealth. The treasure girls finally meet. What seems to be a harmonious atmosphere is it's just calm before the storm. And then Mom went outside, but she was. Old Chen grabbed and asked what you were doing. Mom turned around and explained that she wanted to buy food for Xiaoshen. I'll go out for dinner with Xiaoyu later. Old Chen scratched his hair. You're thinking of doing both at a time like this? Mom says she doesn't know what it means to do both. We can't let them go hungry. And I'm seeing this right now. I'm upset right now. Jingguanshi quipped how it feels to be waited for by 2 women. She's looking forward to how I'm gonna handle this when I get out. But now I feel like staying. It's nice here. I don't want to go out, but what's coming will come. You can't hide if you want to. On the 3rd day of quarantine, paramedics came in early to take my temperature. Temperature reading normal. But my heart was beating so fast. The paramedics are a little confused about this. I walked slowly to the door and breathed a sigh of relief. There are some things that need to be faced. The moment I opened the sealed door, the crowd came straight at me. Reporters from all major media took pictures. The fish jumped directly into my arms. 3 days of worry, but only said the word Xiaochen. I broke out in a cold sweat when I saw this. I'm not a national hero. There's no need to be so high profile. Then I looked around and didn't see Shinyu. Looks like she wasn't lying. She left when she saw me coming out. At this time, the fish also noticed my eyes looking around. Go back and see her first. We'll wait for you at the hotel. I was about to say something when the fish kept pushing forward. Come back soon. We'll wait for you. I was stunned for a moment. Then turned around and run in the direction of the entrepreneurial base. Watching the figure of my sweetheart gradually leaving, heart-wrenching pain welled up in my heart. The fish's emotions are uncontrollable. Tears flow down my cheeks. Mom, I feel so bad. And inside the startup base, Shinyu was lying on the table crying softly. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned her head. A pair of peach blossom eyes crying a little puffy, bean-sized tears hanging on cheeks. I lowered my head and whispered I was sorry. Hearing this, Shinyu quickly shook his head. Then he said timidly, "Hi, can I call you Xiaochen in the future?" I gently stroked her hair and joked, "You seem a little older than me. Don't call me Xiaochen anymore. Why don't you call me hubby?" And this time Shinyu did not escape and asked, "Have you said that to other girls?" When I heard that, I was stunned. And then, in a firm tone, "You're the first," I just added in my heart. For this lifetime to this day. Obviously Shinyu believed me. She nodded her head blushing. I'm a little relieved to see that things are finally settled here. I thought if I took down the fish again, wouldn't that be a happy ending? But things went way beyond my expectations. The girl found out that the boy was cheating on her, but she was not angry at all, smiling and pushing boys into each other's arms. To keep both parents from worrying, the girl forcibly suppressed her inner grievances. Take the flagon and follow the boy around to toast everyone in turn. And this special feast is finally over. Both parents returned to Port City. The teachers also returned to school. I naively thought everything was back to normal. But on the cab ride back to school, the fish asked the driver to park at the Yinyao Commodity Center. Seeing this, I asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong?" "Okay. Just remembering how long we've known each other. There's never been a picture together. Rare as if you never had. There was one thing in my life." Then he pulled me into a photo studio. We stood in front of a red background. But the boss didn't move. It was the girl who had been laughing all day who was crying. She wiped her tears when I found out. Laughing, he explained that they cry because they're happy I'm safe. After the photo shoot, we walked together in the sunset. Small fish talk about the past. I'm looking forward to spending time with you. In summer, I wear little suspenders, show your nice chest line, collarbone, and you watch movies, lying in bed reading in winter. Stain your pajamas with my scent. After that, he also ridiculed himself. We girls love fantasy. I feel a little bad hearing that. Ask the fish why they need to be added before, and now you can expect. I was about to say something when I was interrupted by a fish, but this time she didn't call me Shaoqin. Hanxing, I'm still very upset. The new one in the closet. I haven't had time to put my dress on. There's a new milk tea shop in Zinshiku, and there's a new one. I've always wanted you to buy me a drink. I heard that there is a beautiful rape flower in my hometown. I was thinking about going with you this summer. Now think about. It doesn't seem necessary. I was silent for a moment, and then I said, you can also call me Shaoqin, but the fish didn't answer. Say my name again in a firm voice. Chen Hanxing. I'm leaving. Suddenly the fish smiled and said goodbye to me, just tears in the corners of my eyes. I'm a little distracted at this point. The school belle who had a crush on me for many years has decided to leave me. I yanked her wrist, and she threw me off. I was stunned by his determined attitude. Watching the fish gradually disappear, my heart felt like a knife was ringing. I lost the girl I had a crush on for years. Until the fish are out of sight. I'm still standing there. And from that day on, the number of the fish has never been called again. It was not until a few months later that I came from the king. Zibo heard about her. I went back to college with my 35-year-old memories, have an emotional entanglement with the bells of two colleges. I thought I could do both. And still break one of them. Ever since the day Fish said goodbye to me, it's like she just disappeared from my world. Phone has been shut down. She is no longer seen on the campus of Donghai University, until summer break when I returned to Harbor City. I just heard about her from Wang Zibo. According to him, Xiaoyu later changed schools and majors, from GNU to Xianing, from international trade to commercial law, and without her this summer. It's long and boring for me. In the meantime, I went to see the rape field that the fish said. Breeze blew. Rape petals flying in the wind. The scenery here is beautiful, but I can't be happy. I wonder what happened to that weird girl. Time flies to the end of August, when new students report for duty, come to GNU bus station again. Everything is familiar. Scenes of the past come to mind, and the girl who started calling me an asshole is nowhere to be found. I promised Uncle Xiao I'd take good care of her, but in the end, I still didn't take care of it. I am the Associate Dean X of Humanities, and take on the task of welcoming new students. It's just this kind of reception for elementary school girls. Things will be shared by all roommates. When I closed my eyes to rest, a girl came up to me with a suitcase, tapped me on the shoulder. I didn't even bother to ask her if she had any questions, but the girl still refused to leave. When I opened my eyes and looked at her, my head ached. Isn't this the one who deliberately lowered the score line on the college entrance examination? Luo Xian, who went to the finance court just for me. The smile on her face hasn't stopped since she saw me. And don't think of yourself as an outsider. Pick up the mineral water I drank and drink it. There's nothing I can do about it. I had to ask Jin Yangming to take her to report. Jin Yangming saw that it was beautiful. The girl immediately came to meet him. When I found out he was my roommate, Luo Xian bluntly said that she was my girlfriend. She even asked Kim Yangming to call her sister-in-law in the future. Hearing this, Jin Yangming immediately leaned over to my ear. Brother Chen, is your... I was speechless and pointed. Pointing to her head means she has a problem here. Then he urged them to hurry back to school to report. Don't delay my dinner with my girlfriend tonight. Jin Yangming is on his way to send Luo Xian and her daughter back to school. A little curious to ask Luo Xian to hear. I have a girlfriend. Why aren't you excited? It's just that Luo Xian said very plainly that he already knew. Then he swore. No matter who my girlfriend is now, she's going to squeeze him out. After hearing this, Jin Yangming sighed. He thought to himself, this sister looks pretty. I just don't know where she gets her confidence. Luo Xian called herself sister-in-law on the way. He even asked Kim Yangming about my college days. Jin Yangming said proudly, fourth brother is a man of the hour in the finance department. Freshman just started school and he started working the position of vice minister of the Long and Student Union. Later, he became a student cadre of the Youth League Committee. School 3 good students. Top 10 college students in Jiangling District. This year, I may have to enter the college to perform my duties. Luo Xian's heart thumped as he listened to these honors. A sophomore student is so amazing. After that, she did not forget to show off to her mother. Luo's mother was also speechless for a while. Later, Jin Yangming also told Luo Xian, let me introduce you to my girlfriend at the finance department. If she hadn't kept a low profile, she has long been the #1 girl in the finance department. Luo Xian immediately revealed his ill will when he heard this. I want to meet Shinyu immediately. After completing the admission procedures, she went directly to the entrepreneurial base. He crossed his arms and looked like he was going to destroy the place. The girl applied for the university of 2 books with far more than the results of 1 book. Gambling on your own future just to chase the love you want. But she didn't come to the academy until, knowing that the boy already has a girlfriend, but she didn't care. And she swore she was gonna squeeze that girl out. When hearing that the boy's girlfriend is rich, when she was the first girl in the school, Her face changed suddenly. After completing the admission procedures, she went directly to the entrepreneurial base. I want to meet the rumored Qin Yichu. Everyone was surprised to see Luo Xian. After all, there are too many people coming from this time. Luo Xian saw that everyone did not take her seriously, and was a little strange. Hu Linyu explained that he wanted to talk to Qin now. Hanson, you're not the only girl with friends. But none of them succeeded. Because the one guarding 101, a mountain you can never climb. You do look good. But it's nothing compared to a girl named Xiao. Even she lost. Do you think you have a shot? After hearing this, Luo Xian immediately asked who Xiao was. At this moment, Qin Yichu passed by with a courier. Hu Linyu immediately shut up and did not answer. But Luo Xian is still asking questions. Apparently, she didn't notice this Luo either. The girl walking first is the one she's looking for. So Hu Linyu asked Qin Yichu, see if it's going to rain outside. At this time Luo Xian also turned his head to see Qin Yichu's appearance. Black, shiny hair falling naturally over her shoulders. Double peach blossom eyes of spirit. Plus 36D's impressive figure. Luo Xian was momentarily distracted by his handsome appearance. But Qin Yichu did not notice the eyes of others. After seeing the rain outside, she rushed out to bring the package back. When the delivery is placed on the table, the proud figure is revealed. Let Luo Xian on the side feel inferior. She finally knew why Hu Linyu heard her coming to kick the hall, and there's no reason to worry. Let's not talk about facial features and personality. You can't even compete with me in figure. Luo Xian lowered her head and looked at her ordinary parts. Turn around and run out. The mouth stubbornly said no. It's just a matter of eating papaya. It was raining heavily outside. Luo Xian doesn't know how to go back either. Suddenly an umbrella was handed over. She turned around and saw Qin Yichu. Do you know me? Qin Yichu shook his head. Then what do you ask? Lend me an umbrella, because it's raining outside. Luo Xian glanced at Qin Yichu and rushed directly into the heavy rain. I'd rather have them. I'd rather not borrow your umbrella than be rained on. Qin Yichu was stunned when he heard this. She doesn't understand how this stranger. Why does the girl have so much malice towards her? At this time, Hu Linyu next to him. Tell her not to be so kind in the future. I don't know. At night, Student Union Master X Chuntianyu came to the business space to find me, and wanted me to speak at this freshman conference. After all, my name is more famous. It's also very effective when you take it out to bluff people. Thinking about how I'm going to be, the school development will happily agree. After sending Chuntianyu away, I remembered. He promised Hu Linyu gold plating. So he asked her if she was going to the courtyard or the department. After hearing me out, she was embarrassed. I feel like I'm making connections, and I don't care. Speak up. The rest of us will help you out. How can I expect Hu Linyu to be cheeky? His style is exactly the same as Jin Yangming's. She wants to work in 2 departments at once. A girl who used to be all about me is leaving me. Later I learned from my best friend that the girl, not only did he change his school district, but he also changed his major, and it's only because a joke I used to say. And that's why the girl's parents don't give me any good looks. It's almost time for school to start. As a sophomore, the new freshman pickup naturally falls to us. At night the roommates are talking, the strange things that happened today. Just then old Jin called. He said he met Uncle Xiao when he went to work today, but Uncle Xiao didn't even greet him with a cold face. I knew he was angry about the fish. He promised Uncle Xiao that he would take good care of Siyu, but in the end, I still didn't take care of it. It's a few days before school starts. So the next day I went back to Harbor City, gargle with 2 bottles of wine. When Uncle Xiao opened the door and saw that it was me, he didn't give me a good look. He said coldly that he was alone at home now. Then he went to the cabinet and got a bottle of white wine, and he put it down on the table. Come on, let's do this. I panicked when I saw this. This is clearly trying to get me drunk, but it's also good. Drink and speak more boldly. After 30 years of drinking, Uncle Xiao blamed me for being a bad person. The little fish are top-notch in every way. She's already chasing you. Don't you dare flip-flop. I didn't watch you grow up. I'm gonna break your leg. I'll fill Uncle Zhao's glass. Explain that you and the little fish are actually a little misunderstanding. If it's convenient for you, you can also help explain. After hearing this, Uncle Xiao immediately refused. Even if you call me Dad today, and I'm not gonna help you. But Uncle Xiao underestimated my shamelessness. I just said Dad. Explain yourself. Uncle Xiao stood rooted to the spot. What did you call me? Look at him. He's unbelievable, so I called again. Dad, help me persuade the little fish. Don't make her mad at me again. But as soon as I finished speaking, Uncle Xiao fell on the table. And then he started snoring. No matter how much I scream, I won't wake up, knowing he was faking it. But there's nothing I can do. Go back on your. Isn't this clearly bullying our honest juniors? I sighed silently. After helping Uncle Xiao back to his bedroom, he cleaned up the house again. That's why he left unsteadily. I heard the door slam. Uncle Xiao immediately sat up from the bed. I thought to myself, this G thing is really cunning. The key is to have thick skin. No wonder the little fish was so confused. Fortunately, the sun's reaction time is not slow. I pretended to be drunk and got through it. When Uncle Xiao walked out of the bedroom, he couldn't help but be stunned. I cleaned the living room clean. There's a glass of hot water on the table. Remembering the sound and sound before, he almost lost himself after his father. Sit down and adjust your attitude. When I get home. Mom saw me blushing. I can't help but blame the smell of alcohol. How much did you drink? If you have to, just call and apologize. Why must you come back? Old Chen explained that it makes more sense to come back in person. It's the equivalent of an apology. Mom couldn't do anything about it. And then he told me to take a shower first. She went to boil some hangover soup. After the shower, I have nothing to do, so I lie in bed and read comics. Suddenly Mom walks in looking serious. He sat down beside me and said seriously, since you chose Shin, then get along with her. She looks good. I'm quite satisfied with his personality. But the next thing I said, Mom was speechless. Who said I chose Shin Yichu? It's just a misunderstanding between me and the little fish. Just untie it. Mom immediately turned around and asked me what I meant. So you still want to go to S to disturb others? I retorted in all seriousness. S is a terrible word. We were classmates. What's wrong with visiting Fork? Mom stared at me and didn't say a word. Silently turned around and walked out. I quickly asked my mother, where's my hangover soup? Poured. A girl who used to be all about me is leaving me. Although there are all kinds of reluctant, but helpless. Ever since you said goodbye to me that day, her cell phone number was never dialed again, and it's like she just disappeared from my world. Half a year has passed before I knew it. We've also become sophomores. After the freshman presentation. As I walked, I came to the gate of Donghai University. It's just that there's already. Never see that weird girl again. I sat downstairs in the girls' dormitory smoking. Why is venting the frustration in my heart, watching freshmen come and go. Scenes of the past come to mind. Last year's fish were just as innocent as they were. But I ended up breaking his heart. And that's when someone called my name. Turning around, it turned out to be Xiao Yu's former roommate Su Jishi. And as soon as you see me, you're gonna come over and accuse me. I asked her for her dorm phone number earlier. But I've never played. Because Xiao Yu has a mobile phone, why do I call the dormitory number? I quickly changed the subject. Asked her about her handsome 13 boyfriend. Broke up. He was chasing Xiao Rongyu. Now Xiao Rongyu has transferred to Xianing campus. Naturally, it was divided. Then he showed me a little H-tooth and looked at me seriously. Actually, I didn't mean it either. I didn't even let him hold my hand. Hearing this, I didn't speak and took a puff of smoke silently. Suddenly she asked me to dinner. But I rejected it outright. Just as I was getting ready to go back to my own school, she smiled and told me that Xiaoyu had just changed schools not long ago. She's the focus of attention for college boys. When I heard that, I immediately changed my mind. Go. I haven't eaten Dongda's cafeteria for a long time. Let's talk some more. It's dusk after I left Donghai University. And I also learned from Sujishi a lot of information about small fish, so I'm going to Xianing to see the fish again. Call Wang Zibo immediately. Ask him to hook me up with fish this week, but you can't say I'm coming over. Or she wouldn't have come out. After listening to me, Wang Zibo immediately reluctantly, think it's a scam. See, your best friend's so stubborn. So I looked up at the clouds and asked, Zibo, look at the clouds in the sky. Doesn't it look like you owe me more than 3,000 yuan? Wang Zibo remembered this. It turned out that in order to pursue Huang Hui, you've borrowed so much money from me. I threatened him directly to pay him back now. Or you can arrange a meeting between me and the fish. But Wang Zibo is still a little embarrassed. He really didn't want to consume the trust of the fish. I sighed immediately. Catalpa Bo, I know why it took you so long. You can't even kiss Wang Hui's lips? Wang Zibo quickly asked me why. I explained lightly because you don't understand women. I tried to get close to the fish. It's to show a reluctance. As long as the fish has any feelings for me, even if she knew it was a lie, she wouldn't be angry. Listen to me. It's alright. Wang Zibo immediately asked me to teach him how to chat with girls. Every time we chat, Wang Hui says she won't reply to messages after taking a shower. I told him the best way to do it was to just kill it. However, Wang Zibo was determined to be a licking dog. I had to teach him how to reply to this message. The next time Wang Hui says she wants to take a shower, all you have to say is that it's so clean. Do you want to appear in my dream? Wang Zibo's cheeks immediately turned red after hearing what I said. Thought I was being too direct. I explained that this method of reply is based on people. If you send this to Xiaoyu, you'll definitely be on her blacklist. But if you send this to Huang Hui, she will definitely reply to you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zibo came to the internet cafe doubtfully. Huang Hui made an excuse to take a shower without talking a few words. Wang Zibo sent a message to Huang Hui according to my method. Sure enough, he received a reply soon after. A heroic act in high school. Let's make this little girl unforgettable, at the expense of the last one. Especially come to 2 colleges to study, just to be closer to me, even though I already have a girlfriend. But she still tells everyone I'm her boyfriend. For this reason, he also specially joined the Ministry of External Relations. It's obvious that he wants to haunt me to the end. Just a few days after school started, an earth-shattering event will happen to the student union of the finance college. I've had a major shake-up of the outreach department. The deputy minister and the following officers were fired without leaving any behind. Jin Tianyu, the head of the student union, has no way to do this, because outreach is all about sponsorship. My Rocket 101 can handle it. In a moment my name spread throughout the academy. No one is not thinking to themselves, a word of awesome approval. I was going to treat everyone to dinner, and no one showed up. It's obvious that you won't contact me. The minister's identity is in the eye. I just didn't expect Luo Xian, but still on this recruitment list. The minute I saw her name, I was sick. just trying to find some excuse to fire her. However, it was strongly opposed by Vice Minister Nyesiayu. Unless I'm not Vice Minister anymore. Well, you can do whatever you want, old man. I'll have to give up. If Nyesiayu isn't here, how can I be lazy? I guess we can't hide. Then we booked a box and invited everyone to dinner tonight. The students took turns introducing themselves, but Luo Xian hasn't left me since she took her seat. I'm speechless about this. When it was her turn to introduce herself and directly identify yourself because a boy just got into finance. Then I told my classmates about the consequences of this incident. After a night's study in sophomore year, there's a LM who's been haunting her, trying to make friends with her. At this time, a senior student happened to appear, got into a fight with LM over her, and almost got punished by the school for it. And from that day on, she can't have room for any other guy. Later, the senior was admitted to the finance college. She followed suit. A classmate on the side asked curiously if she had seen the senior. Luo Xian immediately looked at me and continued, "So, too bad he already has a girlfriend." After hearing this, the surrounding students rallied and attacked. Who's the cheater? How can he have a girlfriend? He should be waiting for you. I coughed a little, explaining that he might just want to fight. This frame does not mean that heroes save beauty. But as soon as the voice fell, it was strongly refuted by a female classmate. She thought that since she had touched the girl, the heart of the child must be taken care of. If you can't take care of it, don't touch it. I broke out in a cold sweat when I heard all this bullshit logic. So I saved the wrong person? Yes, Xiaoyu listened silently and did not speak. Then he turned his head and whispered, "Is this story about me?" See me slow to speak. She was even more certain that I was the senior Luo Xian mentioned. After the dinner, I'm walking back to school, but Luo Xian has been following me. Suddenly she asked me if I hadn't. Will the girl in 101 fall in love with her? I didn't even think to say no. I don't like her. After saying that, he walked forward by himself. Luo Xian was left alone. I don't know what she was thinking. However, on the second day, Shinichu, registration information in the startup base. Suddenly a girl came up to say hello to her. I looked up and it was before, the girl who rejected her offer. Shinichu quickly got up after saying hello. Nervous to ask Luo Xian is to send express delivery. Give her a glass of hot water without waiting for an answer. Luo Xian directly indicated that, who I went to high school with. Shinichu took a look at it. Then she lowered her head and blushed. She's so nervous, Luo Xian. He immediately explained that he was going to the cafeteria. I stopped by to check it out. After saying that, he invited Shinichu to have dinner with her. Every time the girl goes to the cafeteria for dinner, you have to recite the name of the dish dozens of times in advance. Even so, she often mispronounces when it's her turn to cook. The female classmate next to it is very puzzled about this. Why finance? The man of the hour would love a girl like that. Is it just because she's pretty? With an M face and an M figure? Shinichu found an empty corner and sat down. Luo Xian asked curiously, "Senior sister, do you always sit in this remote place at dinner?" Shinichu nodded and said nothing. And accustomed to a hard life, she never wastes food. Every time I eat everything on my plate. After dinner Shinichu went to the fruit shop again. Luo Xian also followed closely. When I saw the apples in Shinichu's bag, I couldn't help but feel strange. Why do you buy a few big ones and pick up a few small ones? Seeing that Shinichu did not answer her, she continued to ask questions. Is this a secret you can't tell anyone? Shinichu turned his head and said slowly, "The big ones are for him. I'll eat the small ones myself." After hearing this, Luo Xian, I don't know what to say. Then the two returned to the entrepreneurial base. Luo Xian, who followed behind, had his own thoughts. Big apple, small apple. I can do that, even better than she did. However, the image in front of her made her eyes widen. Shinichu was peeling a big apple. Look at the fluency of her hands. Luo Xian revealed a sinister smile. Yao, steal it yourself and eat it big. Then eat a small one in front of Chen Hanxing. To gain affection in this way. That's pretty crafty. Let me see you for what you are. But Shinichu's apple was for her. Luo Xian felt that it was his own. The heart of a villain is measured by the belly of a gentleman. Hastily took the apple and said thank you. I held it in my hand and couldn't help but bite it. A sweet smell rose to my heart. When she looked at Shinichu again, she asked curiously, "Senior, don't you peel fruits? If you don't peel it, you won't be able to eat fruit before." Luo Xian looked at the simple girl in front of him and thought for a moment. Apparently, offices are ubiquitous. The green plants must have come from her. You're really pretty. The only girl I've ever met. A senior high school sister can compare to you. Hearing this, Shinichu softly said thank you. But Luo Xian's voice changed directly. Tell me why you're really here. Can I ask you something? Can you lead Brother Chen? I got into finance because of him. I like him more than anyone. Senior sister, can you help us? After hearing this, Shinichu looked at her blankly and did not speak. Just then, the office door slowly opened. Hu Lingyu appeared outside the door. When you see Luo Xian here, ask her what she's doing immediately. Luo Xian only glanced at it and did not answer. Then he got up and walked out. Senior sister, I'll go back first. I'll wait for your answer. Until Luo Xian left. Hu Lingyu asked Shinichu what he had just said. See Shinichu retreat late did not speak. She guessed something, too, and reminded me again. Next time you meet that girl, just ignore her. She's not thinking straight. Shinichu looked at the remaining half of the apple and thought about it. I don't know what I'm thinking right now. A once eyeful is mine. And now the girl's heart is broken. She changed schools, changed majors, cut off all contact with me, just to make me feel better about another girl. In order to see my childhood friend again. So let Wang Zibo in the name of class reunion. Ask Xiaoyu to a milk tea shop for me. Gao Jiaoyang was very happy to see that I was not present. I feel that even the mood of the party without me is sweet. And just as he was about to complain, I suddenly appeared in front of him. He was shocked. And asked me why I was here. I explained that the fish asked me to come. Hearing this, Gao Jiaoyang immediately revealed a suspicious expression. Just then the waiter came to collect the money. I took $5 out of my wallet on the table and handed it over. Tell her to keep the change. Seeing Gao Jiaoyang immediately went crazy, because I have his wallet. I sighed when I saw him like this. Look at you. You're mean. What's wrong with a little tip when his sister works so hard? If you don't want to call her in now. Gao Jiaoyang had no choice but to give up after listening to me. Wang Zibo sighed in his heart. Because Gao Jiaoyang has never took advantage of me at all. Just then Gao Jiaoyang suddenly stood up and greeted the door. I turned around and saw two handsome men. The slender figure is coming this way. A closer look turned out to be Xiaoyu and her roommate Bian Sure. It's just that the little fish is dressed differently now. A tall ponytail and a casual outfit. And she's got a great figure. When she came near, I turned my head quickly. The fish glanced at me and didn't speak. At this time my heart has forgotten the restlessness. It's the fish and I said the first one sentences. Long time no see Hanxing. That would be bad. It means she's moving on. But the next second, the fish opened his mouth and said, long time no see. Fortunately, she told Wang Zibo and Gao Jiaoyang. See, small fish did not say hello to me. Gao Jiaoyang heart a burst of pride, and I'm happy inside. Fish don't say hello to me, which is exactly what I want. At the side of the fish's introduction, Sure also greeted everyone. And then when they were talking, Gao Jiaoyang asked why the fish would transfer to the campus. Did someone in Gangnam annoy you? He was staring at me as he spoke. Hearing this, the fish immediately revealed a bright smile, explaining how you could be angry at someone. It's just that after taking business law, I just found myself liking this subject more. After hearing this, my heart felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Small fish prefer to take all the responsibility on themselves, than admit that I'm. At this moment, a feeling of chest tightness came. The fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, and my tiny movements are noticed by the fish. She knows I'm an addict. Catalpa Bo, I thought you drew. Why? Feel free to do whatever you want without worrying about me. And sure. Wang Zibo suddenly looked regretful. I quickly agreed. Smoke it. We're all old classmates. What's there to hide? In desperation, Wang Zibo had to light an incense stick, and I can kick the habit. Bian Sure looked at Wang Zibo beside him and wondered. He initiated this party. Is this the right guy for fish? But it doesn't look like it. Whether it's the white boy are probably more competitive. Gao Jiaoyang looked disgusted when he saw me puffing smoke in front of two pretty girls. That's not gentlemanly. Hearing this, Wang Zibo immediately blushed, but I didn't care and said, Jiaoyang is still as gentlemanly as ever. No smoking, no drinking, dinner with a lady. Offer to pay. Before he could react, I continued. In the evening, Gao Jiaoyang took the initiative to invite everyone to eat hot pot. You two M's give me face. Hearing this, Xiaoyu laughed and thanked him quickly, joking, our family's poetry is still single. Gao Jiaoyang only reacted at this time that he was trapped. Wang Zibo looked at Gao Jiaoyang with sympathy. I thought, even if Chen and Xiaoyer, it's their business to fight again. You have to stir things up. Let them join forces to squeeze you. Then we found a hot pot restaurant. Just as I was about to enter, behind me, all of a sudden, someone's calling out the name of a small fish. It was two of her classmates. It seems that the fish is still popular as usual. Not long after I sat down, I saw a boy who came to court but was rejected by the fish. But not long after, another boy came to talk to her. It hasn't been long, and 3 waves of people have come to lecture us. I guess I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do this once and for all. Cut off the pursuit of fish. It's annoying that girls are pretty. A few waves of people come up to train in just one meal. But that's the girl whose heart I broke. There was nothing we could talk about, but now we're strangers. I had dinner with her and didn't say much. Not even a word after dinner. Decisively turn around and leave. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I feel guilty about her. After Wang Zibo asked me about it. Do you still want to continue to pursue small fish? And I asked him if he would continue to pursue Huang Hui in the future. Wang Zibo explained that his situation is different from mine. At least I still have Shen Yuchu, but he only has Huang Hui. And that's just the difference between us. There's a difference on the girl's side. I'm the only one around the fish. But you're definitely not the only one around Huang Hui. After listening to me, Wang Zibo cursed. I know I can't beat you. When I was in high school, I blushed when I talked to girls. But by then, you'll have the audacity to openly pursue the little fish. Now I finally met a Huang Hui. Even if she spends a lot of money, she has a lot of advantages. Hearing this, I smiled lightly. It means that her only good thing is that she has a nice voice. Can easily hit you in the soft spot. But it's not just about you. Covering all the men she came into contact with. At this moment, a text message came from a mobile phone. It's a message from Kong Jing. Let me pick her up at the hotel now. I read this text and I remember what I talked to manager Zhong about a few days ago. Originally, I wanted to expand the current market. After listening to my plan, Manager Zhong immediately said that he could consider it, but he had one request. You can't advertise as Rocket 101. Otherwise, Kong Jing will have to make him wear small shoes. No matter what I say, Manager Zhong's attitude is still firm, trying to advertise as Rocket 101. You have to get Kong Jing's permission first. This text is our best chance. So I texted her right back. Then say goodbye to Wang Zibo and go to the hotel. By the time I drove to the hotel, the drinking session was over. Kong Jing was drunk, shaking out of the hotel under the help of colleagues, and 2 leaders behind him, trying to get her to stay and have a few more drinks. And that's when I came up to these guys. The colleague next to me immediately asked me to send Kong Jing back first. The 2 leaders wanted to say something else, but they were stopped by their colleagues. Kong Jing told me after she got on the bus, an address, and he's asleep. It seems that she is still very comfortable with me. Before long, he came to Kong Jing's residential area, and helped her into her room. Suddenly his face changed, and he threw up all over the floor. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. If it wasn't for Rocket 101 expansion needing your support, I really don't want to serve. He put her to bed and put her. The dirt on the floor was cleaned up. Suddenly Kong Jing made an uncomfortable sound. Her face was red and her breathing was a little rough. I immediately put down the mop and walked towards her. Just as she was about to unbutton her clothes, she grabbed the first button. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be stunned. At this time Kong Jing is opening his eyes and staring straight at me. I tried to undress the woman in bed so she could breathe, but I didn't want her to think I was evil. I was stunned for a moment, and then I shook off her hand to take off the woman's coat in spite of her cries, but I didn't get any closer. Put the clothes on her and turned around and walk out. See me actually leave the room. Kong Jing's heart slowly relaxed. It's just that my heart is not right. A piece of my own kindness is regarded as a donkey's liver and lungs. And just as I was getting ready to put my shoes on and leave, I thought, she's drunk like this. What if she wakes up and doesn't remember I drove her home? I can't remember what I would have done if I hadn't taken advantage of him, so I decided to spend the night on her couch. Time passed slowly. Suddenly the bedroom door creaked open. I opened my eyes and saw Kong Jing walking towards me. I closed my eyes and continued to pretend to sleep, wondering if she'd sit on the edge of the couch, touching my forehead and muttering. If that's the case, I had to sacrifice myself for my career. But I didn't expect Kong Jing to help me turn on the air conditioner. She adjusted the appropriate temperature and turned away. I thought to myself, young women are indeed more aware of cold and hot. And then she put a blanket over me. I watched her leave, and I had a lot of thoughts. Tomorrow morning I'll go get breakfast. When the time comes, she will be moved to tears. The next morning, when I opened my eyes again, I saw Kong Jing wearing a home clothes, with a pot of porridge in his hand. I'm gonna get you a disposable toothbrush. Have some more porridge later. Look at her calm face. I'm starting to wonder if she wasn't the one who got drunk last night. At breakfast I mentioned something about marketing, trying to get her to turn Deep Connect's express business contracted to me for Rocket 101. This can greatly increase each other's profits. I didn't expect her to reject me as soon as I finished speaking. If you're willing to use the name Deep Connect, then I can put the whole post. You'll be responsible for the development of the university business, but not Rocket 101. You speak in a firm tone, and you don't give me any face. I drove her home yesterday. I'm gonna block you. Seeing that things couldn't be settled, I immediately got up and prepared to leave. Suddenly Kong Jing's face turned pale. He noticed the wine stains on my clothes. Finally moved a little bit of the hidden heart. The franchisee of the zone has a lot of power. If GNU headquarters review is not very strict, temporary factors have no impact on business growth. Things usually don't matter too much. See, there's still a chance. I immediately smiled and said thank you. Call me if you need anything. Guaranteed on call. Then he hummed and left the room. And removed Kong Jing from the blacklist. Young people. Actually, it's okay to work harder. Kong Jing looked at the direction I left with a myriad of thoughts. She remembered last night after she got drunk. I sent her home and then, I don't mean to take advantage of you. Thinking of this, Kong Jing's affection for me doubled. How can there be such a silly girl in the world? Waiting for my boyfriend to say something. I waited until 11 p.m. But I still didn't wait. But what she doesn't know is the boyfriend is spending the night at a woman's house. And the next day, the boyfriend doesn't have an explanation. It's like nothing ever happened. Shinichi keeps looking at me like something's wrong. See, I've been working hard, so I didn't bother you, and asked me if I wanted fruit. I nodded. Soon a peeled apple was handed over. I didn't think twice about it. But Hu Lingyu saw this behind the scenes. Get up and walked to me immediately. Said there was something in class he wanted to discuss with me. She's so secretive, I guess. I had to follow her to the outside of the business base. According to her, Shinichu and others. I didn't get back to my dorm until 11 o'clock. Maybe there's something he wants to tell me. And then she reminded me. If you don't return to 101 next time, let me know in advance. Sometimes Shinichu is stubborn. It's gonna be forever. After hearing her out, I felt guilty and looked away. You can't tell her I spent the night at a woman's house. Hu Lingyu also told me yesterday, a little sister came to see you Chu. I was surprised to hear that. Could it be Luo Xian, that crazy girl? That junior sister looks a little better. After arriving at the startup base, he looked like he was returning to his own home. And when she said that, I thought to myself, Oh no, it seems that the little junior sister she mentioned is Luo Xian. I guess I'll have to talk to her sometime. With her personality. I don't know, maybe something I can't get. And no one else will get it. That's bad. Hu Lingyu reminded me that Luo Xian had already. It's the second time I've come to the startup base. Then he told me not to make you Chu sad again. She looked like she was about to eat someone, so I agreed. Time soon came to dinner. I immediately packed up and prepared to invite Shinichu to dinner, but she just sat there, motionless. I remembered what Hu Lingyu had told me this morning. So immediately explained that he went to the internet cafe last night. Did you wait up so late for something important? Shinichu nodded but did not speak. I'm a little flustered. Could it be Luo Xian? And she said, something unreliable? Shinichu hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Don't worry. Tell me slowly. Her cheeks were already flushed. But eventually I mustered up the courage to say what I wanted to say. I want to buy a small pass. Is it lawful? I was stunned for a moment, and then, ask her why she wants a small L pass. Shinichu explained timidly. While you were gone. I want to hear your voice. And when I heard that, I was immediately convinced. It means that there is no problem with the small L pass. Is there anything else you need to do? Shinichu quickly got up and said no, let's go eat. She didn't intend to find Luo Xian. Things told me, and I didn't ask anymore. That afternoon, I bought a small L pass for Shinichu, and I gave her a card. Also save the LX methods of classmates and departments. Shinichu carefully held the phone. For fear of a careless bump. And then she told me, she only wants to store my number. So she can find it all at once, and I'm gonna have to put everyone. Delete my number and leave me alone. And after that, I smiled and pinched her cheek. Happy now. Then you can check your watch. Shinichu was annoyed. Don't pinch it. And then I talked about the movie club tonight, about showing a movie at the event center. Shinichu's face turned red when she heard this. She remembered the kiss under the moon at the movies. And it was after that the heart gradually opened to me. Look at her cute face. I couldn't help but ask too much. I want to bite you. I didn't wait for Shinichu to react. He grabbed her chin and leaned in. Look at the faces approaching. Shinichu closed his eyes shyly, and I bit her right on the cheek. Then he scratched the tip of her nose and teased. The good ones don't learn, but they learn to check up on posts. Let's see if you still want a small L. Pack up. We're going to the movies. Then he walked out. Shinichu stood rooted to the spot, his face flushed, obviously still reeling from the intimacy. But her pretty face was full of happiness. How innocent was love in the 1990s, despite self-denial, but boys are still willing to do anything for girls, at the risk of risking his future, to spell out an uncertain future, knowing that I'm trying to expand my Rocket 101 delivery business, looking for a campus agent. Lu Pengfei immediately recommended the girl to me. According to him, that classmate used to be vice president of the student union, but I quit my senior year. She's been taking care of her mother because she's sick. I patted Lu Pengfei on the shoulder and asked him to make an appointment for me. I was about to leave when a classmate stopped me. He suggested it was time for me to find someone who knew the law, because the other day there were 2 Bs. Students argue about something. We almost got into a gang fight. As soon as I heard it, it was really necessary. I booked a restaurant in the afternoon. I met the person Lu Pengfei introduced me to. The girl with glasses is Chiao Amping. It's the vice chair of the last student council in their department. After greeting, he immediately seated the 2 of them. At this time Lu Pengfei came to me. Senior Chiao said that she could practice this semester, but her mother has uremia. So Chiao rented a small house near the school. Take care of mother. The usual internship doesn't meet this demand. When I heard that, I immediately reassured him. If the market really works, it's got to be better than the interns. And time will be relatively free. Lu Pengfei suggested that I go to Senior Chiao's place to have a look. I nodded immediately. Then we came to an old neighborhood. Senior Chiao took us to her house. The facilities inside are old and decrepit. Even the window frames are a little moldy, and there's a bunch of drugs on the table. And then, just as I was staring, Lu Pengfei wants to ask me something. He wants an advance on next month's salary, because Senior Chiao's mother's dialysis money for this month hasn't been secured yet. But I didn't agree to it right away. How much is your mother short on dialysis pills this month? About 2,000 bucks short. Lu Pengfei's monthly income is only about 1,500 yuan. And how are you going to raise the rest? After hearing me out, they were silent. I sighed and explained that this and Z's small business usually can't get an advance. If this thing opens, it won't work anymore. After leaving Chiao's house, we went to a bank. Lu Pengfei touched the back of his head and was puzzled. Brother Chen, I thought you didn't want my advance. What brings me here? I explained that if I had promised you at that time, Chiao Amping will probably only thank me. But Lu Pengfei was wrong. I put the money directly in his hand. Show that you don't lack this favor. Take the money and be a hero. Looking at the money in his hand, Lu Pengfei was moved. I waved my hand and said, you don't have to marry me, because girls who want to marry me can line up from Jiangling to Xianing. Watch my back as I fade away. Lu Pengfei was determined to help, occupy the territory of the Academy of Housing Sciences. After that, he went back to Autumn. Give me the money for your rental house. Senior Chiao looked at the money in his hand and did not accept it. Ask him where he found the money. Lu Pengfei hesitated repeatedly and finally said the truth. Shin gave me the money. He just went to the bank to get it for me, and you're gonna ask me to do you a favor. But I'm not gonna lie to you. Look at Senior Chio's serious face. Staring at him, Lu Pengfei hurriedly explained, don't worry. The debtor of this money is me. Nothing to do with you. You just take care of Auntie. I'm here. Before he could finish, Xiao Anping interrupted him. Pengfei, last time you and I stood up, you know why I said no? No, you said I was too loose, incompetent and cynical. No responsibility. But you want to take responsibility for a girl's future. But after what happened today, you're a man. But not because of $2,000. It's that you didn't get killed. I thought I had harvested the whole autumn. Then he took Lu Pengfei, and tell him to pass it on to me. The money's still on her loan, and she's willing to be Rocket 101's campus agent, and I'll do my best. Hearing this, Lu Pengfei excitedly held Xiao Anping's hand. Look at her sincerely. We'll pay it back together. Okay. Xiao Anping did not refuse this time. At this moment, Lu Pengfei harvested the love of his life. 3 days later, I looked at the laws and regulations handed to me and got angry. All this stuff is library stuff. Downloaded files, printouts. Nothing but thinking. Xintianyu explained that college students are like this. If someone asks you to make a few public administration rules, you copy and paste too. At this time, Shang Yanyan intervened. Unfortunately, our factory doesn't have legal counsel, or I can ask for you. I was kind enough to remind her. A new online trading site was launched in May 2008. In the future, e-commerce will gradually compress the living space of the real economy. Maybe in less than 2 years your house, that garment factory is closing down. We must lay out reforms in advance. However, Shangyun Research Institute did not care about this. Let's just say it's closed. Find yourself a rich one. The boss is his lover. He looked at me lovingly as he spoke. Xintianyu, who was on the side, spoke. It's better to find a rich man to be your husband than a rich man to be your lover. Business research explains that being a wife is too tired. You have to raise the elderly, educate the children, and be careful of the mistress. Maybe even divorce. I was speechless when I saw the two of them bragging like no one else was around. Can you two finish my business before you blow? Xintianyu suggested that I go to a lawyer. The firm is looking for a professional lawyer, but the Business Research Institute thinks that the lawyer profession is professional, but it is too rigid. I don't know. You have a fire in your house. Did you study law? I thought about it for a moment. A handsome figure appears in my mind. Isn't Fish a business law major? Girls are often confessed because of their outstanding temperament and excellent appearance. 3 waves of people come up for training in just one meal. In order to completely stop other people from pursuing girls, I've asked Jiawei, the counselor's daughter, ask her to call Xiaoyu for me later. Just say she misses her sister and wants to see her. If Xiaoyu doesn't agree, I'll make Jiawei cry. To make sure the plot runs smoothly, I'll let her cry first. I didn't expect Jiawei to cry as soon as I finished speaking. I have no choice but to respect that acting. It's not a problem for the next drama. After the trial, I immediately dialed the number of the fish. At this time, the fish is preparing for the school party program. Sister, I miss you. I want to see your. She was also very happy to hear that Jiawei called, but on second thought, something was wrong. Then asked Jiawei, is there anyone beside you? Jiawei truthfully told Xiaoyu that I was right beside her. Sure enough, Fish heard me there, and immediately said he was busy rehearsing this week. I immediately urged Jiawei to cry, but she dropped the ball at the critical moment. I can't cry for a long time. I had no choice but to take out my secret martial arts Q primary school Olympic math threat. Jiawei, if you don't cry, I'll let you do the questions until the year after next. After I finished, Jiawei burst into tears. Tears come to those who hear it, and those who see it are sad. Fish also had to sigh. Let me send Jiawei to her. After hanging up, I tempted Jiawei with ice cream, asked her to do something for me. Not long after, I brought Jiawei to Xiaoyu University. They're rehearsing for the party. And when I got there, it was Fish's turn. The program she is going to perform is Guzheng, fishing boat singing evening. Then I knew that the fish could play the zither. Soon, an ancient beauty with a hairpin and watery eyes, holding a zither on stage. And this is the fish. I didn't expect her costume to be so beautiful. Right after the concert there was this guy, with a bouquet of roses. Sister Zhao's Guzheng is really nice. She's pretty too. She's like a fairy. I immediately concluded. This guy in front of me is a jerk, and the lowest kind. Then I immediately let Jiawei play. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sound of footsteps. Jiawei sucked her fingers and looked at Xiaoyu. Suddenly she called out, Mom! Immediately, the two of them were stunned. Fish thought he heard wrong, so he asked again. Jiawei, what did you just call me? Jiawei smiled and pulled. The fish's hand called out again. Mom! Hearing this, the rose in the boy's hand fell directly to the ground. The host beside him was also stunned. Jiawei glanced at me. I immediately gave her a thumbs up. I felt a surge of pride in my heart. What's the use of flowers? Let's see how you play. How did Jiawei get my approval and start to play extra long, pointing to the classmate next to him, when called out, Mom! Then he pointed to the table. The other girls also called her Mom. Everyone was stunned by the shout, but I quickly realized. So this little girl calls everyone Mom. I thought to myself, oh no, go forward and carry Jiawei over immediately. After apologizing to everyone, he hugged Jiawei and ran away quickly. When he left, he took a look at the fish. I found the fish staring at me with anger. And when we get to a safe place, Jiawei immediately took credit for me. I smiled awkwardly. You did a good job, but you were a bit of a loser. What if the other sister's boyfriend gets upset? Brother, I'm afraid I have to lie down and leave this school today. A 20-year-old college belle is called mom by a little girl, and it's killing the boys who are chasing him. Little girl acting too much. When you catch a pretty girl, you call her mom. I thought to myself, oh no, immediately take Jiahui and hold her and run away. After rehearsal, the fish returns to the break room. My best friend is discussing with her where to eat at noon. Fish smiled and said, go back to change clothes first and go out to eat later. It's not easy for a girl to come here once. Dongba can't let her eat in the cafeteria, can it? See how little fish care about little girls. Bien Shusher joked goodbye and said that it was really your daughter. Hearing this, the small fish smiled lightly. It means that if you have such a lovely daughter, kiss her every day. Then Bien Shusher asked again today, who's the guy with the girl? He was at the last reunion. Hearing this, the fish hesitated for a moment, explained in a flat tone, just a random high school friend. After contacting the two on the phone, I parked my second-hand Santana right outside the girls' dorm, then turned around and asked Jiahui, two sisters are coming over. One is Sister Little Fish. You know who you're gonna sit with? How can Jiahui not want to choose Xiaoyer directly, seeing her so blind? My face always says Little Fish sister is brother, don't you dare steal it. Not only is the ice cream gone, I'll give you the math problem, B. Obviously, these words work very well with young children. When Xiaoyu and Bien Shusher came out, Jiahui pulled Bien Shusher's hand and sat in the back row. Reluctantly, the fish had to sit in the passenger seat. I smiled at the trick. It's too crowded for 3 people in the back in summer. After saying that, he had to help the fish fasten his seatbelt, but I was rejected mercilessly. I had to cough to cover my embarrassment. Drive to the dessert shop. On the way, Shusher asked Jiahui, don't you always call big sister's mom? Why did you just call me sister? Unexpectedly, Jiahui blurted out. I almost told her what I told her. So I quickly changed the topic and sighed. Shusher chatted without a word. But the fish didn't say a word along the way. She turned to look out the window. Shinyochu's figure appeared in front of him. She was puzzled. I've already left. Why do you keep coming after me? Soon we came to a dessert shop. While eating, I talked about the problems facing my entrepreneurial base. I want 2 law majors to help me. A reasonable set of legal rules. It's just that when I asked about the fish, she rejected her opinion. Let Shusher help you. I'm busy rehearsing for the freshman party at school. And he just turned professional. Some knowledge points are not familiar. I had no choice but to sit beside him. The poem begins with the content of the regulations. The little fish sat by and listened to our conversation carefully. I told Bien Shusher that these are all paid fees. Been employed. I can hire you as legal counsel for Rocket 101. Hearing this, she waved her hand repeatedly to indicate that she could try it first. After all, I don't have much experience. At night, they returned to the dormitory. Bien Shusher just came out of the shower. Seeing that the fish is looking for information, I can't help but be curious. Because fish usually come back to the dormitory. They usually play 2 songs first. Xiaoyu opened the laptop and said slowly, the poem Chen Hanxing said, I'll take over the writing of the statute, but don't tell him. And give it to him in your name. Hearing this, Bien Shusher was stunned, and I noticed something. So he asked, little fish, tell me the truth. Who is Chen Hanxing to you? Hearing this, the fish immediately stopped typing on the keyboard. Chen Hanxing. He's the only guy I've liked in 19 years. Unfortunately, he doesn't want me anymore. A boy with high EQ never. Wasting time on useless socializing. To expand Rocket 101's business, I specially invited rich girls to eat at roadside stalls. And after all my witty verbal attacks, she finally agreed. In order not to be too one-dimensional, I called some more friends. After contacting several people, I drove to the electronics factory gate. Not long after, Xingguanti slowly walked towards me with a bag. Casual dress, no makeup. Seeing this, I couldn't help but tease. I thought you'd at least wear lipstick. She chuckled. How could he possibly be? A scumbag wasted thousands of dollars on lipstick. Then he handed me the bag in his hand. Open it up and it's a few bottles of Hennessy. Are you gonna take a few down tonight? We in Eastern Jiangsu rarely drink foreign wine. Besides, how can you drink this purity without mixing it with water? Obviously, Zhengguani didn't think of this either. But now that I've got it all, I can't stop drinking. See, she's kind too. So I pulled out a bottle for everyone to try. The rest of them are directly tea. By the time we got to the grill, everyone else was already there. Everyone was dressed casually. Only Shangyan is deliberately dressed up, heavy makeup, red lips. The key is that there are very few clothes on him. Then I introduced Qingguandi to several people. Said she was a graduate student in medical school, so we're all students. We don't know each other, but we have something in common. Spicy crayfish on the table. A few people eat food and chat. It's nice to brag occasionally. But Qingguandi is a little uncomfortable. She had never been so close to this kind of street life. I whispered to remind her not to. Think of yourself as the 3rd princess of the Jing family. Just pretend you're my girlfriend. Try to blend in with this mindset. Qingguanti glared at me with dissatisfaction. I was taken advantage of by a scumbag when I wasn't careful. But right now she's thinking to herself, if she were my girlfriend. So, what do we do now? That must be a complaint. He's a jerk. So Qingguanti said one sentence. A man like Chen Hanxing doesn't deserve a girlfriend. This sentence immediately attracted a lot of approval and secondment. Jin Yongming's affection for Xingguan has doubled. Sister Jung, you've got eyes. Brother Chen and I are in the same dormitory. I'm really worried about being a bad influence. Time makes me the target of criticism. But I'm thick-skinned and I don't take it seriously. At this time, eating barbecue next door, two young men looked at us. Suddenly the fat young man came up and asked, "Is the wine on the table real or fake?" I didn't want any trouble, so I said it was fake. It's just wine from home. But the fat young man looked at the bottle for himself. It's safe to say that this wine is fake. I almost laughed when I heard that. I thought Jingguan brought Xian. How can this be fake? He pointed to Hennessy and asked if he could try a bite. Before I could answer, he picked up the bottle and poured it. Then he went back and got a glass and came back. "I just had one of your drinks. Meeting his fate. I'd like to buy my three sisters a drink." This is the first time Jingguan and Yes Xiaoyu have encountered such a situation. The three boys didn't react. But Shang Yanyan didn't panic at all and looked up at me. I let out a puff of smoke, a simple refusal. "We don't want to drink with strangers." Hearing this, the fat young man put the glass on the table vigorously. "What college kids look down on us?" I said. "Don't fuck around. There's only two of you. Listen to me." The fat young man was obviously stunned. He looked at the college student carefully. He never dared to do anything. When I went back, I took out my mobile phone and deliberately called someone loudly. Xinqianyu suggested that we leave quickly. I turned around and asked Jingguanti what he meant. "She's the key to tonight. Do you have a plan?" I took out my cell phone and called Zhong Jianqing. "I got a situation here. You didn't have to come in person. Please take a look at Brother Ping. Take some pretty girls out to dinner. There's always something beautiful happening. I almost lost my D in this life." Originally, I planned to have Jing, my Rocket 101, but I didn't expect to be interrupted by two small pomegranate rays. Seeing this, I didn't cower and called Peng Chang directly. At this time, the person who shouted the other party also arrived at the scene. What surprised me was that the two groups knew each other, but the fat young man is obviously a little worried about Peng Chang. He said he was joking with some brothers. Then immediately pick up a bottle of beer to apologize. "Brother Chang, now I blow this bottle of wine. Let's get this over with." Peng Chang did not answer and turned to ask my opinion. I pointed to Hennessy on the table to show that I could unveil it. "But you're gonna blow this bottle. Hear me out, fat boy. Pick it up and drink it." But before I could drink it, I had a reaction. Wow, I spit it out. Peng Chang immediately stepped on the fat youth's back. Urge him to drink quickly. There's still half a bottle left. And then I grabbed another bottle. Hennessy from Kaifeng to Peng Chang. Peng Chang looked at me and asked if I was genuine. After getting my affirmative answer, Peng Chang's face was full of heartache. "It's a bargain, fatty." He threw up all this expensive wine, Jingguanti on the side to me. I appreciate the way things are handled. A combination of hard and soft, and finally a favor. It seems that not everyone can be a good scum. At this moment, Shang Yanyan took a look, the remaining bottle of Hennessy on the table. So he suggested that we sing later. Jingguan is also saying that he still has something to say. I haven't sung on the mainland yet. Hearing this, I waved my hand and walked directly to the nearby KTV. After opening the private room, I ordered a common wine set. Shang Yanyan picked up Hennessy excuse. "It's too tiring to carry. Why don't we drink tonight?" Plus, Jin Yangming is also heckling him. The last bottle of wine was opened. People are still talking and having fun and singing at first, watching Shang Yanyan shine. The look in his eyes clearly meant something was going to happen. Not long after, the side effects of mixing alcohol are reflected. A song is not finished. A few of them were lying on the sofa in a daze. And then you end up sober. It's just me and Jingguanchi. When I decided to go to the bathroom and go back to my dorm, suddenly the bathroom door opened. The drunken Shang Yanyan actually barged in and shut the bathroom door. I quickly pulled up my pants and asked what you were doing. I saw Shang Yanyan looking at me with loose eyes, and then he came right up to me. He opened his arms and hugged me. She whispered in my ear when I was away, "You really make me feel safe. Don't go back to school tonight." Then he pouted and kissed me. What kind of experience is it to be drunk and blocked in the bathroom? I'm afraid to say anything about these red lips. As I shook my head to avoid it, there was a knock on the door. Shang Yanyan immediately stopped. I asked who was outside. Xintianyu kept urging me to hurry up outside the door. He's got a little bit of a pissing problem, too. At this moment, my heart is very nervous. If Xintianyu knew the girl he was after in the bathroom with me, maybe his three views will change. It's not easy to wait until Xintianyu leaves. Shang Yanyan started kissing me again. Unexpectedly, there was another knock on the door. Han Xing, have you seen Shang Yan? I didn't see her. Is she in the bathroom? Hearing this, I cursed. You're crazy. I'm in the bathroom. How did she get in here? Xintianyu slapped his head and said yes. That's why he left unsteadily. After waiting for a while, I suddenly felt heavy, so Shang Yanyan fell asleep on my neck. I was wondering if I should go out and explore first. Phone suddenly rang. Xingguan sent me a message telling me they were all drunk. Let me go. When I carry Shang Yanyan out, Xingguan is still singing by himself. I quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding. We didn't do anything. However, Xingguan did not care. To show that he didn't see anything. Whatever makes you happy. Apparently she didn't believe it, but she wasn't too surprised. After all, What I did was exactly what a scumbag looks like. After sending several people back to the dormitory, I was just about to deepen my relationship with Jingguan. I didn't expect someone to shout my name behind me. He turned around and saw Luo Xian standing not far away. Jingguanti immediately called the driver from the factory to pick her up. After she left, I immediately asked Luo Xian what he wanted. Look at my impatient face. Luo Xian directly said what he was thinking. I want to fall in love with you. I was speechless. Explaining that he already had a girlfriend. Would you stop being so paranoid? No matter how hard I tried, she wouldn't give up. He looked at me with jealousy and dissatisfaction. The girlfriend you're talking about. The gentle beauty from 101. Or the girl you came home with tonight? The lipstick on your face hasn't been completely wiped off. I remember senior sister Shin never wears lipstick, right? I just realized. Quickly wipe the lipstick off your face. Then tell Luo Xian that we are really not suitable. I've been drinking like this, and it doesn't meet your criteria for good compatibility. Luo Xian stood in front of me. It means that as long as I'm with her, I can stop worrying. She can let go of everything that happened before. I really don't want to talk to this lunatic. I'm going to leave when I'm sick. But she stopped me again. We have a dorm mixer next week. Seeing how difficult she is, I had to agree to her request on behalf of 602. Luo Xian's face was full of evidence when she heard this. She didn't think I'd say yes so easily, and I left while she was distracted. Dormitory fellowship. Dormitory fellowship. I don't have to go. What you like on campus can often be decided at first sight, chance meeting, looking back in the dark, destined for each other's lives. Some met her among thousands, but some people miss her in thousands of miles. The next morning Lu Pengfei and I arrived at Jinling Institute of Technology. From afar I saw Chiu Amping waiting at the school gate, with a bag in his hand. After seeing Lu Pengfei's messy hair, she was somewhat surprised. Lu Pengfei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Just as I was about to explain, I hurried. He said Pengfei accompanied me to dinner last night. When he got drunk, he took him directly to the dormitory of the Finance Institute. Chiu Amping smiled and said nothing. I'm relieved that he's with President Chen. Then he handed me the bag in his hand. Have you had breakfast yet? This is a painting I made myself. I smiled and took the breakfast, and told her not to be so polite in the future. We're all about the same age. You can call me Hanxi. After eating, Chiu Amping brought. We came to the startup center of the academy. Here. Copy shop, milk tea shop, photography shop, and a lot of other delivery stores and stuff, because schools tend to train applied students. So I built a college entrepreneurship center. Encourage students to start their own businesses, and there are certain incentives. In the chat with Chiu Amping I learned, this place is all student-run shops, but a lot of the stores are controlled by other people. After all, only students can enjoy those benefits. Chiu Amping took us to the office of the Entrepreneurship Center. The director's name is Lu Su. He's a senior several years older than us. He was the president of the student union. After detention, he was assigned to run the startup center here. Chiu Amping is so familiar with the situation in the school. It was a good idea to choose her as a campus agent. And then I walked around the startup center by myself. When I was far away, Lu Pengfei suddenly stopped Chiu Amping. Actually, Chen Hanxing had breakfast at the Finance Institute. He just shoved it down. Hearing this, Chiu Amping asked a question with a strange look. You said you made them yourself? He'll eat it even if he doesn't have room. Although Chen Hanxing has a short temper, he often curses people, but I admire him. After listening to Lu Pengfei's explanation, Chiu Amping's impression of me is even higher, and after that she took us to the office of the startup center. After greeting Lu Su, he directly stated his intention. This is Chen Hanxing, founder of Rocket 101 Express. He wants to settle down in the startup center. Then he paused and continued. This is my boyfriend Lu Pengfei. I'm a little freaked out too, but I'm coming around pretty quickly. Go up and shake hands with Lu Su. But Lu Pengfei couldn't hold it anymore. He stood there for a long time without moving. In the end, Chiu Amping reminded him before he reacted. Hurry up and shake hands with Lu Su to say hello. After leaving the startup center, I suggested we go to school for lunch and have a drink to celebrate. Lu Pengfei is a bit strange. Hastily asked Chiu Amping if the matter had been settled. Chiu Amping explained that it was not completely negotiated. President Chen invited Senior Lu out for dinner, but Lu refused. You can't call it success. Lu Pengfei does not understand this very much. Then why celebrate? Chiu Amping's mouth moved but she did not speak. Lu Pengfei reacted after a while. Turns out I'm celebrating something good between them. I raised my glass to congratulate them on becoming the first couple in Rocket 101. After putting down the glass, I was curious. Asked them how they met. Lu Pengfei smiled and began to tell. The first time he met Chiu Amping. It rained on the day of registration. He was also arrested at the railway station. The driver of the car charged 50 yuan. I got lost when I got to school, right before he got wet. Chiu Amping appeared when she was helpless. She led Lu all the way with an umbrella. Pengfei went to the payment office and dormitory, and he introduced him to the school. He scratched his head in embarrassment. That moment, I think she's the most attractive girl in the world. Chiu Amping's face was a little embarrassed when she thought of the past, explaining that he was a student cadre at the time. It's an obligation to help freshmen. Lu Pengfei picked up the beer and touched it with me and continued. Later, I chased her for 2 years, from freshman to junior. I didn't think the whole university would work out. His voice was choked up when he said this. I quickly smiled and helped him round the words. This is the legendary love between senior sister and senior brother. Let us, the younger brothers, admire you. Then Lu Pingfei asked me about my emotional life. I smiled and said I was complicated. There are a lot of people who want to have a serious relationship with me. There's a lot of people who want to sleep with me. It's a headache. It's just that they thought I was joking. After saying something emotional, we've gotten to know each other a lot. Then I asked Xiao Anping, what hobbies does director Lu Su have? I tried to ask him out today, but he refused. After learning that Lu Su likes calligraphy and painting, I immediately called Lao Chin. He knows the president of the Hong Kong City Calligraphy Association very well. Let him make 2 calligraphy and paintings with seals. You don't have to be famous, as long as you can fool people with it. After hanging up the phone, I explained directly to both of them. Next time, I'll do what he wants. A little bit of culture. See how direct I am? Lu Pingfei is worried about my construction. The practice of personal relationships is too secular. He thought Xiao Anping would despise such behavior. Xiao Anping shook her head. Ever since my mom got sick, I just realized that big words don't really work. Sometimes it's okay to be worldly. I never forgot. This month's dialysis money is still borrowed by Chen Hanqing. Same backpack. But some people just fit on their backs. For the sake of giving students college, make a good impression on your career, I decided to organize a group activity during the National Day, and by the way, increase class cohesion. After much consideration, I finally decided to go to Huangshan to see the sunrise. For this reason, Hu Linyu and Xin Yuchu also went to buy a backpack. It's just a guy who's carrying. Hu Linyu saw it, and used a pair of the tone of someone who has come over persuade Xin Yuchu. This bag should be carried on the front. It's not only easier to get things, it's safer. As he spoke, he helped Xin Yuchu take off the backpack and let her carry it on her chest. After doing all this, she smiled and asked Xin Yuchu, is it more comfortable than before? I didn't expect Xin Yuchu to, blushing, saying he felt strangled. Hu Linyu initially thought that the shoulder strap was not adjusted well, but on closer inspection, that proud person, 36D is instantly available. Yuchu, you're gonna have no friends. Then he coughed softly and asked Xin Yuchu. Chen Hanqing, that pervert isn't he? That's why I like you. Hearing this, Xin Yuchu's face was full of grooves. Seeing that she didn't understand Hu Lin's language, she stopped struggling. After all, some things are born to be forced. But Chen Hanqing is too cheap. A few days later, Hu Linyu photographed the travel report form in front of me. I picked it up. It turned out that the Youth League Committee sent back our travel report. They also told Hu Linyu, if the report doesn't pass the class, and the travel plan can't be approved. It made Hu Linyu angry. Jin Yangming behind him is also complaining, urging me to hurry up with my gift. Gifts should be found in the relationship. After hearing the news, the students also thought that this expectation, a long-planned trip, is about to fall through. I've been reading through the paperwork. I changed a few words after the content. Let Hu Lin speak according to the current. Print a copy of the content and submit it. Hu Linyu took the report and looked at it. It was discovered that only the tourism plan was changed to the group building plan. Nothing else has changed. So I resubmitted it with a dubious attitude. On the same day, Hu Linyu got the application approval report. She just doesn't understand. Why did the Youth League let me go after I changed 2 words? I smiled smugly. Thanks to your introduction to Mao, you scored more than 90 points. I failed, but I'm much more enlightened than you are. The travel plan can be cancelled from a security point of view. The league building plan is the party's activity. How can the school cancel at will? After I finished speaking, Hu Lin realized. On the 4th of July, the students got on the tour bus early. After all personnel are gathered, the bus slowly leaves the college, moved quickly towards Huangshan. And this event has taught me about what happened 4 months ago. He actually caused such a big trauma to young Chu's soul. An accidental event caused 2 of the best girls in the world meet. The ending of the big Shura scene is bound to hurt someone. The ultimate childhood friend White Moonlight changed campuses and majors, cut off all contact with me, just to fulfill my love with the treasure girl. Ever since that incident, Shinichu often feels chest tightness and shortness of breath, but I don't know anything about her health. Until this group building activity, I didn't know that. Give it to her, it's very traumatic. For the sake of your college, make a good impression on your career. So I took advantage of the National Day holiday, organized students to go to Huangshan to see the sunrise. But Kim Yongmyung saw me choose. After the B&B, I was immediately unhappy, and he's complaining and he's asking me, is this where we're going to live? It's a hell of a lot of work. These white walls are just like the countryside. It's not like we're really a team. Listen to him. I'll yell. What do you know? This is a typical emblem building. Do a powder wall is its characteristic. It doesn't look good on the outside, but the room is exactly like the hotel, and it's easier to climb the mountain from here. Maybe they could even provide a tour guide. Seeing that I was a little angry, Jin Yangming didn't dare to argue anymore, just muttering to himself. I don't want a tour guide. As we speak, a girl with thick pigtails came out of the yard. She was wearing a long-sleeved plaid shirt and an apron around his waist, while wiping water on his apron, running over to say hello. You must be guests. We're cooking. And then he's gonna help us with our luggage. Jin Yangming's face turned red when he saw this girl. Pick up your luggage and cough. We men don't need you to carry things. All you have to do is lead the way. After saying that, he did not forget to urge everyone to move faster. Keep up with the team. Farm girls see this. Looking at Jin Yongming with admiration. Dad says you're college kids. You must be the class monitor. Hearing this, Jin Yongming coughed lightly and immediately responded. Just secretly added a roommate of the monitor in my heart. And most importantly, he managed to fake it. And he also tried his best to assume the responsibility of a class cadre. Count the number of people. Arrange accommodation. Gather everyone for dinner. He'll be involved in every tedious task. Even I'm a little surprised at his motivation. Sixth, why did you change your personality today? He interrupted me before I could finish my sentence. And he's just giving me a scolding. Do more when you have time. You're the only one in the class with the most free time. I was stunned when I heard Kim Yongming's words. I thought to myself, sixth brother is really evil today, after Jin Yongming scolded me. And then he called out to the farm girl and walked to the kitchen together. The middle-aged boss smiled and said, your class monitor is really responsible. I laughed when I heard that. Right, I think so too. After the students have fixed up for a while, soon it will be dinner time. When I eat, I habitually look for Shinyochu's figure, but I didn't see her. Then Hulinyu came over and told me, young Chu may be carsick. He's resting in bed. I'm surprised to hear that. Because in my impression, she doesn't get carsick. Hulinyu seemed to see my thoughts as well. So he sighed and explained, she's always in good health. But after what happened 4 months ago, she often has chest tightness. I guess it's a psychological trauma. Hearing that, I remembered. Shura failed during quarantine 4 months ago. Later, Xiaoyar turned away from the campus. I haven't been home much all summer. He has been accompanying Shinichu at school. We haven't talked about it until now. It can even be said that they are carefully avoiding it. I was silent for a moment, and I prepared some food for her. Not long after, Shinyochu's door was knocked on by me. After knowing it was me, there was an immediate sound of slippers in the room. After opening the door, I saw Shinyochu's face was a little pale, not as rosy as before. Even the peach blossom eyes that are usually clear are a little gray. I held her hand and asked softly if she was carsick. Shinyochu's cheeks instantly turned red, a little dizzy. Even though we've known each other for over a year, but she's still a little hung up on these intimate gestures. But there was no one around, and she didn't break free. Close the door gently and sit by the bed, legs side by side, little face up, looking at me. I held Shinyochu's hand. Have some, okay? Shinichu was embarrassed by my observation, just about to bow my head. I suddenly leaned over her. Just kiss her on the lips. After a long time, I didn't want to part. Eat. I'll feed you. At first, Shinichu wanted to come by himself, but in my tough attitude I had to obey. After dinner, I touched her hair again. Tell her to rest early. I'm going to see the sunrise very early tomorrow. Then he turned and left the room. Shinichu sat quietly by the bed alone, thinking about how thoughtful I was when I fed her. Suddenly, I feel less stuffy in my chest, and when I came downstairs, I realized they were done. All the vegetables were eaten clean. I don't even have any soup left. Cynic scum, but he's right. A rural girl is especially interested. She even rejected the moonlight of her childhood friend. Do whatever you can, Zhou Xian. But it ended up breaking 2 girls' hearts. Great care during the trip gradually healed Shinyochu's spiritual trauma. But how do you make up for the damage done to the fish? For the sake of giving students college, make a good impression on your career. I'll take you on a tour. Kim Youngmyung is standing in the middle, announced tomorrow morning's activities loudly. The girl named Dong'er looked at him with admiration. It's just that I'm starving and I'm freaking out. I had no choice but to find Miss Dong'er to open a small kitchen, but Jin Yongming stopped us like a god and asked me what I wanted to do. I was speechless when I saw her protective look. I'm hungry. I want to get something to eat. Jin Yongming blamed me for a few words. Then I asked Dong'er to cook a bowl of egg noodles for me. Dong'er did not refuse and immediately went to the kitchen to open fire. When it's just the two of us, Jin Yongming immediately put on a smile. Sorry, Brother Chan. The first time I saw Dong'er, I felt like I had met an angel. She was so kind. I interrupted him before he could finish. Back to school, a carton of cigarettes. Jin Yongming agreed without saying a word. After dinner, everyone began to move freely, playing cards, watching TV. It's so exciting. As time went on, YB&B gradually quieted down, and I woke up at 3:30. But we're still half an hour away from J-Joint. I can't sleep even if I want to, so I went to the B&B to draw Y to relieve my fatigue. When he had nothing to do, he sent a message to Shinichu, asked if she's feeling better. I didn't expect the message to come back in a few seconds. See, Shinichu has woken up. I will call her out directly, ask her to look at the moon. I tapped my chair for her to sit down. She was also very obedient, and sat next to me, and then we started talking about something. Shinichu likes such a small village very much, but there are many things in big cities that appeal to her. I looked at her seriously. I'll take you wherever you like. Shinichu was stunned when he heard what I said, then nodded. Not long after, the students are waking up in the courtyard. After Jin Yongming finished his name, a group of people began to climb the mountain with the starlight. Not long after, someone around D shouted sunrise. As time goes on, the range of white spots increases. The color also changed from white to gold H to orange H. Finally, it turned into a dazzling red light hanging in the sky. We thought we'd wake up early enough at 4 o'clock. Who knew that after arriving at the cool platform, I found that there were still so many people. The sun rose slowly from the clouds. Suddenly, the cool platform was full of brilliant lights. The mountains seemed to be covered with gold armor, and then we took a picture together, reluctantly turning to other attractions. The days of traveling passed quickly and I was very tired. Is about to leave this mountain. Students have a feeling of emptiness in their hearts. Before she left, Miss Donga gave Jin Yangming a gift. I couldn't help but praise him. You didn't lose anything on that, why, did you? But Jin Yangming said seriously. Fourth brother, I don't plan to contact Dong after I go back. I'm a little surprised to hear that. Jin Yangming smiled and said that he was not suitable for Donga. In the end, they can't be together. I thought to myself. Sixth brother, I can't believe you still have this kind of consciousness. So she patted him on the shoulder. It's up to you. In short, don't buy small shoes if your feet are big. I don't know if I've worn out my feet, and you've lost your shoes. But Jin Yangming shook his head and explained. Mostly because she's too far away. You can't see or touch. I'm looking for a junior sister in the finance department. Isn't she beautiful? You can't give up an entire forest for one tree. I couldn't help but say awesome when I heard him finish. I thought he had a high level of awareness, but I underestimated him. Old Six has already jumped out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements. It's quiet in the back carriage. Everyone's sleeping with their eyes closed. After arriving at the gate of the Finance Institute, I asked Hulinyu to print out the photos later. Then he turned around and reported to Shinichu. I'm not going back to school for dinner tonight. I've been away for so long. There's some business stuff I need to take care of. Shinichu blushed and nodded. After I walked away, Hulin joked. That's impressive, young Chu. You tamed a man like Chen Hanxing. I'll report to you obediently. It's really soft to overcome hard. Shinichu was a little embarrassed and said no. He's just socializing for work, and my dinner tonight is for a woman. Xingguan will leave the factory soon. I called her immediately. President Zheng. Do you want to hang out tonight? I went back to college with my 35-year-old memories, while pursuing college bells. And I don't forget to build my own career, after traveling back from Huangshan. The first time I called Xingguanti, trying to get her to invest in my Rocket 101 project. But when we talk, I don't talk about it. Until she asked about my delivery company. I slowly said that my company is very short of money now. If President Ching supports me a little, we'll be able to transform this campus enterprise. But Zheng Guan shook his head. It means that our relationship doesn't seem to be there yet. I wasn't angry at that, and I started talking about it. The problems her electronics factory is facing. Management chaos between departments. The power struggle is too weak to coordinate. Hear me out. Xingguanti is a little confused. Why do I know everything about electronics? Actually, I planted 2 pieces in the electronics factory. That's how you get all this information. But instead of answering her, I said, tell me if there are any problems in the factory. Xing thought about it and admitted it directly. Show problems although there are. That's because she hasn't gotten around to it. Before Li Bisong, Zhao Chunming and those people consumed most of her energy, and I went on to say, your factory department has congenital defects. Why isn't there a propaganda department? Hearing this, Xingguanshi lowered his head and took a sip of milk tea, explaining that his electronics factory was just research and production of circuit chips and other equipment. You don't need a publicity department. After saying that, he wrinkled his nose and complained, it's so greasy. I don't know how those girls drink it. I didn't say anything. I just watched her change the subject. Seeing this, Zhengguan had to sigh. Admitting that he was already setting up a propaganda department, I smiled and said, I guess you must have some new ideas. Is going to go from behind the scenes to the front, isn't it? At this moment, Xingguanti's face suddenly became serious. You can read financial reports in quarantine. I thought you had something in you. But then she added, of course, scum is real scum, and I didn't argue. I just asked her what she thought. Xingguanti said that he has no specific goals for the time being. This time I plan to go abroad for a tour. By the way, understand the trend of the electronic market. Look at me staring at her suspiciously. Zheng Guanchi shrugged. This is the case. I can't help it if you don't believe me, and I stopped asking. Then tell Xingguanti the MP3 project plan. They want their electronics factory to develop independently. If you're short of talent, find a way to poach them. Listen to me. Xingguanti is staring at me seriously. You really opened my eyes today. I thought you were just a funny asshole. I took that as a compliment. So he continued while the iron was hot. Manager Jin can do MP3 projects at the same time, while investigating another product with more potential. I paused for a moment, and waited for her to break. I didn't expect Xingguan to snort coldly. It's just a cell phone. Don't think I don't know. It's my turn to be surprised. It's only 2003. Is Xingguan planning to launch a mobile phone project? Android won't come out until 2008. Now all mobile phone manufacturers are fishing in the Saipan system, so I tried to ask her this time. Abroad is to investigate the mobile phone market, right? Seeing that Xingguan didn't deny it, my face turned black. This little bitch sure has an idea. Just lied to me about not having a specific target, just when I was thinking about it. Xingguanti suddenly said, holding the milk tea cup in his hand, Chen Jianan, have you ever thought about part-time in electronics? I thought to myself, this woman can do it. I just finished talking about poaching talent. She's gonna make her move. But I don't want to work for anyone. In my previous life, I was working alone. How can you work for someone else if you live your whole life? It's impossible to work part-time. Time is fading. Xingguan asked again before leaving the milk tea shop. I asked again if I would like to join the factory and work part-time, but I politely refused. That you can appear as a consultant, provide relevant ideas and suggestions, and if necessary, personally participate. As for my consulting fee, we'll talk about it when you get back from your study abroad. I don't care how much. Xingguan jokingly asked me if it was okay to give me $1. I nodded. That means my idea isn't worth a cup of milk tea. Xingguan stretched his muscles and slowly said. And I wouldn't be so unkind as to give you $1. At least you'll have dinner with me, drink, chat, with a woman in her 20s. And not as pretty as your 2 young girlfriends. You must be depressed. He deliberately stressed the word, too, in his speech, but I didn't care. And then he said that women of different ages have different charms. Besides, we're about the same age. We'll just walk out side by side like this. And then I stopped short. Then Jingguandi looked over and asked me what I looked like. I said seriously, like a best friend, BFFs. Let's brag and talk. But we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. It's kind of like being polite. Listen to me, Jingguandi thinks it's quite interesting, is to be your best friend. I always thought you'd take me down the drain. We walked and talked, and soon we were at the electronics factory. Xingguan gave me a reassurance before I left. I'm a continuity guy. If this trip to inspect MP3 really has prospects, I'll pay you for it. And when I heard that, I assured her with certainty, this project will definitely have prospects. I went back to college with my 35-year-old memories. In his first year of rebirth, he reached the peak of his life. The girlfriend of the school beauty level has a girlfriend. I haven't decided yet. Little fangirl has got it, but it's a little crazy. There's someone who wants to be my queen, and now I have girlfriends. A tragic cry came from the startup base on this day. I turned around and saw Hu Lingyu sitting next to the computer, crying and sobbing while pulling out paper. So what? Did the computer crash? Are you crying for him? Hu Lingyu picked up his swollen eyes. Said she was watching a Korean drama. There's no computer in the dorm, so I'm here to take a look. I leaned over and took a look. It was a winter love song. Hu Lingyu, you've never been in love. There's no point in watching TV shows like this. But she ignored me and discussed the plot with Shin Yu-chu. Look at Bae-young-jun. Actually, it wasn't Choi Ji-woo's boyfriend at first. They seem to be closer than friends. But it's not a couple. How do I put it? And then I said, BFF. Hu Lingyu nodded and said, Choi Ji-woo had a boyfriend then. As a result, he was intervened by his male best friend Bae-young-jun. He was still excited to hold Shin Yu-chu. So, fire, burglar, girlfriends, Yu-chu. Men can have girlfriends. Just then, Xingguan sent a text message, so she's back from overseas. Soon I was in her office. Xingguani's face was tired after getting off the plane, originally full of luster. The brown hair is a little withered now. Apparently overworked. Or they have meetings. She intends to set up a department dedicated to MP3 development, trying to get a sample out as quickly as possible. Seeing this, I rushed to send congratulations. But Jingguanshi still wants me to come in. As a consultant who doesn't have to work day to day, wages go through project commissions. Then he wrote down a number on a piece of paper and handed it to me, as a reward for this offer. I glanced, although I was prepared. But I was still shocked. I was paid $200,000. But I need to wait until I'm officially. You can't give it to me until you sign a consulting contract. Obviously, Jingguandi wants to tie me up. Not gonna let me off the boat easily. Don't say that. War brothers. You're my best friend. Of course you have to support me. I nodded. I thought. Don't regret it. After I received the money, I drove directly to Zhong Jianqing's place. At dinner, I talked about starting a company. Tried to use his second floor as a registered address, but he was misunderstood by Zhong Jianqing. I thought I wanted to start a delivery company. I was stunned when I heard that. Is it so obvious that I'm going out on my own? Zhong Jianqing nodded vigorously, explaining that he was skeptical at first. But then I went solo. Rocket 101 is too obvious. He doesn't even know why Kong Jing approved it. My grinning denial immediately showed determination. I never wanted to leave this tree. This time it's a business consulting firm. However, the industrial and commercial side needs to register the address, and I don't have the spare money to rent it. Zhong Jianqing was puzzled by this. What are you doing with this company? Last time I gave New Century. Xingguansha from the electronics factory had an idea. She was supposed to pay, and she said it was a friendly tip. Pay to hurt feelings. I was angry and scolded him. Now I have a main company. Public versus private. Next time, we'll see how she behaves. Peng Chang listened and complained beside him. You're a money spinner. Advice and money. Then will you have to charge for talking to us from now on? I directly joked, Brother Chang, do you want to talk about 5 yuan first? But Zhong Jianqing understands what I did. After all, the size of the New Century, a wrong decision can. That's millions of dollars in losses. So some opinions are valuable. I picked up the wine and bumped it with Zhong Jianqing. Or do you know more when you are young? Then Zhong Jianqing reminded me not to. Drinking and driving later. I waved my hand to show that I was returning the car today. I'm ready to buy a new car. Zhong Jianqing realized this. I thought Chen Hanxing was still amazing. He just stole my car at the beginning of the year, and now you're ready to buy a new car, young and driven. We'll sign a lease with us. Take this contract and apply it to the industrial and commercial department. Watching me leave the office, Peng Chang smiled and said to Zhong Jianqing, I thought he was starting a delivery company. Zhong Jianqing silently chewed peanuts in his mouth. Lao Ping, I bet you. He jumped out on his own a long time ago. Now I'm just building up my strength. Peng Chang did not understand. This kid makes more money than I do in a month. Why don't you know how to be satisfied? Zhong Jianqing smiled. He will always remember the first time we met last year. I stood at the door and said calmly, how can I replace the general agent of the finance department? Such a person. How can you satisfy this kind of money? When I get back to dorm 602, a few roommates are washing their hair, brushing their teeth. I just remembered when I asked. I'm having a networking event with my freshman girls tonight. But I climbed right into bed and got ready for bed. He said he was drunk and dizzy, so he couldn't go. Several people were stunned for a moment. Wu Xiaoqiang still wants to insist that I go with him. And I was snoring in bed. Seeing this, Jin Yangming had to persuade him to forget it. Then he hugged Wu Xiaoqiang and whispered as he walked out. It's a good thing he's not going. Otherwise, he would be so arrogant. Where will we get our chance? The girl applied for the second university with far more than one grade, just to be closer to someone you like. But when she came to school, the boy already had a girlfriend. But she wasn't about to give up. Get close to boys whenever you can. But also with the handle in his hand. The boy promised a dorm mixer next week. I was so annoyed that I agreed. It's just that on social day, I lie in bed drunk and sleep. Just as dormitory 602 was responding positively, one of the freshman accounting students, the girls' dormitory is also busy. They're all dressed up. Ready to take your first chance. Coquettish makeup contributed to the sophomore brother. Luo Xian wore a light H-color short sleeve. He was wearing a pair of skin-tight denim shorts on his lower body, young and stylish. Roommates looked at it and envied it. Xiao Xian, you must have been the prettiest girl in high school. Do all the guys who chase you have to queue up? Luo Xian shook his head after listening. It means that there are indeed a lot of boys chasing themselves. But she wasn't the prettiest. 3 years of high school, there was a senior sister who beat her for 2 years. Later, when she got into college, she showed up. Roommates were shocked to hear that. Luo Xian has already reached this standard. Then how charming must she be? So he asked which school the senior sister was in. I know that senior sister is opposite. My roommate is curious. Since it's so close to you, why haven't I seen you go to her before? Luo Xian bluntly said that he did not like her. But my roommate thought Luo Xian was dissatisfied with that senior sister, and then he changed the subject to me. I'm sure I'll fall for Luo Xian today. Luo Xian looked at himself in the mirror. An idea of snatching people welled up in my heart. Brother Chen is with Shinichu now. It should be giving up Xiaorongyu, right? Then it's reasonable to give up Shinichu, young Luo Xian. She doesn't even know that the three of us. What kind of sadness and joy have I experienced? And there's the difficult process of closing. The place for the evening party is right here. A Western food booth in the voluntary commodity city. Several people from 602 arrived early. Jin Yangming seriously looked at several people. There's a beautiful sister named Luo Xian. But don't ask for QQ numbers. She's only attracted to fourth brother. Yang Shichao said impatiently that he knew. You've said it several times along the way. And Jin Yangming continued to tell several people. When we meet later, we should be careful. Don't always ask for help. Yijing is a sophomore. As they were talking, Luo Xian, the girls from that dormitory have also arrived. They came smiling. A little shy. With a hint of makeup. Jin Yangming immediately left his roommate and smiled and greeted him. Hello everyone. Can I get you something to drink? Something to eat? I'll get you something. Then immediately go to the front desk to bring drinks and food. These freshman sisters are all praising him for being considerate. Yang Shichao and Wu Xiaoqiang looked at each other. At the same time, he turned his head and scolded Swordman, and then we started to introduce ourselves. Only Luo Xian glanced around, frowning and asking Jin Yangming why I didn't arrive. Jin Yangming coughed and explained. Brother Chen drank too much today. She's resting in her dorm. She can't come over, Luo Xian said. Oh, then I asked Jin Yangming for the phone number of the dormitory. Not long after, the phone in the dormitory woke me up, but I never answered. But the caller was stubborn. Over and over again. I swear, I pick up the phone and ask who it is. There was a silence on the phone for a moment, and then he said, Brother Chen, it's me. When I heard Luo Xian's voice, I immediately reacted. She's here to punish me. But I had to pretend I didn't know. Ask her what she wants. Why didn't you come to the mixer today? Is today a social day? I forgot I was too busy. I forgot about my lunch date. But I made a deal with my roommate. You promised you'd show up. And I already know how to deal with it, explaining that he had only agreed to a dormitory fellowship. But I didn't say I had to go. When Luo Xian heard this, she was speechless and asked me, if this is Senior Sister Shin or Senior Sister Zhao's dormitory fellowship, will you forget? The little fish is now a thorn in my heart. In particular, she refused to write the statute for Rocket 101. I can't figure out what little fish is thinking right now. So she impatiently asked what they had to do with you. It's okay. I need to rest. There was a beeping sound coming from the mobile phone. Look, I'm really hanging up. Luo Xian stood in place for a while before she stopped crying. Then he went quietly to the front desk and asked for a case of beer. And I'm still in bed having the dream I just had. Luo Xian and I were boyfriend and girlfriend before we were reborn. At that time, I went to the internet cafe to play all night. She'll always be there. When I'm drunk, she'll come and take me back to my dorm. And when I didn't have enough, she kept drinking with me, who never drinks beer. The girl changed herself for me, though I live again. But still. I've lived 2 lives and I still can't parry such paranoid girls. Torture to get what you want. To take comfort from me. He even picked on the relationship between Shin and me, and because of this incident, Shin had an excuse to leave. I wasn't there for the dorm mixer. She even got angry at Luo Xian and hung up her phone. Luo Xian's inner pain has nowhere to vent, so I went to the front desk and asked for a case of beer. After an unknown period of time, I was sleeping when I was woken up by the dormitory phone. Jin Yangming asked me to hurry over. He said Luo Xian had been drinking himself, and no one could persuade him. Drink and vomit. If you keep drinking like this, you're gonna end up in the hospital. After I hung up the phone, light a cigarette in a dormitory with lights on, silently watching the slow burning of red cigarette butts. In fact, this result is within my expectation. Luo Xian has always been this paranoid character. There's this relentless self-torture. By the time I got to the restaurant, Luo Xian is drunk and unconscious. Yang Shichao told me Luo Xian drank almost 6 bottles, drinking and throwing up. I nodded and told him to call me a taxi. I'm going to send Luo Xian back to the dormitory. When the other girls see me, subconsciously stood back. Give up your position. Second, it's convenient to look at me. I nodded slightly and said hello. Then he walked over and patted Luo Xian on the shoulder. How about, have you had enough? I didn't expect Luo Xian to throw his shoulder and shout loudly, fuck off. Who told you to touch me? Only Chen Hanxin can touch me. At this time, the roommate quickly told Luo Xian, the person standing in front of me is Senior Chen. Luo Xian opened her eyes in a daze. After confirming that it was me, he suddenly cried loudly, Senior Brother Chen, can't you just look at me one more time? I got into finance because of you. I got into student government for you, even for you to learn Xiaorongyu's dress. But why can't you see what I'm doing? I don't want to talk nonsense, so I picked Luo Xian up and walked towards the taxi. The final dormitory fellowship ended in this way. On the way back to the financial hospital, Luo Xian has been clinging to my arms. It's just that I didn't react. Open the window, let the night breeze in, wake her up. The girl named Su Jing sat in the passenger seat. Every now and then, look in the rearview mirror. But the taxi was stopped by security at the door. The security guard immediately smiled and waved when he saw it was me. After arriving at the door of the girls' dormitory, Luo Xian was just put down from the car, but she grabbed my arm so hard. He bit me hard on the wrist. And this position has also been bitten by small fish, Luo Xian muttered. I really want to be with you. I thought she was angry. After a glance, he closed the door indifferently, asked the driver to turn directly to the boys' dormitory. Luo Xian silently watched the taxi go away. Su Jing next to her asked her, do you want to go to the infirmary and prescribe something to sober you up? Luo Xian broke free from Su Jing's help and said that he was fine. She wanted to walk around school alone. But Su Jing is still a little worried. Luo Xian insisted and went upstairs first. Rocket 101 is nearing closing time. All the other students would see have gone back. Only Shin Yichu is organizing the information. Hu Linyu, who is watching Blue Love and Death, is sitting next to him. Yichu, this show is so touching. Song Huichao has leukemia, but she kept it a secret from her boyfriend SSH. I always love you. But on the surface, he was saying goodbye to SSH calmly. I didn't know Koreans were always filming. What do these TV shows do? Shin Yichu didn't know how to comfort her. He smiled gently and took out a stack of tissues and handed it to Hu Linyu. Hu Linyu wiped her tears and stood up. My eyes are swollen from crying recently. I'm going to the infirmary to get some eye drops. When the time comes, I'll go straight back to the dormitory. Shin Yichu nodded. Then he picked up the broom and prepared to clean it before closing the door. Suddenly, with a creak, the office door was pushed open. Luo Xian came in with a smell of alcohol. Shin Yichu also recognized Luo Xian, this freshman junior sister who has already troubled her several times. She asked Luo Xian softly what was the matter. Luo Xian went straight forward, eyes under the reflection of incandescent lamps. It seems to be emitting light. It's very wide-pressing. I'm here to ask you, last time I asked you to leave Brother Chen, would you agree? Shin Yichu was shocked when he said this. Luo Xian asked again when he saw Shin Yichu's delay in answering. Did you promise to leave him? Shin Yichu picked up his head and said firmly that he did not agree. Luo Xian nodded and seemed not surprised. I drank with Brother Chen tonight. And bit him. You'll see tomorrow. He must have a set of teeth marks on his wrist. When Shin Yichu heard these words, he panicked for no reason. Luo Xian continued to provoke him. You're here all alone looking after the store. Brother Chen is out drinking with another woman. Senior Sister Chen, you should leave Brother Chen. You and he are not from the same world. Have you ever thought, if I hadn't met Chen Hanxing, what would life be like? A treasure girl who's never been in love. But in a hurry, she decided that the scoundrel who tore open her heart. She adjusted herself to the boy's rhythm. The two also went home together to see their mother-in-law. Girls never think, what would life be like if I hadn't met a boy myself? But she thought about meeting a boy, what life will be like. It's very ordinary and very simple. Study hard when you go to college. Help boys do things. We'll see what the boy plans to do after graduation. She's been following us. And then there's marriage, and then there's kids, and then there's parents who take care of boys, to support her mother-in-law, running each other's families. That's the simple and traditional idea in her mind. She doesn't have big ambitions, and I don't want to accept new ideas, but I'm the only one who's ever met you, a boy who doesn't behave very well, and the people and things that haunt me. And the freshman junior sister in front of us is such an existence. Luo Xian stared at Xinyu with a serious face and said slowly, Senior Sister Chen, actually, I really like Chen Hanxi more than you do, and I'd do anything for him. You and he are not from the same world. After saying that, he left the entrepreneurial base directly. Xinyu stood there silently for a while. Suddenly she felt a tightness in her chest. Breathing seems to be stuck in my throat. One breath, no matter what. She crouched down slowly. It took a while to get better. Keep cleaning the office. After cleaning, locked the door and returned to the dormitory. The next morning I arrived at 101 with my briefcase under my arm. Xinyu bought me breakfast as usual. It's just that she looks a little haggard. I quickly asked her if she was unwell. Xinyu whispered that he was fine. Maybe it's because of the heat. I didn't think much of it. Immediately told her to freeze in spring and autumn. You can't change clothes these days. Before this time, my mom used a stick to force me to wear long sleeves. Then he picked up his breakfast. But for a second, my wrist was exposed. Although the teeth marks have been treated. But Xinyu still saw it. But she hung her head and said nothing. At breakfast I told her that today I'm going to the New Century Electronics Expo. Xinyu nodded. But just as I was about to go out, he stopped me. Tonight. Let's have dinner together. Okay. But this project is important to me today. I had to tell her to wait until I was done before I came back to eat. Xinyu nodded. Then quietly lowered his head. Watched my back as I fade away. She put her hand on her chest and sat back down on the chair to rest. I went to the New Century Electronics factory to participate. Initial workshop for the P3 project. The meeting didn't end until after 11 p.m. Finalize all follow-up plans for the project. Wake up and it's dawn again. When I get back to Rocket 101, Xinyu was lying on the table. Seeing this, I rushed forward to ask her if she was uncomfortable. Xinyu looked up at me and said he was fine. And handed me breakfast. But her once rosy face is now a little pale. There was a sense of powerlessness all over him. I touched Xinyu's forehead. But I found it was unusually hot, like I had a fever. Immediately dragged her to the hospital in Jiangling district. I asked her about her symptoms on the way. After hearing Xinyu's condition, the doctor directly issued an order. Let's start with an X-ray eliminator GB. I was shocked to hear that. So serious. Do we still need X-rays? Never thought about falling in love. A girl lets a scumbag into her heart, and she has to deal with people and things around boys. The anxiety of the past makes the girl physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing Xinyu's haggard face, I'll bring her to the hospital for a checkup. When we heard the doctor told us to go first, I was shocked when I got an X-ray. The doctor lifted his eyelids and looked at me, explaining that X-rays were done. Rule out organic B mutation. I was relieved and pulled Xinyu to the radiology department. There's a long line of patients. There was a lot of noise. Xinyu looked at the room full of people with some fear. I feel much better. Let's go back to school. You have something to do too, right? I was supposed to go to the New Century Electronics factory, but I was shocked by what the doctor said. If I don't see the report and I'm not in the mood to do anything. I reached out and gently hugged her slender waist to comfort her. It's okay. You're the most important. Xinyu is also a little shy, but she laid her head gently on my shoulder. Soon after, I looked at the time. Immediately told Xinyu to let her wait for the film here. I'll get the report and see the doctor. It saves us time. We'll know the results as soon as possible. The first thing you do when you get the report is look down, until you see the test results column that says no lung abnormalities. My heart slowly relaxed. The doctor quickly analyzed two reasons for Xinyu's chest tightness. The first is that the recent pressure is too much. Fever and anorexia are complications. She could try living in a different environment. I'm embarrassed to hear that. Explaining that she was still a college student, unless you're renting out. Otherwise, how can we change the environment? The female doctor shook her head and told me, a change of environment is not necessarily a change of living environment. Sometimes she stays away from people who are causing her psychological stress. Actually, it's a change of environment. In addition, there is another reason. Your girlfriend has a great figure. I suggest that the next clothes be made to measure at the end clothing store, because the end clothes currently on the market may not fit perfectly. The tightness could be a factor. I was relieved to hear that. Stuff the report in your bag and leave. I went to Xinyu and told her there was nothing wrong with her. I'll go to New Century Electronics factory first. Then he pinched her fleshy cheek. Just when Xinyu was queuing alone, a middle-aged woman carrying a child came anxiously, asking if she could cut in. Xinyu did not speak and moved a little to the back to make room. The middle-aged woman quickly thanked him, but the people at the back are not happy. College students, if you want to be good, then you're gonna have to give it up completely. Stand at the end of the line and requeue. We're all busy. Xinyu didn't argue. He lowered his head and stood at the end of the line. But the order of getting the reports is fixed. Her kindness will include herself directly. A few people inside the X-ray film all messed up. So when it comes to Xinyu, the female doctor looked up at her and asked seriously, "Are you here alone?" Xinyu was at a loss and said, "My boyfriend is also here." "Where is he?" "Walk." "Where's your test report?" "And I don't have it." The doctor in charge of the examination sighed helplessly, then asked Xinyu about his daily symptoms. Xinyu's heart suddenly beat violently when he answered. The female doctor nodded and continued, "Although I can't see your report card, but the film shows you're already spreading." What else did the doctor say? It's confusing. I didn't hear it. She only had one image in her head. The cancer has spread. The girl went to the hospital for physical examination and found that cancer cells had spread, but her own safety wasn't her priority. But far away in Sichuan and Chongqing Mountain Village. Sister and mother-in-law and her boyfriend, if you die of illness. So what are they gonna do? Shinyochu's mind seems to have been emptied, walking slowly in the hospital lobby. When she walked outside the hospital, she lost all her strength, sitting on the curb depressed. Watching the traffic coming and going. Hot duck blood vermicelli at the snack stand, and pedestrians passing by in a hurry. But now it has nothing to do with me. She's trying to convince herself. Just suddenly my mouth feels a little salty. I don't know when the tears have fallen. She took out a small pass and was about to give it to the only number left. But at that moment, I suddenly remembered those Korean dramas Hulini watched a while ago, remembering what she said. You chew. If I look like a blue, life and death, the heroine got leukemia like that, I'll find a place with the most beautiful view, die in peace. Anyway, these diseases are incurable, don't let your family be sad. And you can't talk to your lover, because it'll slow them down, find a good reason to break up. After all, it's really cruel when everyone's helpless. Shin-Yu-Chu sat on the curb and thought silently about something. At 7 p.m., the first autumn rain of the year began outside. It seems to indicate that tonight will not be calm. I trotted all the way to 101 after the meeting. Shin-Yu-Chu was also sitting inside. Somehow something felt wrong. And then I turned around and realized, the house has been thoroughly cleaned. Even the potted plants have been repolished, but I didn't think too much about it. What do you do when it rains? Anyway, it'll get trampled again. Have you had dinner yet? Shin-Yu-Chu nodded. His mouth moved to say something, but he never spoke. And I'm aware of that subtle movement. So I told her to stop talking and say what she had to say. However, her next sentence directly made me freeze in place. Shin-Yu-Chu actually told me to break up with me, and when she said that, her voice, it's like a candle in the wind has no power, then a flash of lightning. Then there was a low thunder in the sky, and a faint vibration. I'm 100% sure I misheard. He looked at Shin-Yu-Chu with confusion. But she clenched her fists. Repeat again with your toes against the corner of the table. Let's break up. After she finished speaking, the towel in my hand dropped directly on the table. I stared at Shin-Yu-Chu and roared, are you on something tonight? At this time Shin-Yu-Chu could no longer hold on. Let the tears trickle down your cheeks. When I calmed down, I asked her why she broke up. Shin-Yu-Chu raised his head and saw that it was full of the tears on her cheeks. Looked at me seriously. The teeth marks on your wrist, those are girl bites. And the girl from quarantine. When I think about it, I was afraid you'd leave me. Begging you? Can I go alone? Looking at Shin-Yu-Chu like this, I suddenly remembered what the doctor said. Sometimes she stays away from people who are causing her psychological stress. It's also a change of environment. I walked over and helped Shin-Yu-Chu. Wiping away tears, he said slowly. That big a problem in quarantine. You never left me. Now, there's no way they're gonna leave because of the teeth marks on their wrists. This wound on my wrist is a misunderstanding. I believe. There must be a reason for your nonsense. It's probably a misunderstanding. Can you tell me if? But Shin-Yu-Chu still didn't speak, just crying and shaking his head. Suddenly the door of 101 was pushed open. Shan Yanyan closed her umbrella as she entered the door. She froze when she looked up. I thought I'd come in for shelter, but I didn't expect to see such a scene. Shin-Yu-Chu is not used to crying in front of others. Stand up and walk to the door. He turned his head and gave me a deep look. Looking back, there is dependence, reluctance and sweetness. There are also grievances. But it finally came down to one sentence. Be good. Then he rushed into the rain. She looked small and lonely in the rain. Shan Yanyan was about to speak when she saw me chasing after her. Then a message popped into her head. Chen Hanqing and Shin-Yu-Chu broke up. She also gritted her teeth and took off her high heels, barefoot past. I finally caught up with Shin-Yu-Chu at the dormitory door. If you have a problem, just say it. We're gonna figure this out. Instead of you just walking away. I'm not a place where you can come and go as you please. You left this time. Don't come back next time. Shin-Yu-Chu paused when he heard me say that. But she still didn't turn around and rush straight into the girls' dormitory. She couldn't take it anymore when she got to the corner. Squatting on the steps, hugging her knees, crying helplessly. I wish there would be a next time, Chen Hanqing. Watching Shin-Yu-Chu leave like this, I was suddenly distracted. Let the rain wash over the body. At this time, Shan Yanyan also chased after him, and saw me standing alone downstairs in the girls' dorm. Suddenly understood something. I pulled out my cigarette and tried to smoke it, but the rain dampened the smoke. Soft straight pull on the mouth. Seeing this scene, Shan Yanyan is very distressed. This is Chen Hanqing. A ruffian, a mature bastard. I've never seen such a wolf fox before. She hugged me from behind. He pressed his body against my back and comforted me. If you want to cry, cry. I'm still here for you. I broke free from Shan Yanyan's embrace. The rain on my hair keeps running down my cheeks. Sister, what's wrong with you? Why do children cry? Starting today, I'm a single asshole again. We should celebrate. Only that night. I've always been healthy, but I have a fever of 40 degrees. Rural girl told by doctor she has cancer. In order not to implicate her boyfriend, she decisively broke up. She wouldn't even tell her boyfriend why she broke up. The determined attitude made the boy's heart ache, coupled with the heavy rain. Let the boy who has always been in good health have a high fever of 40 degrees. But I still insisted on going to work early the next day. The drizzle is still falling. And that sad sentence also hurts in my heart. The green dill by the window is still as delicate as before. But the people who took care of it are gone. I still haven't figured it out. Why did Shinichu leave? And he's so determined. Luo Xian's tricks alone will never persuade her to leave. There must be some misunderstanding. Soon Xiaoyu came over with breakfast. See me sitting alone at the door watching the rain. Boston seems in a good mood today. Did you find money when you went out? I turned my head and looked at her seriously. I can hook up with other girls again. But don't get too excited. Because your chances are slim. Xiaoyu then reacted and asked. You guys really broke up? And then I got a call from the hospital. The doctor told me that because of a colleague's mistake, that led to the confusion in the order of the black films sent out yesterday. They're calling each patient in turn to explain. Hearing this, I sat up abruptly from my chair, asked the doctor. What exactly was that film we were given yesterday? When I heard that lung cancer had spread, it hit me. That must be why. Shinichu broke up with me. Just as she was about to hang up, the female doctor reminded her again. I just saw your girlfriend's black and white film again. Like I said yesterday, organic X disease is not, but she does have stress. If we continue our current lifestyle, early retirement can lead to depression or other mental illness. I said yes and hung up. It's just a change of scenery. It seems that this goal has also been achieved by mistake. I took the report out of my bag. If Shinichu sees this report first, maybe there wouldn't be so much going on. At this time Hulinyu came in from outside. I quietly put the report in an envelope. Hulinyu asked. Did you guys fight last night? Yuchu didn't go to class today. I didn't answer. I just handed the envelope to Hulinyu. Here's my apology letter. You showed it to her. She's gonna be fine. Hulinyu took the envelope and advised him bitterly. Don't fight anymore. So I can follow the show. I nodded and told her not to peek. Because the words in the letter are sweet. I'm worried about you. A woman in love is jealous. Hulinyu spat and turned to leave. Then I called Li Jinnan and Xiaoyu over. I plan to transfer the finance department Dongda Engineering. The medical school, the courier circle, takes care of business and hands it to them, and I went on to promote rockets. 101 business in the circle of colleges and universities under construction. Shinichu suddenly ran in. The unusual excitement between looks. Let me tell Li Jinnan and Xiaoyu first. Then he picked up an umbrella and walked out with Shinichu. Raindrops hit the canopy with a muffled sound. Same scene. That's what I was doing a year ago. Shinichu went to the second canteen to eat hot pot. I smiled and asked her how she felt about finding out she wasn't cancer. Shinichu picked up his head and said with some grievance. There is also a sense of happiness after the disaster. She was already packing up to go back to Sichuan and Chongqing. It was a false alarm. And she knew she was wrong. He quickly said sorry to me. I shook my head. I had prepared a whole bunch of content. But think about it now. Your own style is the biggest problem. The main reason for this is me. I can't fix it yet. So let's just calm down. You go back to school books, for a different lifestyle. It's a good time to adjust your mood. Let's all think about how we're gonna get along. Let's go. It's just that I didn't take a few steps. When I turned around, I found Shinichu following behind with his head lowered. She saw me stop and trotted over to apologize. I know I was wrong. Can you please not leave me? I sighed. Explain that I didn't mean to leave you. It's just that we need to calm down for a while. Find other ways to get along. Shinichu didn't know what to say. Just shaking my head and pulling carefully at the hem of my shirt. Don't leave me. All right. I smiled and thrust my umbrella into her hand. You left me yesterday. Then he left again. I'm going to the academy to expand the market. I'm going to talk to someone about the law. I'll help create project self-documentation for the electronic factory. I'm really busy. There's no point in you following me. Go back. I suddenly looked at her again. Under my gaze. She hesitantly retraced her steps. Shinichu watched silently on the busy road. Until my shadow gradually disappeared from sight. Suddenly a small voice came from the grass beside the road. Shinichu took a look. It's a newborn kitten. All wet from the rain. The wolf hides in the leaky bush. It looked at Shinichu in fear. Were you left behind too? Shinichu gently held the kitten in his arms, wiping the rain off him. Let's try to grow together. She's the dumbest, most innocent treasure girl I've ever seen. You know your boyfriend's on both feet. The ship never mentioned it. Seeing intimate behavior between boyfriends and other girls, and she doesn't show any emotion. Just keep it to yourself. And if things go on like this, you end up getting sick. When the doctor told her she had cancer, in order not to implicate her boyfriend, she broke up immediately. Fortunately, it was only a false alarm. But this incident also made me aware of Shinyochu's inner pressure, so I decided to let her go back to book life. Find a way to get along with each other. I also returned to the classroom that had been long gone. During recess, the counselor came over and said, students actively signed up for this autumn sports meeting. Rank doesn't matter. Focus on participation. Think of it as leaving more memories for college life. and as a monitor, naturally, responsible for the registration of this event. After Lao Guo leaves, I'll turn around and hand things over to Hu Linyu. Ask those who are interested to participate to sign up with her as soon as possible. Hu Linyu rolled her eyes as she take out the notebook and prepare to record while swearing. Teacher Guo commanded Chen Hanxing. Anyway, my life is the hardest. She came right up to me and sat down, but it has nothing to do with the fall games. Chen Hanxing, is this really the end of you and Yuchu? Young Chu often stares on the balcony these days. She was staying. And now it's just more and more of a dork, but I kept telling the wrong questions. After Hu Linyu asked a few questions, he finally couldn't help it, slammed the table and yelled, "Don't always talk about him. We're talking business." Shang Yanyan's voice came from behind. Is this about relationships? Hu Linyu is very unhappy to be interrupted by others, especially Shang Yanyan, and said, "It's none of your business." And then turned around and left. Go back to your seat and look at Chen Yichu. He shook his head expectantly. He's been playing dumb. I can't help. Anyway, you're stupid. A man like Chen Hanxing can't rub sand in his eyes. You have something to hide. That's disrespect. Shinichu Wrong Baba said that he knew wrong. She's been losing a lot of face these days. It turned out that the round beauty had an oval face. Now it's almost like a delicate oval face. Wu Lin's language is not good. Keep hitting and comforting her. Forget it. We'll find another chance. Anyway, he couldn't have left you. Shinichu asked blankly. Is it true? Hu Lin you couldn't help but sigh. Look at you. Beautiful, obedient, good shape, and mostly stupid. If I were Chen Hanxing, I can't leave you. Shinichu was embarrassed to hear that he was stupid. Turn your head sideways and lie on your arms. Some envy looks at me and Shang Yanyan talking. Shang Yanyan fanned her long eyelashes and started reading my mind. Yichu is really a good girl. But sometimes fate is so wonderful. I really don't want to come. Who might not have been able to hit. Maybe they ended up together. And I just kept my head down and wrote the outline. Listen to Shang Yanyan's tone. I said casually. Don't you want to be a committed lover? Why is it changed to the main palace now? But Shang Yanyan immediately revealed a shy expression and slowly explained. There was a young Chu in the past. I don't think there's any chance of being the queen, but she's gone now. Actually, I can try. I smiled. Immediately handed the outline of the plan to Li Zhenan. Tell him to discuss with Nia Xiaoyu what to do. Try not to come to me. When everything was done, I stood up to leave the classroom. He patted Shang Yanyan on the shoulder. Well, fuels ambition. Don't change your ideals. How nice to be a lover. I prefer it when you call me dad. Watch me leave in style. Shang Yanyan pursed her red lips. Daddy is daddy. I left the classroom building. Looking at the gradually clearing sky, I couldn't help but sigh. It's a good time to expand. When I got back to the dorm, I took Old Chin. The ink treasure sent over went to Lu Su. Lu Su took out a magnifying glass from the drawer. He put it on his eyes and looked at it again and again. And you're spewing comments. This cursive script is delicate and strong, dignified and beautiful, really good. I don't know calligraphy and painting either. It's a waste of time in my hands. A sword for a hero, if Director Lu doesn't mind. And Lu Su can probably guess my thoughts, but he had some concerns. Think I'm giving gifts for discounts. I smiled and thought, is it detention after college? There's still a trace of sincerity in him, and you're saying that before you put it away. I explained sincerely. Director Lu, don't think too much. We cultural people don't talk about money and fate. How about this? Let's sign the lease first, to stabilize Lu Su's heart. I'll finish the paperwork right away, without blinking an eyelid when you pay your rent. Look at me. On the contrary, Lu Su was a little embarrassed. I always feel like I owe you something, and after that, I'm going to talk about. I took him to lunch on the grounds of antiquities. After this meal, I've successfully infiltrated the cultural circle. To Lu Su, I'm one of my own. So there are some benefits that can still be enjoyed. He put the remaining stores of the College Student Entrepreneurship Center of the Academy of Sciences. I got the one with the best light. And a pair of vases. At a glance, I know that the price is much more valuable than the paintings and calligraphy I gave you. The startup center suddenly has a new neighbor. The surrounding students and merchants took a curious look. Just as we were coming up with the idea of simple decoration, a figure walked in, swearing. I turned around and froze. I didn't expect someone familiar. Two school bells like at the same time. And boys are definitely not simple people. He pursued love. Yuan also founded the Rocket 101 Express brand. But now, due to the outbreak of the Shura field, let Xiaoyu change the school district and change the major. Xinyu also had a precursor to depression because of this matter. I had to let him go back to his book life, and I started to scale up Rocket 101. I didn't expect someone to come to my door at the beginning. I turned around and they were both stunned. I didn't know he was an acquaintance. Turns out he's the boss behind another delivery store. Fatty looked at the room with envy. Touching the vase, he gave Chiu Wamping a dirty smile. This vase is nice, too. If it's not smooth, it's like a woman's skin. I reached out and felt it. He looked at the fat man and said seriously, it is smooth. Kind of looks like your wife. When he heard that, the fat man threw away his cigarette butt and was ready to fight. And I'm not just gonna throw myself at him. Lu Pengfei was already upset just now. A punch is a punch. Soon the surrounding students gathered around to watch the excitement. In the end, even Lu Su was alarmed. It took us a long time to get away, but the clothes were all torn apart. But because it's 2 against 1. Fatty also suffered a slight injury to his face. He spat out a mouthful of bloody sleep foam. Turn around and leave after the next harsh word. Lu Pingfei was just about to reply, but seeing my serious expression, I didn't dare to continue talking. As I tidied up my clothes, I apologized to Lu Su in shame. Lu Su comforted 2 sentences. Then he asked why we were fighting. I explained sincerely. I just want to do a little business quietly. But the boss thinks we're gonna steal his market. That's why the guy who came over earlier. And then he flirted with Senior Chio with words. We couldn't help it. Lu Su was very angry when he heard that Senior Chio had been molested. This is something that literati cannot bear. And then I suddenly said. Just now he threatened to shut down the store. I'm a little worried. Hesitate again and again. But finally grit your teeth. Ask Lu Su to refund me the money. I want to stop doing it here. Lu Su is also a little dumbfounded and quickly advised me to reconsider, and promised that if this happened again, they'd rather pay damages. To kick fat people out of the startup center. After hearing this, I decided not to mention the refund and left. After Lu Su leaves, I'll tell Lu Pingfei. I was just looking. This startup center has no duty room and no monitoring. At 2 o'clock in the morning, you snuck in and smashed the windows and vases. See, Lu Pingfei is still not clear. What happened? I explained with a smile. We didn't break anything. The fat guy lost the fight. Get angry and come over and smash it. Around 3 p.m. that night, a figure from Jinling Institute of Technology, sneaking out of the boys' dorms, come to the door of a storefront in the College Student Entrepreneurship Center. He had a key, but it wouldn't open properly. Pick up the brick and point it at the glass door. The glass door cracked. But the shadow is not satisfied. And then he went in and smashed a half-man-tall vase. He's whining as he smashes it. Pity. This pair of vases is said to be over 600. Brother Chin is too cruel. The man smashed his shop at midnight, and they're just trying to frame someone else. Since there's no duty room or surveillance, so no one knows who did it. The next morning, Rocket 101 is surrounded by a lot of people watching the excitement. Lu Su, the management center director, was present, and the fat guy who came in yesterday. I squeezed through the crowd and took a peek inside. I thought Lu Pingfei was quite ruthless. Then he turned to look at the fat man. Before I could say anything, he rushed to defend himself. I didn't break it. Last night, my brother and I went to press him. But now I've got a pot of shit up my ass. He was forced to take over. I looked at the broken vases all over the floor and I looked a little angry. Break down the door if you want. At worst, I'll just get someone to fix it. But what's wrong with the vase? Director Lu found this on Confucius Temple Street. And you're cruel enough to smash. I was excited by this sentence. Lu Su's already ugly face turned even more livid. Fatty has long been unable to stand the suspicious eyes of people around him. I swear to God. Who broke the vase? Who will have a son? No D. Lu Pingfei listened to it on the side, while scolding fat people and comforting themselves then have a daughter. Thinking of this, he even glanced at Xiao Amping. Xiao Amping blushed and ignored Lu Pingfei. By this time, I was already arguing with the fat man, but fat ain't my match. You can pin shit on him in a few words. Suddenly there was a female college student nearby who couldn't help but laugh out loud. I asked her what she was laughing at. We're all sad, but you're laughing. Maybe you broke it. The little girl was also shocked. Hastily explained that he was the dessert shop next door. It's not a delivery. And there's no business conflict. And I didn't fight you yesterday. And he didn't threaten you publicly. There's no motive to destroy the store. After hearing these words, even the fat man himself accepted his fate. In desperation, prepared to compensate for the loss of the vase. At this time, Lu Pingfei said at the seams, our teacher said there's no one in the world. No leaf is the same. Director Lu bought these vases. Can money buy it? Fatty's impatient face indicated that something was wrong with leaves and branches. What's with the D thing? How much? Give me a number. Lu Su's face froze when he heard this. The mind of literati cannot be underestimated casually. I sighed and advised Lu Su to forget it. I can't afford to hide. Give me my money back. I better go. Fatty was stunned when he heard this. Thought I was really leaving. He asked me if I wanted him to pay for the vase. But this sentence sounds like it to Lu Su. The last straw that breaks the camel. He picked up the pieces without saying a word. Put it in the palm of your hand and weigh it twice. He looked at Fatty and said, go too far. Soon Lu Su came up with a plan. A request for permission to suspend Fatty's store. After getting the approval, give the contract compensation to Fatty at noon. Fatty was furious when he got the results. In the small square of the startup center, the academy's security guards ultimately arrived. Get Fatty and his stuff out of here, until the fat guy left. Lu Pingfei walked up to me with admiration. Brother Chen. That's awesome. Interlocking. But this isn't over yet. After that, I asked Xiao Amping to walk around Confucius Temple Street. Choose a pair of identical or similar vases. Even though the vase was smashed by the fat guy, but in our shop the pieces, there is no guarantee that Lu Su will have a grudge. We buy one that's the equivalent of eliminating this isolation. Then he asked Lu Pingfei to leave the fat man behind. Market and Z college students are all recruited. Within a few days, Zhong Jianqing, who came to hear the news, look at the bustle in the academy. Rocket 101 rudder startled. That scale. It's much faster than when you ran the finance department. I smiled smugly and said that it would only be faster in the future. Then point to yourself. Look at me. Cow cup. No. Shom Jianqing thought about it and turned around and said, don't look. With the expansion of scale, the importance of legal evidence slowly becomes apparent. I don't know how Bian Shusher's writing is going. Until now, I didn't know. In fact, the preparation of legal regulations has long been taken over by small fish. The white moonlight of childhood because of the appearance of a girl. Changed school districts, changed majors. But she did not let go of her attachment to the boy. It turned out that the boy's company needed to make legal regulations. I took it upon myself. Carefully compile the required information day and night. And I don't know anything about it. I'm just concentrating on what I just did. Rocket 101 rudder set up just now. In order to improve the popularity of the students in Kanamura Z, I ordered supper for everyone. But everyone picked up the cake. After the drink, I found out that there was an extra one. The college girl at the dessert shop asked, who wants two? I smiled and told her. I bought her this. It's so late. The girl blushed. After saying thank you, he turned around and went back. And the time to flirt with a little girl always passes quickly, but waiting for the bus is torture. It's a little remote here. No taxi after 8:30. I had to take the bus back. Looks like we're gonna have to put the car thing on the agenda. This time, if there's a girl with long legs, college students waiting for the bus together. That's great. Just imagining a car horn going off. The driver is Jingguanti of New Century Electronics Factory. Look, I'm disappointed. She shrugs. I'm delusional. Take your time. I rushed to catch up and sat in the passenger seat. Jingguan is not a college girl. But the long legs are definitely satisfied. She asked me, didn't I say I was going to buy Charlie? Why are you waiting for the bus here now? I simply said no money. President Chen wants to sponsor nothing. Jingguanshi is also very straightforward, and asked her and me to check out a few of them. P3 display manufacturers. And when it's done, you get paid as a consultant. But I've been kind of busy lately, so I didn't agree completely. After returning to the Finance Institute, I called Bian Shusher again. When she heard it was me, she immediately guessed. I'm here to ask about the law. So I quickly covered the microphone and asked what she should say. Xiaoyu thought about it and wanted Bian Shusher to relay it. It'll take another day to complete. Tomorrow she will go to Professor Sun for advice and confirmation. I didn't say anything after hearing that. The fish also breathed a sigh of relief. She wrote this legal proposal. I've missed all the rehearsal parties. Bian Shusher climbed onto Xiaoyu's bed, asked her why she cares so much about me. He even went to consult Professor Sun. This old lady is not easy to talk to. How did you get along with her so well? The fish puffed up his mouth and thought seriously. Maybe I'm pretty. Moment she finished speaking, Bian Shusher pretended to be jealous and scratched her. Small fish immediately fight back. The whole dormitory was filled with laughter like silver bells. The last two girls were tired and lying in bed. Bian Shusher suddenly lowered his voice and asked Xiaoyu, how far have you and Chenhanxing gone? Sea fish do not understand. So she said, have you held hands? The fish nodded. Have you ever kissed? Fish pursed his lips and said nothing, but her face says it all. Seeing this, Bian Shusher shook his head and sighed. If the boys knew, our fish's first kiss is gone. I bet you lunch for a month. Someone must have gone diving into Dongshan Lake, which is 0.5 meters deep, and then he asked, do you have any? But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a small fish laughing. What are you thinking, girl? Certainly not. After saying that, the two of them started to fight in bed again. Bian Shusher inadvertently asked, Xiaoyu, will you still be with Chen Hanxing in the future? When she finished, the fish suddenly quieted down. Just then, another roommate came back from the dormitory. Bian Shusher also did not continue to chase, and the answer to that question, only the fish know. The next day, the fish took the materials and went to find them. Law school professor makes final revisions. Looking at the thick materials in front of him, Bian Shusher was surprised. There's all the legal stuff in there. Even a sample contract for a part-time Z college student has been drawn up. Fish rubbed his head and explained that he didn't want to be like this. It's just the thought that maybe these things lead to bad influences. She had an impulse to perfect. After hearing this, Shusher expressed his understanding. Because she and her mom fight a lot and don't talk. But when things happen, I still can't help but care. I guess that's what family feels like. Fish agree. Then he closed his laptop and sighed with relief. I don't want to touch a computer for at least half a month. When you gave it to him. Remember, don't say I did it. The girl's effort is to help someone who hurt him so badly. She's had a lot of fun since the last fight. Just bury the love in your heart. But knowing the boys' company needed help, she still secretly took things into her own hands. Take advantage of the small fish to perfect the legal system. I'm not idle when it comes to materials. I made time to go to the 4S shop of Shelley Carr. I didn't expect to meet Chang Mingrong here, because she refused to be the lover of the former vice president of the company, so he was fired for some random reason. And while we were talking, suddenly there's a male sales rep come over and ask her to follow up with another client. Chang Mingrong smiled helplessly. There was suddenly a hint of detachment and maturity on the young face. Turns out she's having a hard time here too. Customers are often stolen by superiors, and now she can't even pay her rent. She also said that she had no choice but to return to the original company, but it would also mean that she would be someone else's lover. That's when I realized Zhang Mingrong was ambitious when he was young, maybe too much for ambition. Zhang Mingrong said hello to me. Then he changed into a smiling face and turned to receive other customers. The male sales rep took over and started. Wine Tao kept telling me about the advantages of vehicles. I waved my hand and buy it. But at the time of signing, I was serving people. One column is Zhang Mingrong's name. The male salesman was stunned. Brother, do you want me? I smiled and told him, Big brother has no time for you. Brother is saving a young soul. When Zhang Mingrong knew about this, I drove out of the 4S store. She came to the public phone booth and called me to thank me. Even his voice was hard to swallow. I also have some feelings after listening to it, so I asked her if she would like to do it with me in the future. Listen to me, Zhang Mingrong is more active. Of course I do. Brother Chin, welcome anytime. If I don't understand, I'll study hard. I smiled and told her there was always a chance. After hanging up, I'll drive straight. Come to the gate of Dongda Xianing campus. Bian Shishir informed me to get the legal basis for Rocket 101. Looking at the thick file I immediately felt full of sincerity, as I flipped through the files, while passing the small cake he bought to Bian Shishir. Bian Shishir is somewhat different. I thought to myself, this guy is quite romantic. Little Fish happens to be a girl who likes surprises. I believe Xiaoyu and I are highly compatible. I'm shocked at the completeness of the statute book. But suddenly I smelled a faint fragrance when I flipped through it. Looking through the rearview mirror, the poem below shook its head silently, then tentatively invited her, legal advisor to Rocket 101. When I finished, Bian Shishir hesitated immediately, but decided to tell the truth. She told me that this file was actually made by a small fish. He also said that the fish had recently been killed. File missed rehearsal for freshman party many times. He also asked Professor Coldface some key questions. That's why the quality of this document is so high, because the fish is careful, even more than your own. The prettiest girl in high school turned me down, but in college, I broke the Belle's heart. Ever since I found out about the treasure girl, and then she switched schools and majors. Although she deliberately alienated me, her love for me never disappeared. I always give quietly when I need help. Even more than doing my own thing. She doesn't go back to her dorm until the library closes. Continue helping all night in the dormitory. I finished writing the legal materials. He even asked Professor Coldface some key questions. Everything you've done has been done. Make sure my company is safe. And I don't know anything about it. Until Bian Shishir told me. I just know that Xiaoyu still cares about me. This thick legal document in my hand. It's what Xiaoyu worked so hard to make for me. The faint scent of paper. It's the smell of her usual shampoo. She's just so proud. Even if you do a lot for me, you won't admit it. Bian Shishir raised her hand to check the time. Tell me, wait. They have another class. Ask me if I want to go to the classroom to find fish. She's here to help us create opportunities. I don't want to be unreasonable. I'll follow him immediately. Shishir came to Dongda's lecture hall, looking from afar. I found the position of the fish. I sat down in the chair next to her, the kind of trance in Gangnam. The dining experience of Dongda Canteen has come again. The back of his head suddenly felt murderous. Fish turned around and found me. He asked me in a very rude tone why I was here. I pulled out the legal papers and asked if you did it. It still has your scent on it. I'm familiar with. The fish turned his head and blushed. He cursed softly. Rogue. Then the teacher came into the classroom with a book. The fish saw that I didn't mean to leave and didn't say anything. I coughed, and told her I was single again. Listen to me. Fish opens his mouth in surprise. After a while, he asked if I dumped him. I quickly denied it. It's just a misunderstanding between you and Chu. It's not the right time to be together. Unexpectedly, the fish frowned when they heard this. Take the book and go to another seat. The other girls don't want you anymore. You just remembered to come to me, then neither do I. When I heard that, I just went straight to the groove. Why did the fish react like this? That's too tough. At the same time, there was a burst of laughter in the classroom, and they thought I didn't make it. The guy behind me patted me on the shoulder, advised me not to worry and not to lose heart, one step at a time. I shook off her hand. I thought to myself, you're worried, sister, when I kiss fish. You don't even know where it is, but now that I can't sit with the fish, then I don't have to be here. Pick up the file and walk out the back door. Bian Shishir leaned against the door and shook her head. You're useless even if I give you a chance. I cursed and left quickly. Then Bian Shishir sat on the fish, whispered to her that he was gone. But the fish didn't speak. 2 tears welled up in her eyes, but still stubbornly raised his chin. Seeing this, Bian Shishir secretly sighed. I don't know how to comfort you. Fish willingly worked for me for 2 weeks, and it turned out to be like this. In her opinion, my relationship with Xiaoyu, emotional entanglements are more complicated than you think. However, she couldn't explain it even if Xiaoyu didn't say it. White moonlight. Willing to pay silently for boys. But the boy's choice is the treasure girl from the countryside. Nevertheless. But she's still obsessed with boys. It's just that when the boy sits next to her again, she took the book to another seat. Watching the boy leave, tears of grievance welled up in my eyes, and I don't know anything about it. After leaving Dongda campus, I smoked 2 cigarettes in the car to calm myself down, then call Wang Zibo out for dinner. We ate snails and drank wine, light a cigarette and chat. Zibo, are you still a licking dog these days? After a few beers, Wang Zibo, his face was red and his mouth was pouting. Your GRD is so ugly. I just want to have a normal relationship. I raised my glass and told him, there's really no need to find someone like Wang Hui, but Wang Zibo is spitting alcohol. Let me introduce her to a girl like Gao Yuanyuan. I nodded repeatedly at his request. It is difficult to express high circle. If it's really impossible, can Lin Qiru do it like that? Hearing this, Wang Zibo was stunned. Are you kidding me? I gave him a look to show that you were kidding me first. Wang Zibo also knows that he is no match for me in bickering. Smelly, full, clinked a glass with me. It's Wang Hui's birthday next week. Let me teach him what to give. I leaned back in my chair and told him, normal couples send flowers. Chocolate or something. But what is your relationship? Couples? I don't think we've even held hands yet. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Zibo immediately defended himself, said he once reigned after dinner. When I took Wang Hui home with my umbrella, my hands touched several times. After listening to it I shouted, great! Then he raised his glass and toasted him. At this moment, the next table suddenly started to clamor. It turned out to be a male college student who was confessing while drinking. Finally, the girl agreed. The rest of you yell for a kiss. The boy's eyes are full of joy. Although he pretended to refuse, his mouth was slowly approaching. Girls aren't pretty. But the shy look of waiting with eyes closed. But we kind of wanted lemons. Especially when the boys lean in for a kiss. The moment on a girl's lips. Wang Zibo and I cursed him at the same time. Look at me like this. Wang Zibo is very strange. He was jealous because he didn't get Huang Hui, and I'm surrounded by little fish. He left, but there was still Xin Yichu. It is also the existence of sweeping away female students in Jiangling district. He doesn't understand why I'm so sour. I picked up my glass and drank it. Then tell him about yourself in Yichu. Wang Zibo thought we had broken up. I corrected him. It wasn't a breakup. You know Xin Yichu's personality. Sometimes girls and I are make out a little bit or go a little bit overboard. Even if she saw it, she'd keep it to herself. I'm worried that over time, something's really wrong. So let's get her back to book life for now. Keep a little distance from each other, so she knows relatively little about me. Even though I explained it so clearly, but Wang Zibo still insists that we have broken up. I'm getting a little impatient listening to this. If that's how you understand it, if you're happy then whatever. Xin Yichu is my man. No one touches her. Wang Zibo raised his glass and laughed. How can that be? I'm glad my brother broke up. Am I human? But when I saw him smiling, I was speechless. Don't fucking hide it. Laugh all you want. Sure enough, as soon as I finished speaking, Wang Zibo laughed heartily. Xiaoqin, you had your day. Laughing at me for being a licking dog. And it turned out he was worse off than me. One last sip of beer and we're ready to go. Tonight is definitely the most enjoyable time for Wang Zibo to pay the bill. He didn't know why. Just hearing about me. I don't want to comfort you. I just want to laugh. And he's got to stab me every now and then. Xiaoqin, if I go to Sichuan and Chongqing again this winter vacation, don't follow me. Before everyone gets embarrassed. After listening to it, I was stunned. What were you doing there? I'm not familiar with you. You can't say that. You and Shinichu talk about your Catalpa Bo, you're such a bitch. That night I slept. Male dormitory of GNU Polytechnic University. By the way, I learned about the express delivery market of the University of Technology. Wang Zibo spread a mat on the ground. Let me sleep on the bed. He sleeps on the floor. But I shook my head. You have too many children in bed. I'm worried about turning around and killing tens of thousands of people.